हम कहें तो पूरे भारत की जितनी भी चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स है उसमें से शायद टॉप 5 एक्टिव चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स में हमारी गिनती होती है। पूरे साल में करीब 350 से ज्यादा प्रोग्राम हम करते हैं। HR एंड ट्रेनिंग कमेटी पिछले कई सालों से ये इवेंट करते आ रहे हैं और हर साल हम एक से बेहतर एक हमारे स्पीकर्स, एक्सपीरियंस गेस्ट यहाँ बुलाते हैं ताकि हम साउथ गुजरात की HR की जो प्रैक्टिसेस है उसमें एक बदलाव ला सके, एक इम्प्रूवमेंट कर सके। इसी मकसद के साथ हर साल हम इससे आयोजित करते हैं। आज ये इवेंट हमारे साथ हमारे सामने है और जैसे कि हमारी प्रथा है, हमारी परंपरा है कि हर शुभ कार्य की शुरुआत हम दीप प्रागट्य से करते हैं। आज इस कॉन्क्लेव की शुरुआत भी हम दीप प्रागट्य से करेंगे। स्टेज पे आमंत्रित सभी हमारे गेस्ट और ऑफिस बेयरर्स जितने भी यहाँ मौजूद हैं, मैं सभी से गुजारिश करूंगा कि दीप प्रागट्य के लिए आगे आए। चीफ गेस्ट श्री थैंक यू वेरी मच। दोस्तों, ह्यूमन रिसोर्स, कई जगह पे कहा जाता है कि अब ये रिसोर्स शब्द पुराना हो चुका है, तो कई जगह पे हमें इन्हें इंटेलेक्चुअल कैपिटल कहते हैं, कई जगह पे इन्हें एसेट कहा जाता है। लेकिन किसी ने बहुत अच्छा कहा था कि अगर ह्यूमन एसेट की बात करते हैं तो all the productive people are asset, rest of them are liabilities. It has been said by someone, but friends, it is always a challenging to deal with the people, क्योंकि जनरेशन टू जनरेशन हम देखें तो उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट, इमोशनल रिक्वायरमेंट्स, उनके काम करने का तरीका ये बदलता रहता है। और इसीलिए हम ये प्रयास करते हैं हर साल कि हम हमारे टीम के साथ, लोगों के साथ किस तरह से व्यवहार कर सके, किस तरह से उन्हें सुविधाएं प्रदान कर सके और किस तरह से हमारी जो टीम है उसके माध्यम से हम अपनी कंपनी, अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की प्रोडक्टिविटी को और बढ़ा सकें। और इसी प्रयास में हम हर साल इस कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन करते हैं। कॉन्क्लेव में आप सभी का एक फॉर्मल वेलकम करने के लिए मैं यहाँ पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा श्री विजय मेवावाला, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ SGCCI, फॉर फॉर्मल वेलकम एड्रेस।
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. First of all, तो ये HR कॉन्क्लेव 7th एडिशन है, जैसे चिराग भाई ने बताया, और ये 7 साल से अविरत चलती आई हमारी यात्रा है, जिसमें आप लोगों का मैं हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं। और ये HR कॉन्क्लेव में हर साल कुछ ना कुछ नए गेस्ट हम बुलाते हैं और आप लोगों को कुछ ना कुछ नया जानने को और सीखने को मिले, ऐसी हमारी हृदय से भावना होती है। ये HR कॉन्क्लेव में जब फर्स्ट ईयर हमने स्टार्ट किया था तब इतने डेलीगेट्स नहीं थे, अपन ईयर टू ईयर डेलीगेट्स बढ़ते जाते हैं और आज भी हमारे वहाँ 900 प्लस रजिस्ट्रेशन हो चुके हैं, तो धीरे धीरे यहाँ भी हॉल फुल हो जाएगा। ये एचआर कॉन्क्लेव में कंटिन्यूस हमारे ग्रुप चेयरमैन मुनाल भाई शुक्ला 7 साल से मेहनत कर रहे हैं और उनके साथ में नीरव मंदिर, चिराग भाई और एंटायर एचआर कमिटी. तो ऑल क्रेडिट गोes to entire HR committee. So give him a big applause to HR committee. And good morning, and ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have our esteemed guest join us this morning for the program. Among our distinguished guests are Admiral Shri R. Hari Kumar, the Chief of the Naval Staff of the Indian Navy, and Professor Bharat Bhasker, the Director of the Indian Institute of the Management in Ahmedabad. We extend a warm welcome to the dignitaries, ladies, gentlemen, and the entrepreneurs in the attendees. The 7th National HR Conclave organized today through the Hon'ble initiative of the Chamber of the Commerce. The revolves around the theme, the future of HR, a business perspective. The primary aim of this event is to provide a significant value to a wide range of the entrepreneurs. The term HR has a profound connection with the industry as they are intricately interlinked. The acquisition and the effective management of the human resource are the essential tasks. HR refer to the individual constituting the workforce of the organization, business sector, industries, or the broader economy. The HR sector play a pivotal role in fostering the growth of the industry. It serves as a crucial bridge between the entrepreneur and the employees. In today's program, we have the organizer panel discussion featuring the executive and the founder from the various organizations. The main objective is to offer the valuable guidance to the entrepreneur in the field of HR. During this discussion, the esteemed speaker will not only share their insights, but also address the question posed by the entrepreneur in the attendees. In the conclusion, I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to everyone present, including the Chief of the Naval Staff of the Navy of the Indian Navy, Shri R. Hari Kumar, and Professor Bharat Bhasker from the IIM Ahmedabad, as well as the dignitaries, entrepreneur, member of the SGCCI, friends from the media and press. Thank you for your joining us on this the special occasion. And I request the after session आप लोग यहाँ उपस्थित रहोगे और पूरी एचआर कॉन्क्लेव का आनंद लोगे और ये एचआर कॉन्क्लेव से आपको जो कुछ अंदर से माहिती प्राप्त हो उसका आप अपने बिजनेस में अपनी लाइफ में इस्तेमाल करोगे. थैंक यू वंस अगेन. आई वेलकम टू ऑल ऑफ यू इन द 7th एचआर कॉन्क्लेव. थैंक यू. जय हिंद, जय जय गरवी गुजरात.
Thank you very much, Vijay Mewala, Vice President of SGCCI. A formal welcome. दोस्तों, हर साल की तरह ये साल हमारे बीच जो भी एस्टीम गेस्ट यहाँ पे उपस्थित है, हम उन सभी का पुष्पगुच्छ और स्मृति भेंट के साथ यहाँ पे स्वागत करना चाहेंगे. तो सबसे पहले मैं गुजारिश करूंगा हमारे वाइस प्रेसिडेंट श्री विजय भाई मेवावाला को कि वो आज के हमारे चीफ गेस्ट द चीफ ऑफ नेवल स्टाफ इंडियन नेवी एडमायरल श्री आर हरि कुमार जी का पुष्पगुच्छ और मोमेंटो से स्वागत करें. एंड साथ में ऑफिस बेरर्स को जोड़ने के लिए मैं विनती करता हूं. दोस्तों, जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. ये बहुत सद्भाग्य की बात है कि आज ये शख्सियत हमारे बीच में यहाँ पे मौजूद है. द चीफ ऑफ नेवल स्टाफ इंडियन नेवी, उन्हें सूरत में लाना या यहाँ पे सूरत में उनको सुनना, ये अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी बात है. दोस्तों सामने उनकी ओर से चैम्बर के लिए भी उन्होंने एक मेमोरेबल गिफ्ट हमें दिया है। This is a navy octagon, which is a symbol of Chhatrapati Shivaji. Thank you very much. We would like to invite Shri Himansubhai Bodawala, the immediate past president of SGCCI, for floral welcome and memento presentation to Professor Bharat Bhasker, the director of IIM Ahmedabad. जितने लोग हॉल में है उस हिसाब से तालियां थोड़ी कम है, क्योंकि आईआईएम के डायरेक्टर अगर हमारे बीच है I would like to request, Nikhil Bhai is not there, so once again I would like to request Vijay Bhai and Himanshu Bhai for floral welcome to Shri Saurabh Pathak, the Vice President of People Operations, Maruti Suzuki India. Shri Saurabh Pathak. सर पूरे भारत में जितनी भी गाड़ियां दौड़ती हैं उनमें सबसे ज्यादा नंबर इस कंपनी का है। Thank you very much. I would like to request Sri Mrunal Shukla, a group chairman of SGCCI, for floral welcome and memento presentation to Sri Vikram Tandon, a group CHRO of Adani Group. थैंक यू वेरी मच। और दोस्तों ये जो HR कॉन्क्लेव है वो जिनका ब्रेन चाइल्ड है, और जैसे ही अभी कोहली ने 49th सेंचुरी बनाई उस तरह से कंटिन्यूस अभी भी पिच पे डटे रहे हैं, ऐसे श्री नीरव मंदिर का स्वागत करने के लिए मैं विजय मेवावाला से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा। विजय भाई प्लीज प्रिविलेज टू वेलकम Dr. Nirav Mandir with floral welcome and memento presentation. I request Munal Bhai also to join. नीरव भाई के लिए थोड़ी तालियां और होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ये 7वां एडिशन है और फ्रॉम द फर्स्ट एडिशन इज कंटिन्यूसली इन्वॉल्व, और हर बार हमारे बीच जो एस्टीम गेस्ट आते हैं उन्हें लाने में वो बहुत ही इंस्ट्रूमेंटल रोल उनका रहा है। थैंक यू वेरी मच। दोस्तों आज आप ये 7th एडिशन जो कि बिल्कुल निशुल्क तरह से आप इसे एंजॉय कर पा रहे हैं, इतनी बड़ी संख्या में हम सब उपस्थित है, तो इसे सक्सेसफुल बनाने में जिन्होंने योगदान दिया है हमारे स्पॉन्सर्स, हम चाहते हैं कि उनके रिप्रेजेंटेटिव को भी हम यहाँ पे सम्मानित करें। सबसे पहले श्री रामकृष्ण एक्सपोर्ट की ओर से डॉक्टर नीरव मंदिर को मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो मंच पे आए और उन्हें प्रेजेंट मोमेंटो प्रेजेंट करने के लिए मैं हमारे वाइस प्रेसिडेंट विजय मेवावाला से विनती करूंगा। अब नीरव भाई, नॉट एज अ स्पीकर बट एज अ स्पॉन्सर ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ श्री रामकृष्ण एक्सपोर्ट, ही इज एक्सेप्टिंग दिस फ्लोरल वेलकम and memento from worthy hand of Vijay Mewawala. हमारे दूसरे स्पॉन्सर्स हैं L&T डिफेंस, लार्सन एंड टुब्रो डिफेंस से श्री संतोष राय, जॉइंट जनरल मैनेजर HR, if he is present here, please come on the stage. Or anybody from the L&T defense? Is there anybody? Fine. We have Dr. Parag Sangani from PP Savani University, PPSU. I request you, sir, to join on the stage, and I request Sri Himanshu Bhai Bodawala to welcome with the flowers and memento. And immediate after him, our another sponsor, CRSM Lemon Consultech Group, Dr. CA Nirav Jogani. Is he there, or anybody from Lemon Consultech Group? Please come on the stage. And Relon Softech Limited says Sri Ankit Patel, a regional manager, Gujarat and MP. If he is present here, please come on the stage. Yes. Meghna Solanki from Lemon Consultech Group. On behalf of Nirav Bhai, she will accept this floral welcome and memento. And Ankit Patel, a regional manager, Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh, Relon Softech Limited. दोस्तों सबके लिए एक बार जोरदार ताली, क्योंकि इनके माध्यम से आज ये 7th HR कॉन्क्लेव आप तक निःशुल्क पहुंच रहा है, और इतना ज्ञान जो हमें आज मिलने वाला है, इतनी जो नई चीज हम जानने वाले हैं, वो इन सभी की सपोर्ट की वजह से ये मुमकिन हो पाया है। थैंक यू वेरी मच। दोस्तों ये 7th एडिशन है, और जिनका ब्रेन चाइल्ड है उनके ही मुंह से अगर हम ये सुने कि ये कॉन्क्लेव क्या है, तो उससे बेहतरीन मौका और कोई नहीं होगा। आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट डॉक्टर नीरव मंदिर टू से अबाउट द कॉन्क्लेव, द चेयरमैन ऑफ HR and Training Committee, SGCCI, and CHC of Sri Ramakrishna Export, Dr. Nirav Mandir.
Namaste to all of you. A very cool and breezing morning of 7th of November. Firstly, I would like to greet the honorable dignitaries on the dais. Vikram Tandonji, the Group Head HR for Dani, Saurabh Pathakji, VP HR for the Maruti Suzuki India, the office bearers of SGCCI, the leadership of SGCCI, immediate past president and the vice president Vijayji, our guest of honor, Professor Bharat Bhasker from IIM Ahmedabad, and chief guest of this conclave, Admiral Shri R. Harikumarji. Very warm welcome to Surat, sir. For those who are attending this conclave for the first time, would like to reiterate that how it started. The idea first came when we were deliberating along with my group chairman Hon'ble Bhai and Chirag Bhai, that being a part of the corporates, many of the fortunate people are getting chance and leverage to attend the national level HR and conclave seminars and conferences. But what about those who belongs to the 85% of the MSME sector of South Gujarat region, where forget about the HR practices and HR personnel in the company, sometimes they even don't have formalized HR department in their company, and entrepreneurs are managing their show. So rather than pushing them that you should be having the formalized HR department in your company, we thought, why don't we call the dignitaries like who are present on the dais from Pan India and make them aware how the best HR practices in their respective organization would be able to cater their business need and enhance the productivity and the performance of their organization. So that was the initial thought being conceived in 2016, and then after, with the support of all yours and the leadership of SGCCI, it has become an annual affair. Today, 7th November, it's very distinct and unique. It's in our manner, not just because we do have the dignitaries and eminent personalities on the dais, and some of them are off the dais, but it's also important and unique that we do have the Professor Bharat Bhasker from IIM Ahmedabad and Admiral Hari Kumar ji from Chief of the Naval Staff. And there is a common thread between both of you, sir. And if I may allow to say so, IIM Ahmedabad producing the best of the best talent from India and serving the need of the talent of India and the global. So again, local to global. Under the esteemed and patronage leadership of Admiral Hari Kumar sir, the Indian Navy has transformed, or rather I would use the word terrific transformation has been carried forward by sir's leadership. And the best example of that transformation and the indigenization is the INS Vikrant, which is 76% of the first Indian indigenous naval ship of India. So that's the proud moment for India, for both of us, that Indian Navy were earlier dependent on importing the foreign defense technology and the other equipments. Now, time is not so far where we would be exporting the defense technologies and other things to the Western and the global world. So it's, again, envisage the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister of India producing the things on a local basis and serving the global market. And that's how we are setting up a very unique footprint of India as a global South. When we are talking about the today's theme, which is the future of HR, a business perspective, and when we are deliberating on the theme that what should be the ideal message that we want to pass on the existing entrepreneurs, the HR practitioners, and the aspiring bright HR minds, we thought that let's talk about the future of HR, but from a business perspective. We keep on saying that HR has to be there, must in the organization. There is no doubt about it. But ultimately, business has to be there first. And that's a paradox, that how to balance both nuances. In last couple of days, like 10, 15 days, we keep on hearing about the liberation in India, whether India should be having 70 hours work protocol or not. And that particular thing, it's slightly what I feel on a personal note is mainly on the demographic event had happened post World War II, when Germany and Japan both felt the workforce shortage. And I think that entire deliberation is dependent and analoged on to that particular era. If we are talking about the India, I don't think that labor is there in the shortage. But if we are talking about the challenges being perceived by the Indian organizations, then finding a desired talent and getting the best skill set is slightly a challenging, because academia at one side, we do have Dr. Parag Sanghani, Provost, PP Savani University, and I hope you would agree with me that all the academicians and the leadership of education institutions are complaining that students are not finding the desired job. And at the same time, Vikramji, we at the corporate are keep on crabbing that we are not finding the desired talent. So that's a huge paradox between the industry and academia, and how we may minimize that paradox and talk about investing more into the human capital of India. So the focus within the business has to be there on the productivity and the performance. Because even if we are having the 70 hours work per week, if somebody doesn't want to do the work and passing the time even in those 70 hours, then we won't be able to attain the desired objective. So there are certain challenges I'll ponder upon, and then I'll leave the message to the rest of the speakers to deliberate upon on their respective topics. Because if you're talking about, and I'm only sticking to the India perspective, that the challenge in India is like the distance unemployment in the agriculture field, and still India is dependent on more than 53% of the workforce is directly or indirectly engaged into the agriculture system. Low participation of female workforce, that is still being challenging. And again, under the leadership and the Honorable Prime Ministership, the India is striving to have more and more leadership in the business. We have recently seen the bill in the Parliament where they were talking about the 33% reservation, but even we anticipate more and more participation of female workforces in the business. The formal jobs creation. So the formal jobs are not getting created at the rate of the new aspirants are coming into the business. So that's a kind of a gap which we need to cap it down, because the moment the new workforce is coming into the business, and India, we all know that's one of the youngest, one of the youngest countries of the world, with the average age of around 28, 29 years, the new aspirants are coming with a rapid space within the business and the organizations. And we need to create that formal structure among the businesses. Again, for those who want to become the entrepreneurs in the business and they want to start their own business, again, with the startup ecosystem, initially they are facing the challenge of the capital, raising the capital and the funding investment. So a couple of things which could be the proposition. Of course, government has to intervene and government support would be required that to build the desired infrastructure for the businesses, and more manufacturing sectors could be incentivized so that they can cap more and more people from the new aspirants and desired aspirants. Reducing the labor market litigation. So now we are also witness that huge transformation is going on within the labor laws, and new wage code is already there, set to be presided in a couple of months. And for the health, safety and well-being of the employees, some health insurance schemes and the kind of a complete transformation. And sir would be talking about also the National Education Policy 2020, which is the future of India, especially for the academic institution. And it's proud that sir is also one of the core member of that NEP 2020 committee, that how and it should get implemented for the betterness of the educational institutions. So technically speaking, the question that whether we should be having a 70 hours work or not, rather, we can find the answer more on the demand side rather than questioning the supply side. And I would just say and conclude my remarks by saying that is all about the mindset which separates the best, whether it's the individual or the organization, from the rest. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Midam Mandir, for your information about the future of HR business perspective. दोस्तों, आज हमारे बीच जो भी गेस्ट मौजूद है, उनमें से अब वक्त है कि हम हमारे आज के पहले स्पीकर को सुने. मैं आप सबके सामने उन्हें प्रस्तुत करना चाहूंगा. Currently, he is serving as a Vice President of People Operation at Maruti Suzuki India Limited. पिछले 24 सालों से ये इनके साथ जुड़े हुए हैं और इनकी प्रोफेशनल जर्नी में उन्होंने ह्यूमन रिसोर्स, लर्निंग एंड डेवलपमेंट, ऑपरेशन, स्ट्रेटेजी, लॉजिस्टिक और प्रोडक्शन में काम किया हुआ है. आपको शायद सुन के अजीब भी लगेगा, लेकिन 18,000 से ज्यादा एम्प्लॉय को वो कैटर कर रहे हैं और HR डिजिटाइजेशन इनिशिएटिव के ऊपर वो काम कर रहे हैं. उनका जो खास एरिया है वो है एम्प्लॉय एक्सपीरियंस, एंड खास करके एज अ वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ पीपल ऑपरेशन जो उनका कमिटमेंट है वो है हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस ऑफ मारुति सुजुकी एक्सटेंसिव वर्कफोर्स. और वो उनकी पूरी टीम और उनके प्रोफेशनल ग्रोथ के लिए वो उनके साथ जुड़े हुए हैं. खास करके वो एक इनिशिएटिव ले रहे हैं, वो सेटिंग अप अ ग्रीन फील्ड प्रोजेक्ट इन द इंजन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एंड शोकेसिंग हिज exceptional project management and operational skill for the establishment of International Automotive Center of Excellence IACE at Gandhinagar, और इनके माध्यम से वो इनोवेशंस और एक्सेलेंस को ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्रीज में किस तरह से इंप्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं उसके ऊपर वो काम कर रहे हैं। और ही इज अ कंटिन्यूअस लर्नर, क्योंकि वो आईआईटी दिल्ली से उन्होंने ही इज एल्यूमिनस ऑफ आईआईटी दिल्ली, और साथ में यूसी बर्कली हैज स्कूल ऑफ बिजनेस, जहां से कंटिन्यूस वो लर्निंग के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। उन्होंने एडवांस कोर्सेज कंप्लीट किए हैं फ्रॉम एस्टीम इंस्टीट्यूट लाइक सेंटर ऑफ क्रिएटिव लीडरशिप यूएसए, MIT Sloan executive education, and he is also presented a conference paper at University of Cambridge, UK, and Waseda University of Japan. With round of applause, I would like to present Mr. Saurabh Pathak, who is a Vice President of Maruti Suzuki India Limited.
Good morning, everybody. Honorable Admiral Hari Kumar ji, Vijay Mewala ji, Neerav, Professor Bhasker, Vikram Tandon, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome. Today in the morning, one of my friends said that human capital are either assets or liabilities. One of the thing I'll add on further, assets still depreciates over a period of time, but it is only human which never depreciates over a period of time. We have people sitting on the dais who are with a lot of experience and they add more and more value. But how can we do it? There are a lot of changes happening around the world and the rate of change is too high. Humans somewhere are finding it difficult to manage or to align with those technology. So my presentation next 20 minutes would take on some of the initiatives that we at Maruti Suzuki have been doing. And this is a story. This is a lot of experimentation have to be done. There is no one pill that would solve all the problems. And the most important part, which, at the start of the slide, which I have mentioned, is unlearning, retaining, and upskilling. Unlearning is something which has to start. And most of us, many a times, people with experience tend to be poor in this. Retaining and upskilling is one area which I would talk in my next slides. So taking on technologies, I think most of you know that technologies are changing the way we do business. Technologies are bringing in new businesses. Which are they? What are they? So you would have find that concepts like artificial intelligence, machine learning, AI, ML, and so on and so forth. When I talk about automotive industry, there are a whole lot of things which are coming up. You talk about driverless cars, you talk about augmented realities, connected cabs. So is it going to change the way we need to do? Of course, yes. So gone are those days when automobile was a product. Today we talk about automobile or as a mobility. And when we talk about mobility, mobility is not about product. Mobility is around a service. Right from the time you think of buying to the time when you buy, then when you start using it, then at some point of time you may think of moving on to a next mobility platform, I would say. Then a whole lot of things are range of services. So when we say as mobility as a service, so that is what we call as MaaS. Now, of course, with these changes, there are a lot of, as Neerav ji also told, there are things which are happening in the working landscape. One is we talked earlier, we are part of, or still we are part of jobs, which are long-serving, which are very specific to certain domains. But there are areas of remote working, which, thanks to COVID, that has brought in a lot of technology in a very, very accelerated way. Now, are they changing the way we do work? Yes. Not in all industries. No. it is in all industries. The scale may be different. And that's a reality. However, when you talk about how a people get skilled or how a people is trained, there are aspects when you talk about training. Most of us have been trained, and less of us have learned. Is there a difference? It sounds. So, in my good old days, we used to, or still we have a teacher or a trainer. It is mostly a unidirectional statement. They would, at the end, maybe ask, any doubts. So maybe some bright students may ask, but backseaters like me would just sit. What does it mean? It does not mean that I was not interested in learning. It was only that training was too much there. So training is one-sided. So we have to really move from training to learning. And learning is all about experience. The way I would like to learn and the way today Generation Z wants to learn, it is way, way different. So there are a lot of youngsters sitting around. They may end up spending maybe learning from say their mobile or a laptop, maybe 15, 20 sheets of paper, but I'm not very comfortable in that. Is that I don't want to learn? Or if I'm a trainer, is that the only way which it can be good way? Not really. So that big shift has to happen in terms of training towards learning. And as I mentioned, learning has to be made an experience. Now, going forward, we talk about human capital. So there is also an aspect of retaining. So one is, of course, around skill, innovations. But the other two very important aspects when you talk about human capital are communication. A very regular communication. The mode of communication would be different, but it has to be there always. And this communication, then, it is not only around any big company. It holds good for any companies. It may be a company which has 5 people, or it may be a company with 5,000 odd people. Communication at the right time is very important. How you communicate, how the leaders communicate, how the leaders engage with their people makes a whole lot of difference. Now, the very close part to communication comes with engagement. How do you engage your workforce? Now, always we say learning is something, learning happens only at particular places. But I can tell you, people at leadership positions or people with any experiences, when they talk, when we sit in a group, the learning would always happen. It is not that learning has to be very, I would say, a formal setup only. Now, the positive engagement really creates people to interact away from so-called official kind of a thing. And a whole lot of things are available, which every company or most of the companies would be doing some of them may be doing, some of them may be doing a whole lot of things. What we keep on doing at Parvati are some of these things. We keep on engaging people across. When we talk about employee are a whole lot of people. It's not only when we say blue collar or white collar. So in Maruti Suzuki, we don't call anyone as a worker. We call them, not just call them, we make them work as associates. So there are associates, there are supervisors, and there are managers. So in a Japanese system, there is only 3 classifications. People who are directly doing the work, it can be anything. People who are supervising the work, and then the last is people who are managing or leading that. So there are only 3 classifications, and you would find in Maruti Suzuki that we have 3 different caps, which distinguishes us from the kind of work which you are doing. So the associates who do the work directly have the same color of the cap, which is of their uniform, trousers and jacket. And the one who are supervising does have blue caps. And the one who are managers, we are white caps. So that is the only difference. So even our managing director, if he is moving inside a shop floor or plant, the only differentiation he would have is his cap. But I also wear the same cap. People after 6 years of experience wear the same cap. So that's a difference. Canteen, we have a same canteen. Everyone has to pick their plates. Everyone has to pick their food items and even keep their plates at this. Everyone has to be in a queue, and there are no queues which are different from different set of people. Now, this started not yesterday. It was like 43 years back. And that's where the culture started building up. This creates a lot of engagement. The options which I'm saying now, most of the options you may be doing, but it is how people at the senior level get themselves involved. Yesterday, I heard from Neerav that they had a pre-Diwali celebration. These are the forums where people at the top management gives a lot of meaning to the whole purpose of the organization. They show that they are there with them. So these things are very important when anyone as a group can take up challenges. And that's where the learning would start. See, one another thing, although it sounds philosophical, uh, see, will cannot be imparted, skill can be imparted. Now, how to create that willingness, other than forces, etc. This willingness starts with a very greater purpose, which in our services, etc. We they do understand, we do also understand. But once we are in a company, etc., the whole purpose of our organization sometimes is not that clear. That is where the top management has to continuously communicate and engage. Now, now coming on to another aspect of learning, skilling. So in Maruti Suzuki, around 6 years back, we came up with a comprehensive learning and development framework of every employee who joins the organization to the time when he or she moves out from the organization. Now, here it starts with a program which is at an induction level, and then once a person moves to a particular department or an area where are specific trainings, when they move from one particular level to another level, which is not to do with domain, but as they move up in the organization, there are various other I would say training interventions which are required. So these all were mapped under behavioral, skill-based, and leadership trainings. Now, induction training is not just 1 or 2 day. Here, the top management continuously interacts, right from MD and people, our board members and directors. And there are very specific trainings, hands-on training, which they move on for 3 months to 6 months before they get absorbed or deployed in one particular area. So in my time, it was almost a year. Now it has moved on to 6 months, and it is pretty intensive in terms of hands-on training. Now, I was telling when there is a change in the role or the level. So level is more to do with when someone moves from a manager to a departmental manager role, or at a vice president role or executive vice president. So there are a whole lot of interventions, and these are based on the complete competencies, which are again to do with an organizational culture, and also how that uh, work expectations are there based on certain competencies. And this certainly has to imbibe the core values of every organization. All said and done, the culture of the company drives the organization. It is not just that you can pick up the best of the people and the organization would do wonders. No, it cannot. People have to be in the right frame, clear with the purpose, and they have to be embedded in a culture. So culture is not about right or wrong. So I cannot say my family culture is better than yours. No, it can never be. Every company, every family has their culture. How do we do well in that culture? How do we change that, our systems? So culture is not sacrosanct. How do we change it is something where the top management really has to do a lot. And when I say top management, please don't feel that it is only whatever is not happening, it happens only at the top. It is at our level, wherever we are. We may have 2 or 3 people reporting to us. How do we make things happen, or make them see those through things is what makes a difference. Now, health and well-being is one very important aspect. Post-COVID, it is not that earlier it was not existing. It is now all the more very important. Every individual feels and wants that there is a lot to be done and about their health, about their wellness, and they look forward to organizations to do it for them. Now, it is not that organizations are not doing, but when you talk about health and wellness, most of us had been doing too much around health. Now, about when we talk about wellness, now mental wellness, all suddenly when it comes as a thing, we say that it is a very different form of illness. Not really. High amount of stress. Okay, I'll take up 70 hours a week, But if I do nothing in those 70 hours and just sit, so there are a lot of things which comes to my mind, or my senior hard presses me to do certain things which is not my way of doing the things, or I want to do it differently. So this mental wellness is one thing where every organization, and that is where Maruti started working very aggressively, very focused way, in terms of how do we bring that awareness, how do we have those sessions, and how do we have the individual access. So this also is a very confidential thing. The moment HR does these kind of a thing, people said no, now they would be knowing what is there. So this is very tricky in terms of how do we manage. But all we have found that the more we had been open, people had been pretty upfront. We were thinking that it is a taboo. No, people are very upfront to meet out psychologists or the practitioners which we bring into our occupational health centers, etc. So it is on a very regular basis that they would interact with them and take it forward. So this is one area every company should start working on that. This also gives a lot of confidence to employees when they are in need. And this need cannot be very much, because in health it is seen, but in terms of mental wellness, the productivity and those things start drastically reduced. And that is where organizations need to be looking at. So there are a whole lot of things which I mentioned. I won't take it one by one. The other important is taking from the corrective healthcare to a preventive healthcare. So right from health checkups to those analysis, there is a lot of technology now which comes. So those kind of analytics can really help the doctors or the medical officers to take certain preventive actions within the organization, within those groups, and bring them to certain I would say regular consultations or preventive follow-ups which is required. So we are very much moving from corrective kind of a thing to preventive healthcare. And we strongly believe that over a period of time, it is not only going to help the individuals, employees, but the total cost of healthcare is going to reduce. So that is also one of the things we have started working on that. Now, continuous learning, yes, the learning can be made continuous, but is it possible in classroom only? Not really. So this is where the technology outrightly comes in. So here the training moves on to learning, where from a generalized way of trainings, we move on to customized learning modules. And to a great extent, when you talk about technology, it helps to move us into a personalized learning. So it is learning on the go. I may be wanting to learn, let's say, some point of time, maybe on Sunday. So it is on my will. So this is where technology helps in. And when we talk about learning platforms, we can have a lot of learning repositories already available. But at the same time, we have like guest lectures, or we have interactions with senior leaderships. Those can also become repository for a continuous drive of learning, moving around statutory kind of things to all behavioral or cultural based learnings. Here, so today morning, Professor Bhasker and we were talking. So Maruti has also worked on various innovative aspects, business aspects, and that is where we came out innovation as a very separate vertical, business innovations. And we had a lot of programs, incubation programs with the new startups where we help them incubate, take a POC, proof of concept on some of the problems which we are having, have hackathons. We tied up with some of the institutes. Now, in that, I came across a very interesting example. It is not from Maruti, but no, I happened to meet this startup some time back. So you just see that is learning only to do with a language? Is the learning only possible through a language? Can we have a more personalized one? And can it be remembered? We all know that we used to like cartoons very much, stories. Storytelling is something which we understand in a very different manner. It is very effective. So this company by the name Happy Minds, they came up with creating cartoons based on a personalized thing. So I may have my own story. So like say in any company, or let's say in Navy, they have a lot of stories, they have a lot of practices which needs to get to youngsters, that how do they imbibe. It is not about people who are part of that, but how to get that imbibed. there are cultures, there are policies. Now, to make it very personalized, there is the technology which can help it to make it faster, modular. Language, today you can bring up any language here. Now, is that a part of our learning? Of course, yes. The learning gets more engaged, more enjoyable. So if people enjoy during learning, that's the best part of it. They would retain it for a long period of time. Can we do it with very specialized skills? Yes, no, maybe. But it depends how you take up. And that is where the innovation lies. You can really make it more interesting. And the more important is you want skills to be retained for a long period of time. And another thing, when you want to people to upskill, the shortest possible thing is to make them engaged, to make them believe that this is changing. So you cannot make them run through maybe 10 odd papers, and every paper 20 sheets, and see this is a thing which is coming up. No, you can through videos. I remember one of javelin thrower from some African country. He won the gold in last Olympics, and he learned through by videos only. He didn't have a coach, so, and he won an Olympic gold. So that's the power of the way we can do learning while making it more interesting. So this is something I thought of sharing with you all. Now, this we do about ourselves. Now, how about others? Now, we have stakeholders. Now, we talk about MSMEs. So, for a company like Maruti, we have tier 1, tier 2 vendors, our business partners. And tier 1, tier 2 are all MSMEs, etc. We also help them grow in terms of not only through business, but making them more relevant through their skills. And that is what we want. If they grow, that's where we grow. 75% of vehicle components are through vendors only. We don't make it. So what we do for that ecosystem is, we have also gone way forward for various ITIs, which are skilling institutes in India by Government of India. We have adopted them. And while we have adopted, it is not that it is just only a fund which is moving. It is a very serious thing focused on how do we provide a necessary infrastructure, how do we change the curriculum which is relevant to our practices today, what organizations do. So welding, still there were ITIs which used to teach welding in a manner which is not existing today, or maybe the way it is existing, it is not even mentioned. How many of you know that Cherrapunji is still the place where we have a highest rainfall? So most of our books say that thing till today. It has been last 8 years that Cherrapunji is not the place, but our NCERT books would still have. So I would take a cue from NCERT because I had read while I was in Kendriya Vidyalaya. So now the syllabus also has to change. So we help institutes work along with government to change those syllabus and make them more relevant to recent automotive manufacturing or product practices. Some of the things which we do continuously across ITI. So one of the things which you would see that based on infrastructure. So it is we bring in live models, live environment. It's not just the vehicles, but the way it is being assembled or the way it has to be, I would say, assembled or fitment of various components. So it is a clear replica of the assembly lines in the plant. So it is not just a learning model and not just a full-scale model. It is the actual models which are there. So people become very much employment ready. That's the advantage of students, and that is also good for institutes. Now, there is one more thing. Recently, 2015, we came up along with Government of Gujarat as Automotive Center for Excellence at International Automotive Center for Excellence. So it's a 50-50 partnership. And this is where we partnered with government and with various institutions to bring a world-class learning place. And this learning place is not only around product, it is around technologies, it is around practices. And the way we have started making them learn, the students, it's not just ITI, those are engineers, diploma engineers, graduate engineers, even the trainers at engineering colleges or the faculties at engineering colleges, they can now be very much close to what is being practiced. So the learning is not only through theory, the learning is around practice. And over to my last, so these are like automotive systems, product. So the way learning methodology is changed, or the way we propose and we find it very successful is the learning. 20% of the learning would be in the classroom, would be interactions, but the 80% of the learning is while you do. So some of you may agree, some of you may not, but I can tell you, anyone who wants to play cricket, can you play cricket by being a commentator or being inside the ground and playing it? It would always be the later part. So you can learn to play cricket not just by reading the books, by actually moving on to that. And this is what we do. 80% of the learning we do on a classroom, not on a classroom model, but on the learning on the go at the workplace. And this complete ecosystem, this is based out in Gandhinagar. I have a small video, we'll run it through. So to sum it up, these four aspects which I dealt upon, all said and done, when you talk about innovations, innovation is about doing the things very differently. So please challenge what you have been doing. You don't need to always benchmark a company like Maruti or maybe Adani, if I can take. You can develop your own practices. What works well with you would always work well. But experiment it. You may fail for some of the things, but the important part is what differently can you do, and the way people would learn, people with 10 years of experience and people with just 1 year of experience, the way they want to learn would be different, and that needs to be understood. Technology today can do a lot, help a lot, and also technology is not costly. Now, last, before I end, so I was in B20 and I met Neerav. So there, the logo was there. The future depends on what we collectively do today. And that is very important. And that is where the line which I have kept. So our MD always says that we have to bring in joy of mobility to every potential customer in India. And what I would add on is, while we have to work, the only way we can keep ourselves relevant and ready for the future is by learning always and learning together. So that's from my side. I would like to just have that video of International Automotive Center for Excellence to end my show. So thanks for a patient listening.
International Automobile Center of Excellence, a joint initiative between Government of Gujarat and Maruti Suzuki India Limited. Enter the gates of wisdom and practical knowledge built over an area of around 10,000 square meters. A world-class Apex Skill Development Center in Gujarat, built on the vision of creating global competency in the Indian automobile sector. The center will train more than 2,500 students and 350 industry trainers annually under specialized programs. Featuring internationally recognized courses designed in collaboration with Automotive Center of Excellence, Melbourne, keeping in mind the need of the Indian automobile industry, with a focus on future technological innovations using augmented and virtual reality-based learnings, and equipment sourced from globally recognized brands in the automotive industry. The courses are imparted by industry experts with a special focus on practical applications, demonstrations, making them industry ready and preparing them for future technologies. We are the enablers of future. We are conduits of excellence. Welcome to IACE.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सौरभ जी. बहुत ही बढ़िया तरीके से इन्होंने इनोवेशन, कम्युनिकेशन, पीपल एंगेजमेंट और कैपेबिलिटी डेवलपमेंट के ऊपर इन्होंने जो बात बताई. नॉर्मली अक्सर ऐसा होता है कि हम जो करना चाहते हैं वो कहते हैं, लेकिन जब इन्हें सुना तो उन्होंने जो किया है वो कहा है. ऑलरेडी उन्होंने ये सेंटर एस्टैब्लिश किया है और वो चीज़ हमें बताई है कि किस तरह से हम ऑटोमेशन, खास करके लर्निंग के फील्ड में ऑटोमेशन ला सकते हैं. थैंक यू वेरी मच सर फॉर योर वेरी इंसाइटफुल थॉट्स एंड इनपुट्स. थैंक यू वेरी मच. प्लीज सर, हैव अ राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर हिम. Now it's time for another speaker and another subject. The future of people analyst is not about HR, it is all about business. और इसके ऊपर बात करने के लिए हम यहाँ पे आमंत्रित करना चाहेंगे द चीफ ह्यूमन रिसोर्स ऑफिसर ऑफ अदानी ग्रुप. ही इज अ ह्यूमन रिसोर्स प्रोफेशनल विद ओवर 3 decades of experience across the range of diverse businesses, geographies and cultures. His expertise lies in the thoughtful management of the intersection of strategy, talent, and organizational culture, with extensive outcomes in the organizational effectiveness, talent management, and succession planning and leadership development. दोस्तों, जब इनकी बात करते हैं तो इनका जो अनुभव है, वो जो कहा कि डाइवर्स, वो इतने अलग अलग क्षेत्र में है। अदानी ग्रुप को ज्वाइन करने से पहले वो हेड ऑफ HR HSBC इंडिया, विच इज द लार्जेस्ट फाइनेंशियल सर्विस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, उनके साथ वे जुड़े हुए थे। और उनसे पहले वो अमेरिकन इंटरनेशनल ग्रुप ऑफ एज अ रीजनल ह्यूमन रिसोर्स के तौर पे जुड़े थे। मिडल ईस्ट और साउथ एशिया रीजन को वो कैटर करते थे। And he participated in AIG's rapid joint ventures and acquisitions. इनका जो अनुभव है अलग अलग तरह के काम का और अलग अलग फील्ड का, वो बात कर रहे हैं। तो साथ में ही उनका जो करियर की जर्नी जो रही है, वो इंक्लूड करती है बहुत सारे कंपनियों के साथ, ANZ ग्रीनलैंड बैंक के साथ, इंडियन होटल्स के साथ, और हर जगह पे HR में अलग अलग भूमिका में उन्होंने बड़ा योगदान दिया है। एकेडमिक क्वालिफिकेशन की बात करें तो ही होल्ड्स अ मास्टर डिग्री इन ह्यूमन रिसोर्स फ्रॉम XLRI जमशेदपुर and has a certification in leading change management and innovation from the Harvard Business School. He is past president of National HRD Network Mumbai chapter and has been recognized, ये सबसे बड़ा उनके लिए ये कहा जाता है कि he is recognized as one of the top 10 HR leaders in India by Startup Lens. None other than Mr. Vikram Tandon, the Chief Human Resource Officer of Adani Group.
Thank you and good morning to all of you. I am grateful to the South Gujarat Chamber of Commerce for hosting me today. And thank you for all the senior dignitaries from the Chamber of Commerce. It is also a great honor and a privilege to meet Admiral Hari Kumar ji. This is the first time in my life that I have met such a senior executive from our naval forces, and a big round of applause for him. This is also the first time that I have come to Surat. I must say it is a remarkably clean city, and don't take it for granted. The other things that impressed me about Surat and this function today was that it started on time, that there are so many women executives in the hall, and a big round of applause for all of you. So I'm hoping what I share with you is probably of use to business people who are running their own businesses and to HR professionals. I take a lot of inspiration from our chairman, Mr. Gautam Adani, who is a very strong nationalist and thinks ultra long term, over 25 to 50 years. And let me start by sharing where we are today. India is now the most populous country in the world. We have crossed 1.4 billion people, and over the next 30 years, we will continue to grow our population till we are 1.67 to 1.7 billion people. That is a lot of opportunity for all entrepreneurs and for everybody else. There is a huge number of working class people who will come into the Indian workforce, and India will have the world's largest ever and never to be repeated in the world's history of young talent or young pool of people, with almost 20 million people entering the workforce every year. And that's the large number of people that could be an opportunity for a lot of businesses and others. Our GDP will increase from 3.75 trillion today to between 35 to 40 trillion over the next 30 years, a massive 10-time growth in our GDP. And if you just look at the world, then India would be in the top 2 or 3 of the world's biggest economies. This GDP increase from 3.75 trillion, which has been achieved after 75 years of India's independence, as it grows to between 35 to 40 trillion dollars, you will, if you just do a math over the next 27 years, we are expected to grow about $1.3 trillion every calendar year on a base of $3.75 trillion. Never ever has any economy seen such a massive change in the GDP and the opportunity that will give every Indian huge abundance. And over the next 30 years, you will see there will be an unprecedented change in consumption. There will be an eradication of poverty. Illiteracy will go away much, much earlier. The Indian stock market will grow between 25 to 50 to 100 times its current size. And all that is going to happen in the next 30 to 40 years, which is not too distant. It will result in the world's biggest ever middle class with spending power like no one else. I hope you know that there is a huge waiting list for Maruti Suzuki cars even today. That list may grow longer if they are not able to produce cars, because all of you sitting in this room will be dealing with 1, 2, 3 cars, and it is going to be a problem of plenty and not a problem of less. And that's the massive shift that India is going to see over the next 30 years because of the demographic dividend that India is going to have. And Indian businesses will grow like never before. There is going to be a huge transformation because of consumption in every field that you can think of. And that's the massive opportunity that awaits us. This will unleash a lot of change. Then in this journey of growth, of course, the challenges that the world faces today will continue. So geopolitical risk, the risk of financial crime, cyber, etc., will continue, and there will be even a greater push for nationalization, for Make in India, for self-reliance, and that is another huge opportunity. There is going to be continued focus on the environment, on climate change, on curbing waste, on diversity and inclusion, so that all types of people enter our workforce. There is going to be a lot of focus on sustainability, and of course, there will be a lot of regulation. There will be a 24/7 communication led by media, social media. There is going to be a democratization of information. Yesterday, information was power. Today, your employees and colleagues will have free access to information. In the past, I don't know if you ever had an open book exam. where you had to just know where the information was, and we are going to have an information, you know, a tsunami of information. The lines between right and wrong, etc., will also get a bit blurred. And, technology will continue to very speedily disrupt existing business models. In the last 2 weeks at Adani, we had presentations from Microsoft and IBM. And do you know that if you download ChatGPT 4, creative AI, you can really now make job descriptions by just putting in 2 or 3 or 4 key parameters about the job, and you will get a written A-class job description from creative AI. Not only that, a lot of us get involved in selecting the right person for the job. ChatGPT will, once it's agreed the job description that you want, will then help you look at the CVs and prioritize the top 4 out of 50, 100, 25, etc., all automatically with a high degree of accuracy. So technology will enter our lives like never before, like a bit of a co-pilot. It will take away some jobs, but it will give birth to many new jobs. And I'm hoping that somewhere our business owners, as well as people in the profession of HR, are embracing technology. On that note, and I'm not trying to sell Amazon Alexa, can I have a show of hands? How many people have a Google Home or Amazon Alexa in your homes? Can you please raise your hands? Okay, so that's about 20% of people in this hall. Amazon Alexa during Diwali will cost 2,500 or 3,000 rupees. Something, even Google Home. An iWatch or a digital watch is a little bit more expensive. But what I want to give a key message to you is that unless and until you don't bring technology in your home, you will not realize the opportunity of telling technology to do stuff for you, because that will become our constant companion. In fact, somebody said, God gave us 2 arms. Now, technology is really our 3rd arm. And you can decide whether you want to use that arm or put it behind your back like this and not use it, because everybody else is going to use technology. And machines will become so smart that, in 5 years' time, you could ask something like an Amazon Alexa, problems related to marriage and love and romance and everything else. And I can tell you, they will solve them for you with a high degree of accuracy. So with that, what I want to now tell you is that never before in the history of mankind have jobs evolved at such a rapid pace. Because earlier there was not sufficient technology. Now technology is changing the nature of jobs by the forever. However, on the supply side, when we, as HR professionals and even as business owners, when you go to hire people who will be able to do these new jobs, these change jobs, unfortunately, our education system, and sir, with due respect to IMA, but in general, because I go to all these top MBA institutions across the country. I want to tell you that our education system has not really kept pace with the changing demand of the workplace. Whatever you as entrepreneurs are hoping that the colleges and MBA institutions will provide for you actually is not the reality. Because by the time somebody becomes a learned professor, he's like quite middle-aged, 45 plus. Also, I realized when I speak with professors in different parts of the country, actually the curriculum that is being taught is so stuck in time and is so difficult to change. Saurabh, you gave the example of Cherrapunji. There is a lot of red tapeism which doesn't allow the curriculum to change much. So the message I'm trying to give you is that the people who come into the workplace, whom we hire, are actually thinking in a very conventional manner. But your and my customer, our business owner, is looking for somebody with a lot of skills which are very different from what is being produced. Also, somewhere there is a lot of distraction. अभी देखो ना आपके कितने लोग आईफोन देख रहे हैं अभी बैठ के, right? And nothing wrong. It's not that I'm boring. It's just there is a lot of distraction. And if you are, people are constantly distracted at work also, at home also. So in the past, people were quite clear what their purpose was. Today's employee, when he comes to the workplace, वो सोच रहा है यार आईपीएल देखूं या साला काम करूं या खाने में क्या मिलेगा, शाम को कहाँ जाना है, दिवाली की पार्टी कहाँ है. So there is no clarity of purpose which was there in the past. So learning is conventional. Second, there is not much clarity of purpose. And third, the reality is, in the past, I have been taught, really, apart from my parents and teachers, the maximum learning in life I've had is from my line managers. सबसे बड़ा guru life में is a good manager. And if you have a good manager, cherish the person. और अगर आपको कोई कमीना मिल गया तो thank God, because वो भी सिखाता है, and that gives you the value of a good manager. But the point I want to tell you is that our line managers, who have traditionally been our best teachers, they are also quite busy. And in business, as business owners and as HR practitioners, we have not held them accountable for teaching our people. Now, let me try and tell you what I have learned in the last 3 years at Adani. What makes Adani successful? It's the same people that you employ. But I think the secret sauce is, what are we looking for in those people? And the trick is, how could we train for such people? The skills that we are really looking for and make our firm successful, which is a very entrepreneurial firm. That's what the Adani Group is made up of. The top skill that we look for people, and it is not taught in colleges, is having a super growth mindset. I just shared with you that India is going to grow like a rocket, and the opportunity is to ride that wave. So the first thing we look for in people is having a strong growth mindset. Do you want to come and do something at work or not? Second, we test people for, do you have hunger to achieve? कुछ करके दिखाने या नहीं? And a lot of people fail that test because either they are very comfortable in what they do or they are not very aspirational. So we uniquely try and test कि बंदे में hunger है कुछ करके दिखाने के लिए या नहीं है. Third, we are looking for risk takers. people who are businessmen minded, who are business thinking, and who want to disrupt, who want to challenge the status quo, and who are willing to take a risk. We as a company are willing to back them when they fail, but we don't want people who don't want to take risk. We want people who think differently. We want people who are quick. We are looking for people who are strong decision makers. We have 700 sites. In so many sites, it is difficult to call somebody and to say, kya karu? So we value a person who can take a decision, even if it is wrong, but we don't want a person who cannot take a decision. So we look for, has the person been able to take decisions in the past or not? We're looking for people who are quite competitive. We are looking for people who are very dependable. At Adani, I have learned, अगर किसी को एक बार काम बोल दिया तो रिमाइंडर नहीं आता है. It is taken for granted कि काम हो जाएगा. That is the culture of the company, and that's how the organization grows. And point for you to reflect, does your business have that culture which starts from you or not? And that's a big thing, dependability. We're looking for people who are honest and authentic. And we're looking for people who make mistakes because we back them when they make mistakes. We are looking for people who experiment. We are looking for people who collaborate because we are 25 businesses. We have a lot of silos. So can they break the silos and move across? We are looking for people who can take charge, who can take control and take charge. We very often find that this is not taught in any business school, but this can be taught well by secure line managers. And we are looking for people who are comfortable with a lot of change, because the goalpost is continuously changing because of technology. And we are looking for people who are excellent in project execution. And we are looking for people who have resilience to deal with failures. We are looking for people who are good husbands, good spouse, wives, good children, and good parents. अब थोड़ा तो च्यवनप्राश हम देते ही हैं, but it is not easy to do all these things from a conventional standpoint. And then the question is, in your businesses and as HR professionals, what could you do to get a lot of these skills into your workforce? Because I have already shared with you that these are the common traits that we see in our most successful people most of the times. While there are many ways of dealing with this challenge, let me share with you 4 or 5 things that we have done successfully at Adani, and maybe you can take something away from it. The first is, can we create learning experiences? And I want to tell you, if I ask you for 10 seconds to think, what was the time you learned the most? When did you learn the most in your life? School to nahi yaad hai na? Right? Nothing wrong with the school. Adult learning happens through life experiences. A lot of adult learning catches you unprepared. Remember the incident that you learned a lot from it? Many times you were not ready. Many times it stretches you a lot professionally. Many times the opportunity puts you in a tough situation that you're not ready for, and maybe the experience creates a lot of hardship and leaves not a very good taste in the mouth. But the fact that you remember it today is because you, on reflection, really learned a lot from that. So what we are trying to create at Adani, and you may want to create in your business or in your workspace, is give learning opportunities, learning experiences to people through project work. Catch your 4, 5, 6 best people, pick them up from their jobs and put them for a special project, something that they're not ready for. And I can guarantee you will be surprised by the excellence, by the high standard, and by the quantum of delivery that you will get through such people, because project work is a learning experience and gets people going like nothing else. So that's something that we do quickly. We get project teams for getting people together. We quickly get something done, and then we disband teams. It's easy to do. You don't need an outsider. It gives everybody immediate results and something to consider. Second, in this busy world, as I told you, purpose is quite a difficult thing to achieve, okay? But all of us have a huge need to be successful. आपने सुना है Maslow's hierarchy of needs? In that, somewhere I think they missed out the need to achieve. Every one of us, when we leave our home in the morning, many of us do a ritual, no matter what our religion is, to speak to our God or somebody that please make me successful today. कितने लोगों ने आज बोला make me fail? नहीं बोला? Okay. Nobody says, right? Because we have this huge need to be successful. And can you know, success is very, very in the context of purpose. It's only when you have a clear purpose, you have a desire, will you want to achieve that goal. So in organizations, can you set a goal? Can you set a purpose as HR professionals for people at the workplace? If you are able to create and clarify purpose, a lot of people come with this huge need to achieve. They come with a huge need to be successful. And there is a certain amount of happiness. I'm not saying all happiness, but there is a certain amount of happiness linked to success. So the second tool that we are able to leverage well at Adani is clarifying purpose and getting people aligned together to achieve that goal. Third is culture. A culture which allows freedom to speak without fear. डर नहीं होना चाहिए. जब डर होता है तो people don't speak their mind. So we have allowed a culture where you can speak your mind. And in our businesses where we have our best leaders, we see a lot of debate. We see a lot of people challenging each other. And when that happens, people like to experiment because it is then safe to fail. Question for you in the audience is, how do you tolerate failure? Because if you will not tolerate failure, the same people who have a huge need to achieve will feel scared to fail. And that is when creativity stops. So the third thing we employ very well is to create a culture, a scaffolding. You know, building banate ho, scaffolding hoti hai. So we give a culture, gives a scaffolding to people to fail, and many a times people succeed. And that's what, you know, really culture is. Everybody wants to perform at their best. I can guarantee you, including all of you here, some of you are delivering only 60 to 70% of what you are capable of, and many of you are delivering 100 to 130%. पैसा उतना ही लग रहा है कंपनी का. So the question to business owners is, do you have a culture where people give free discretionary performance? खुश होके, एक भी पे extra पैसा नहीं मांगते हैं. Because people want to achieve. That is their need. Last 2 points. Making line manager more accountable. You know, a lot of times our line managers are looking for to achieve other goals rather than educating and preparing our next bench of leaders for tomorrow. And that's why, while I have learned in my 37, 38 years, my biggest teachers were my line managers. I don't know, in your organizations, have you been able to use that hidden biggest weapon that you have in this war of change where you need new skills? तो भाई खुद भी आप अपने लोगों को रेडी करो. Plus, can you ask your line managers just simple thing? Can you create 2 more like you every year? It's not a big ask. And again, the line manager also likes to achieve. And that's where recognition comes in, okay? Many people have grown up, or many HR professionals have grown up thinking कि इसको training क्या कराऊं भाई मैं. We have always tried to think कि इसको क्या नहीं आता है. Please, can you try and think कि उसको आता क्या है? Identify the person's just top 2 or 3 strengths. Okay? I have not come across a training program so far which changes somebody's biggest weakness after so much of training into the person's biggest strength. तो जो स्ट्रेंथ आपके सामने है, आप उसको तो पहले लेवरेज करो भाई. वो ट्रेनिंग को तो छोड़ो, होता रहेगा. Because everybody comes with a different type of strength to the organization. So I have seen at Adani, people are able to leverage the team's collective strength. And not to say that we don't take training gaps seriously, but that's an important thing. And last thing is, our senior leaders have a huge accountability for developing others, for making training happen, for preparing senior leaders. At any given time, Gautam Bhai is looking at who are the next 100 leaders at Adani. If you don't have such a large organization, do you know who are your next 2, 3, 5, 10, 20 leaders? Are you developing them? Because if you don't position them or mark them out clearly, then maybe they will develop, maybe they will not. But the accountability for making training happen is really with senior leaders. So ask them the question. With that, I am grateful to you for the opportunity. I want to remind you, this is India's time. The next 30, 40 years, India will grow like never before. Technology is going to disrupt the workplace completely. Please bring technology home. Bring technology into your business. There is no point knowing about technology if you are not able to use it. Because if you don't, somebody else is already using the technology. It is a guarantee. And with that, I am hoping that you will use these 4 or 5 tips to either become more effective as HR practitioners or try and use them in your workplace. I'm going to be here for lunch. If you wish to speak with me on a one-on-one, I'm very much available. Once again, a big thank you to South Gujarat Chamber of Commerce for inviting me, and all the best. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. It was really insightful. The way you started with the future of business, and at the same time, how technology is going to change the practices. दोस्तों, ये जो बात बताई कि आने वाले समय में अगर इंडिया जैसी कंट्री जहाँ पे 35 to 40 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी की जो बात उन्होंने कही है, एचआर प्रैक्टिसेस में टेक्नोलॉजी किस तरह से बदलाव ला रही है उनकी बात उन्होंने कही है, और किस तरह से एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कल्चर को बिल्ड करना चाहिए, उनकी जो 5 टिप्स उन्होंने दी है, इन सब चीजों के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. थैंक यू वेरी मच. इट वाज रियली इंसाइटफुल. थैंक यू वेरी मच. Friends, now it's a time for another speaker. इन्हें मैं हिंदुस्तान की शख्सियत कहूँ या इंटरनेशनल शख्सियत कहूँ या ग्लोबल शख्सियत कहूँ, ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. इनकी जिस तरह का इनका एकेडमिक एक्सपोजर है, जिस तरह से वो ग्लोबली बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूट के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं. ही इज अ PhD and master degree in computer science at Virginia Polytechnic Institute and State of University, USA. He earned his Bachelor of Engineering from IIT Roorkee. Prior to accepting the position of Director IIM Ahmedabad, he served as a Professor of Information Technology and Systems at IIM Lucknow. He has also served as a Director of IIM Raipur from 2017 to 22, Acting Director of IIM Lucknow during 2015 to November 2015, the Mentor Director, Convener of Nodal Professor at IIM Sirmaru in 2015. He was honored with the Best Director of Business School Award for transforming IIM Raipur to a great place to work and its exponential growth. He has held various visiting academic positions such as International Expert Advisor at University of Tenggine Nosainal, Malaysia, International Expert Research Grants at the Neutral Science and Engineering Research Council of Canada, Visiting Professor at the SIECC Business School, Paris, Distinguished Professor at the Chung-Ang University, Seoul, Korea, Research Professor at the University of California, USA, Visiting Professor at the University of Texas, USA, Faculty at the University of Maryland, College Park. दोस्तों, इतने देशों के साथ जुड़ी हुई ये शख्सियत आज हमारे बीच उपस्थित है, ये अपने लिए हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है. सर, मैं इनको यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट करना चाहूँगा. ही इज नन अदर देन प्रोफेसर भास्कर, डायरेक्टर ऑफ इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट अहमदाबाद. जिस इंस्टीट्यूट में पढ़ना सबकी ख्वाहिश होती है, एक सपना होता है, उनके डायरेक्टर आज हमारे बीच मौजूद है. आप सबके सामने उन्हें उपस्थित करता हूँ.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Having such an introduction and introduction of the subject by luminaries from Maruti, also Vikram Tandon from Adani, which already talked about the experience and by mechanisms these two organizations have thrived in managing people, keeping the company moving forward while the onslaught of technology continues. I think no point in the history of a mankind we have lived through this kind of a change. The speed of change has been such that what used to change in 2000 years changes in 10 years today. That kind of speed of change we have to cope up with. The HR practices in the new business environment cannot be codified except for some basic principles, what we call the timeless lessons of the leadership. True from time of our Bhagavad Gita, the motivation, the purpose Vikram was referring to several times, and so on. But before I get into that, because he has already deliberated on to a great degree how important it is for us to have a purpose of an organization, and that purpose which is bought over or owned and imbibed in every employee
of that organization. What I intend to talk to you about then is that the rapid change which is happening around us, how it's going to impact us, how new HR practices are going to be born. The HR strategies of the Tata Steel of 80s or the Tata Motors of 1970s and 80s. Some timeless part is relevant, but much of it is not relevant today, because the environment in which they are operating is going to be quite different. You look at, for example, a BMW or a Mercedes factory today. What happens in a BMW and a Mercedes factory? On a shop floor, there's not a traditional assembly line. There's a robot and humans which are working next to each other as colleagues. In what form? When they are assembling the gearbox, the human prepares the casing, and robot picks up from its arm the gear, and once the human moves away to prepare the next casing, it fits in the gear into the casing. If human is delayed in preparing the next casing, the robot waits like another human colleague will wait. There are no accidents. That means the robot is a sensitive, observant, and intelligent like another human being. And they continue to work in tandem, in a complete rhythm, like an assembly line in a customized fashion. If you watch these robots and humans working with each other, next to each other, it looks like they are in a well choreographed dance with each other. The fundamental difference is the robots have been used in automobile manufacturing assembly lines for few decades now. But the situation I've described of today's BMW and Mercedes factory is quite different from an assembly line of a traditional automobile manufacturing facility. It changes the whole way the business is going to operate. In what way? I'll give you another example before I get into comparing the human resource requirements of the past and present. Another part of the factory, the glass windows of the cars are getting prepared. The glue has to be applied at the edges of the glass before it's stuck into the window. Typically, that job was done even by robots earlier. In most of the plants, it's well programmed. The window of the same size will keep coming, and it knows the dimensions. It'll keep applying and operate in the same fashion. The nozzle will be cleaned occasionally by a worker, even then, periodically, and manufacturing will continue to happen. Today, in the same factory, if you walk in, the glasses of different sizes will keep coming. The robot scans the edges of the glass, figures it out, the size is different, adjusts. Nobody does reprogramming of that robot. It automatically adjusts and finds the boundary of the glass and applies the glue. Like a human being is applying the glue and knows the size of the glass and adjusts its hand boundaries. These are today's robots. They're small robots, typically 5-6 feet tall, with arms of similar nature, or the arm may be replaced by a nozzle because they're doing a specific job, so they don't need a nimble arms of that nature. But the manufacturing fundamentals have changed. The previous assembly line was a fixed assembly line. This is a customizable assembly line now. You can customize multiple car windows getting prepared on the same assembly line Unlike others, we have to add a downtime, reprogram all the robots for the appropriate sizes, etc. and so on, and then restart the assembly line. Now assembly line downtime is down to 0. The traditional assembly line, we would say there have been 4 waves of the industrialization. In the past, we don't want to count the real pre-1900 period. Post-1900 period meaning that with the arrival of internal combustion engine, when the automobile factories came in, or a new age of industrialization came in, Ford discovered the assembly line. The whole idea of assembly line was, and if you notice, prior to assembly line, we had a luxury of getting customized products. Each product was custom made, but Ford discovered that if you standardize all the sub-processes of car manufacturing, do it in assembly line, you can optimize each process, you can optimize whole assembly line, you can measure the performance of each component of assembly line, and as a consequence, you will be able to get a high quality product because each product quality is, sub-component quality is measurable, and the end product quality can also be measured. So it was a linear, sequential, stepwise production assembly line, which has a repetitive capability and a measurement capability as well. So we begin to get a mass production at a much cheaper rate because of the scalability. Also, the quality got standardized because coming out of that assembly line, quality of product is going to be also similar, unlike custom-made product where few workers may do a one quality of product, another set of workers may not be able to do the same quality product. It worked wonders. And we have been part of those wonders for ages together. Few decades this model has been going on. Till the arrival of computers. And we begin to talk about automation era. Right? Many of the tasks got automated. I won't get into the computerization phases, etc. and so on. But one of the consequences continuing with our assembly line was that computerization, automation of many of these assembly line sub-components happened. And what we call the robot-based manufacturing came up. So today's robot-based manufacturing doesn't look like any different, but there's a big difference. If you walk into any of these assembly lines, the old assembly line, these robot arms are dangerous arms. Humans have to be kept away from it. They're programmed to operate at a fixed speed. They don't have eyes and ears, and they're not sensitive to the environment. So if there's a stamping going on by a robot, it will continue to stamp, and the component has to continue to move across it. And if human comes in between, God saves the person. So typically you block them or cordon off that area. There was a human part where humans will do whatever has to be done in the assembly line. And then there's a robot part, and whatever robots have to do, humans can't interfere there. And at the end of it, you may have a quality check where humans may be again involved. So you had a human, robot, and human assembly line, which is the next model and our current model of the production. But it gives you no choice but to go with that standard car. That's why shapes of cars don't change for long. Even not too long ago, only 20-25 years ago, you could buy Maruti 800. You may have to still wait, but you could buy maybe a wait of 30 days, but it has to be white in color. Right? And then they introduce a lemon yellow color. I don't know how many of you remember in mid-90s and late 90s. And you had to pay 5,000 rupees premium in order to get that color. The reason was very simple, because the spray paint shop was loaded with drums of white color. Mass production continued to happen as a standard quality, and when you have to produce any other car, all those drums have to be unloaded, the new color has to be loaded. That means the paint shop line has to be down, has to have a downtime for some time. And if you had downtime for some time, the cost to the company. And few yellow-colored Martis will be manufactured, and you will be able to get that at a 5,000 rupees premium, but you may have to wait for 5-6 months. Because every 3 or 4 months they will load or go through this downtime of the assembly line. Robot-based you can make it, the problem will still remain same because you reprogram the robot, you still have to change the color, etc. and so on. Today's new manufacturing model, which I just talked about, it doesn't have to be because the robot is as sensitive and programs itself. So human and robots work in synchronization today, which gives rise to us as a customer a possibility that I will be buying customized products. Earlier, we said in the mass production era, customized products were still there. Rolls-Royce was always a customized product, but it was so expensive, only few people can afford it. So if you wanted a customized suit made for you, again, the high price you have to pay, or you can go to a mass market, a whatever mall, and buy a suit which nearly fits you. Right? So from customization to mass production, these robots give us the capability of a customization again, and that's what marketplace is going to demand in future. Also, it brings us great deal of efficiency in assembly line. That one of the examples is Amazon. How big that Amazon has grown. The shipment and fulfillment centers, if you observe, are all driven by these mobile robots. And initial robots were actually to save the injuries of humans and make it more efficient. And that robot was a Kiva, which is now called, companies called Amazon Robotics because they bought the whole company. Because they were the all buyer of all the robot output of that. These robots are nothing but they will go to the shelf, move the heavy pallet, carry it forward, move it to another place where the shipment fulfillment is going to happen. They avoided injuries to human beings who had to unload, load, etc. and so on. So they assisted the human beings in heavy duty work. It evolved further with the RFID tags on all the products or QR codes today on all the products. These robots also got the eyes, the next generation of them. And they said, I can also, like a human being, walk on the aisles, and if you enter the order, like a library, there's an organization of my shelves. So robot can also locate and scan the QR code. If it matches the product I'm going to, it can pull up the product and put it in the plastic bin. And of course, that bin will go to the, after pulling all the products which you have ordered into a single plastic bin, we hand it over to a shipper who checks the packet and ships it. How many such robots Amazon deploys today? 350,000 of them, not one or two. We don't need human beings to do the fulfillment, and that's why Amazon is such an efficient and effective and cost-effective company. If you have to deploy 350,000 human beings, the HR challenges will be huge. Human beings will say after 8 hours we cannot work. Not only the law, the human capacity itself will give up if you are in that kind of a physical environment. These robots don't demand anything. They don't get tired. They can work long hours. When their battery comes to a little, whatever, lower level, they walk onto the charging station, charge themselves up, and get back to work again. Well, that is only doing the heavy duty and some degree of packaging work. But still you require humans and these robots working together, because when things are jumbled up, you have to sort the product. You have to ensure still what has been put in the basket by these robots is correct, because you don't want to take a risk, one wrong shipment happening to customer, because in the internet era, loss of reputation is very high. So you still have to have humans doing the inspection and quality inspection job. So it changes the nature of the job. Takes away them from a heavy duty jobs. Today, Amazon has created a new robot, which is the talk of the world, called Digit. And this is a wonderful humanoid robot which walks on two legs, has two arms, and it's about 5'6" tall. So, and its arms move from its roughly about knee length to the, like a human being. And this robot has an amazing capability of figuring it out. You dump all the books or items in a heap. Of course, it uses QR code scanners because brain processes that only. From the heap, it will pull out the item. So when your warehouse gets completely disorganized, you said human beings have to now come in and reorganize it, etc. and so on. This robot says, don't worry, don't even reorganize it. I'll pull it out from the heap. Now, what are going to be the human challenges or human resource challenges in that environment where humans and they, both of them, have to work together? What I call that humans will be replaced in some of those jobs which are dangerous to the human, but they'll not be replaced everywhere, right? Yeah. They'll not be replaced everywhere. They'll still be required to do the quality work. Humans are good truly at what? They're good truly at leading or thinking. How should I lead? How should I organize? What should be my strategy? So humans will be doing that job. Humans are good in having empathy. You can't amaze, I think our predecessors already talked about Alexa, Cortana, right? Google Home, and Siri, and on and on. Much of the customer services or customer relationship is being done by these bots, but do they have empathy? Or do you really feel equally thrilled or equally happy or satisfied? Yes, for company, they're bringing the lots of costs down, but I and you don't get the same experience which you'll get with a good human being when so many a time is the empathy which solves the problem. So it's the empathy, that's what human beings are good at. They're also good at creation of new things. Chat GPT even today, although it's a generative AI, if there's a future thing and the way IT has progressed, it may happen, I'm not denying, but today's Chat GPT actually look at all the historical data. It has learned all that language through its language model. It has learned all that what is possible. And all it does is, what is the probability of a next thing after I've spoken the first thing? And the next thing after that, I've spoken the second thing, or picked the second thing. Meaning that it generates from the history what probabilities happen in a sequence. From that sequence, it generates a new sequence for you. That's not how human beings work. Right? We don't work with that probability. We work with some kind of photographic probability. When we take decision, we have a photographic processing which requires billions of trillions instruction per second capability of today's computer to do it, but the computers only are up to trillions of instructions per second. So we are still billions and trillions of times more powerful than human beings. So the true creativity will still reside with us. Although it has been imitated, today the Autodesk enabled with AI, you can design a drone. I'll throw hundreds of designs, some actually absolutely looking bizarre. But then, what is the right design, what will work, actually, all will meet the parameters because you fed the parameters of your drone. It will come up with 100 designs. But what is that you require, what will be really suiting the environment, still human brain is required to process that. So the creativity is the other aspect where human beings are going to be necessary or required for doing whatever is being done. And the last part is the judge. Being judge of the quality, being judge of that final decision, owning the final decision, learning from the consequences, even though robot also learns from the consequences, but it learns only up to the level where the mistake it has made. Humans process that beyond that and do not make other mistakes, not only not that mistake. Robot will not make that mistake second time, but humans may not make many other mistakes at the same time. So those are the 5 competencies in a business environment will always remain with human beings. What robots are going to take away from us, from a factory floor or whichever environment you are working, is that, of course, all the transactional capability. Wherever you're doing transaction, it's automatic, repetitive. Right? It doesn't require what you call decision making under uncertain environment. Transaction is always certain in nature. Rules of the transactions are known. Why do we have to spend human brain or human time on it in trying to do that transaction? Second is whatever jobs are very repetitive in nature. Right? In an assembly line, a component, you are only stepping, let's say, engine number on the chassis. Why do I need a human being to operate that machine if it moves at a certain speed, or if I have a sensitive robot, whenever the component comes underneath it stamps and they wait for arrival of the next component, etc. and so on. So we can do that, or many other repetitive tasks of that nature. Wherever the nature of task is iterative, it can go to multiple iteration. Again, it can be automated. So those tasks, robots will always do better job and more precise job than you and I can do. Because our performance will deteriorate with time as we get tired over a period of time. Robots' performance will continue to be constant, so quality will remain constant. Right? And then they will also do a good job of prediction. Prediction based on the past data. Because I know if I have a history of 5 or 10 or 20 years of the data, I know what the market patterns are likely to emerge. If I also have seen in the past, so all that processing of data which I may have in my mind are what I call a good manager's intuition. Right? Some people have great intuition that how during this Diwali time market is going to function. Or even in stock market, some people have great intuition and pick the stocks. I don't think it's intuition. It's the data they have processed and kept in their mind in an appropriate fashion, and they're able to recall and based on that make predictions. Algorithms fed in the robot can do that job much better than human beings today. Because we may not have all the data which a robot or an AI-driven robot or AI-driven tool will be having with it. So in the prediction cost aspect. And the third and last thing is the adaptation. Robots will be able to adapt. And this is where I give you a wonderful example of Hitachi's robot. Hitachi has a wonderful robot which is now deployed by Toyota factories. So I talked about BMW and Mercedes. Toyota has always been one of the topmost companies and will remain at top because they are not far behind. They also have developed their own robot. They call it a robot arm, which is actually done by the help of Hitachi's technology. And this arm is even more wonderful. It says on the shop floor, all that those people are doing, we'll do. But over a period, I will learn. I know the material is disorganized and lying there. Give me 8 hours of time. I will observe that environment. I will reprocess my algorithms and reprogram myself and even clean up the floor after that. So over a period, some rejected material, whatever, some component got disrupted, didn't happen the proper thing. You keep pushing it aside rather than disrupting the assembly line, will reorganize that matter in the night. In other words, this robot learns as it goes, and it takes 8 hours of a lag time. Right? 8 hours later, it will be smarter on its own and not make the same kind of mistakes or same kind of follies which it encountered in the past. So again, BMW has to now compete with Toyota, which says, I also have a sensible, environment sensitive, looking around the people or eyes and ears with their sensors kind of robots with me, but I have to be, I'm also able to learn and become more productive over a period of time. So these are the 5 things which robots will definitely do in future. And this future, when I talk about, in IT, 10 years has become a very long time. Whole business changes in a 5 years time. Actually, in some of the fields, internet has changed in 2 years of time, right? Marriott, as a largest hotel chain, has what, 750,000 rooms of inventory over what, 50 years of operation? And when Airbnb came in, few millions of rooms inventory only in 2 years. So the speed of IT's transformation is that fast. And human beings have been able to adapt to it. Nobody bothers about why Airbnb, should I be using Airbnb? Ola, Uber, and I can cite many more examples related to that, but I won't get into those examples at this here and so on. But then what humans' role is going to be when there's something called a middle. Middle role is where HR has to now understand and figure it out. Humans have 5 capabilities and robots have these 5 capabilities. In between, there has to be a middle which has to be defined, which will be done, and this is the job of the future HR professionals to fulfill it. First is that where humans are going to complement the behavior of the robot, which is ability to train them, because robot is only as good as much data it has seen or has learned from environment. So humans are required to complement their ability by training them constantly. So not only have to worry about L&D of human beings, you have to worry about humans are doing L&D for these robots. Second is that explain. When the failure happens, a robot is unable to perform the task, you have to provide its explanation and based on that, retrain that robot to be able to do the task. So a new set of trainers and human beings will be required so that the robots don't go berserk or learn the wrong things, because some of the self-learning robot will end up learning wrong things. And then sustain this process continuously. The second part is where the robots will enhance the human capability. And in order to do that, what they are doing, actually don't treat them as your competitors. You are only amplifying your capability. What you couldn't do, they are able to do. You don't want to walk into a whatever 220,000 volt powerhouse and touch there and have a, even though you've devised various safety mechanisms, etc., yet there are accidents. That these robots work. All the mining operations, how many accidents happen? In all those dangerous zones, do you want to put human beings to the coal mines? Is it really a human job? It's a yes, because for our sustainability we require, why can't we substitute those workers by the robots, which will be also not only doing that dangerous job, but also figure out more information which human beings are not providing. Better ways of doing, and probably even digging out more mineral than human beings would have been able to extract out of the same mines. We abandon mines with lots of mineral left in it because it becomes dangerous at some point of time for human beings. So we'll be able to do those tasks. So they'll amplify the capability of human beings without putting them. Also the interaction part. Manywhere, as I said, all these dangerous places where you have to interact, rather than human being, let the robot do the interact. And then they will embody many of these capabilities of human beings, which are required by human beings, but they're repetitive in nature. So, for example, in insurance claim processing, there's a huge paperwork involved, especially of a large claim. There's a threat to them that the claim may be false. They have to verify tons of papers. And as a consequence, all claims takes long period of time to get processed. Now, many of the companies are deploying this AI technology and AI processors. What they do, they figure it out, extract the data through internet about all kind of claims and all related data, and all these, in India being one of the leaders today with Aadhaar and PAN, etc. and so on, they can pull out all your history. And once they're able to pull out the history, they can figure it out, this claim is genuine or not. Or if there's a suspicion in that claim, they can mark that claim for human processor. But at least 80 to 90% of claims can be settled in 24 hours. So why should I suffer when I'm making no fraudulent claim, yet wait for my claim to be processed in more than a month? So they may embody that part of the human work. In other words, they're enhancing the capability of the human being and so on. Now, the challenge for HR is to mold itself to the new environment, fill this middle and prepare itself by filling this middle aspect of the business, where we will be able to compete in that kind of a environment. Last thing I would say, which already has been said by Vikram to a great deal, irrespective of all that, the organization will thrive if you have two things. One, the purpose, and other is the creating the environment for the performance. Purpose is already narrated. Every organization needs to have a purpose, and purpose is not a goal. Remember that when Arjun is standing in a battlefield and he has a performance breakdown. Right? In a managerial context, you'll say he's having performance breakdown. He puts his bow and arrow and says, God, I'm not going to fight. These are all relative. My goal is, you are asking, my goal is to kill my Dronacharya, my guru. My goal is to kill Bhishmitama, my grandfather. You are giving me these goals. I don't agree with these kind of goals. He has a dilemma. On the other hand, if I don't kill all these goals, we don't meet our goals of establishing, at least I'm asking 5 villages, and they're not even giving me 5 villages. So our survival is at stake. What does Krishna do? All Krishna does through that Bhagavad Gita, which has become a time immemorial document for us, a granth for us, explains to him the purpose. You are looking, Arjun, at the goals, not the purpose. Your purpose is not to achieve any of these goals. Your purpose is adharma is ruling over dharma. Dharma is getting destroyed. Establish the dharma. Whatever goals are required, if you can find other goals by which it can be established, we have to establish dharma one more time in this land. Right? The rest of the Gita only tries to establish what is dharma and why dharma has to be established in order for society and mankind to progress. And remember, the moment Arjun finds the purpose, he doesn't think who he has to fight, who he has to kill, what are goals he has to attain. And the last thing I would say is that performance is a factor of how much clarity of mind you have. Organizations, and sometimes you yourself, put under tremendous pressure. And what kind of pressure? What if Vikram was talking about failures? If I take that decision, I will fail. And if I fail, what will happen to me? Versus, if you are an owner, then what will be the profit, loss, all kind of things cloud your mind when you take a decision. Your performance deteriorates. Your true performance is the potential of your performance minus the degree of interference or clouding you have in mind. I'll end with a simple example. And it's a hypothetical example. And so once Dr. Manmohan Singh, our former Prime Minister and President of USA, George Bush, were having a meeting, one of those G7 meetings, etc. Various times they got together, and they were in a playful mood. So somebody said, to lighten up the environment, let's have a little bit of a quiz. So they said, all right. So the quiz master puts a question to both of them, Dr. Manmohan Singh and George W. Bush. And I asked him, sir, a child born out of your mother, neither your brother nor your sister. Who am I? George Bush started scratching his head, thinks very hard, and still lost. And he looks at Manmohan Singh, he says, oh, that's me, Dr. Manmohan Singh. Child born out of mother, neither your brother nor your sister. He quickly comes with that. George Bush is still not convinced. He said, how did he come up with that answer? Anyway, when he goes back to his country, Condoleezza Rice, his Secretary of State, the smartest one because she used to be a professor at Stanford University prior to this job. So he calls her, says, Condoleezza, I have a question for you and I need a good answer or a real answer. Condoleezza says, what's the question? He says, repeats the question. Child born out of your mother, neither your brother nor your sister. Who am I? Condoleezza thinks, oh, this is a problem. He says, sir, give me 2 days. He says, what will you do? He says, Colin Powell, the General Colin Powell, now Secretary of Defense, is a very intelligent man. So let me go to him. So she goes, asks the same question. Colin is really smart. So when she asks this question, he thinks and he says, oh, that's Colin Powell, that's me. She says, oh, that's it. She goes to George Bush and tells him, what's the answer? He says, oh, sir, that's Colin Powell. George Bush is very livid. He says, such a cabinet I have, you can't find a simple answer? She says, sir, what's wrong? She says, that's Dr. Manmohan Singh. Right? This all happens because when you think too hard, put too much pressure on your mind, the simple decision becomes very hard because Americans think, or George Bush thinks, the whole world's burden is on his shoulders and his answers has to be clouded by all that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Bharat Bhasker, for your insightful thoughts. जैसे आपने बताया कि आने वाले समय में जो बदलाव आने वाला है उसके साथ हमें साथ ताल मिला के चलना होगा. आपकी बातों से और रोबोट के साथ की जिस तरह से तालमेल बिठानी है, लगता है आने वाले समय में एचआर को रोबोट को कैसे रिक्रूट करना वो भी सीखना पड़ेगा. So how to recruit the robot and how to train the robots, because now they are going to be your workforce. Along with humans, they are going to be a part of your workforce. So you have to learn that also. Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful thoughts. और दोस्तों, अब वक्त है हमारे आज के चीफ गेस्ट, द चीफ ऑफ नेवल स्टाफ इंडियन नेवी, उन्हें सुनने का. उनका बहुत ही टेक्निकल टर्म्स के साथ इंट्रोडक्शन मेरे पास है, लेकिन उनके कलीग ने आके बताया कि वो जो टेक्निकल वर्ड है वो बहुत सारे लोगों की समझ में नहीं आएंगे, इसलिए उन्होंने वो चेंज करवाया और मैं उनको आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करना चाहूंगा. ही इज एल्यूमिनस ऑफ नेशनल डिफेंस एकेडमी. ही वाज commissioned into the Indian Navy on 1st January 1983. It's almost 4 decades now he is into Navy, and he has commanded Coast Guard ship C-01, INS Nishant, INS Kora, INS Ranveer and INS Virat. ये हमारे 25th यानी 25वें चीफ ऑफ नेवल स्टाफ है और ये 4th biggest navy in the world with more than 130 warship. About 1 lakh human capital of officers, sailors and defense civilians report to him directly or indirectly. इससे बड़ा एचआर क्या हो सकता है? 1 लाख लोग डायरेक्टली इनडायरेक्टली जिनको रिपोर्ट करते हैं. The flag officer has served prior to taking over the chief of the naval staff. The Admiral was the flag officer commanding in Chief Western Naval Command. The flag officer has served in the civil military operations center of UN mission in Somalia, UNISOM 2 at Mogadishu from December 1992 to January 1993. He attended the US Naval Staff course at Naval War College, Rehad Island in the 1996, the Army Higher Command Course at AWS Mao in 2004, and the Royal College of the Defence Studies London in 2009. He holds a BSc from JNU, MA International Study from King's College London, and MPhil in Defence and Strategy Studies from the Mumbai University, and PG Diploma in Shipping Management from the Narottam Morarji Institute of Shipping, Mumbai. He was awarded as a Visishta Seva Medal in 2010, Ati Visishta Seva Medal in 2016, and Param Visishta Seva Mandal in 2021. He oversaw the capital outlay of around 50,000 crore in the previous financial year of Indian Navy. And he is focusing on Atmanirbharta in the Indian Navy with the commitment to be the fully Atmanirbhar Navy by 2047. Such a visionary person, the Admiral R. Hari Kumar, the Chief of Indian Naval Staff. I request the audience कि जब इनका वक्तव्य चल रहा है आपके मोबाइल फोन्स ऑफ रखें और प्लीज हॉल के अंदर या बाहर लोग आवन जावन न करें. It's a humble request. It's a time for our chief guest.
Shri Vijay Mevawala, Vice President, SGCCI, Shri Himanshu Budawala, Professor Bharat Bhasker, Director, IIM Ahmedabad, Shri Saurabh Pathak, Shri Vikram Tandon, Shri Nirav Mandir, other members on the dais, Rear Admiral Anil Gi, Flag Officer, Gujarat Naval Area, other speakers, members of SGCCI, eminent industrialists and businessmen from the city of Surat, friends from media, officers from the Navy, many students I see here, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon to all of you. The professor spoke about AI taking away many jobs and creating new jobs. So I have been interacting with many centers of excellence in AI, including in the Navy. So wherever I get an opportunity, I tell them, I generally give them a challenge, an AI challenge. That is, please make a robo that can produce Indian cooking. And sadly, we have not progressed much. So I'm not too sure whether all these repetitive jobs can be fully taken over by AI. Because, for example, today morning I had a very traditional Gujarati breakfast offered by the SGCCI. And it will be my dream to just tell Alexa or one of the AI robots ki aaj ye bana dijiye. So it's not as easy as it looks, but definitely we need to look at technology. So let me begin by thanking SGCCI for giving me this opportunity to be part of this event and interact with business leaders, luminaries, and enterprising audience. The talks have been really enriching, and I must say, while the professor is an academic luminary, it is nice to see many practitioners here from Maruti and Adani here and give their views. And I am also a practitioner, not so much of a academician. So it's been a great opportunity to think and listen and come up with various views and ideas. So many of you may wonder why the Navy chief is attending this business conference on HR. Well, in the words of Benjamin Franklin, who I admire and I've read his autobiography many times. I find it very, very enlightening. He says, "You drive your business, or it will drive you." So therefore, it is keen that we take interest in whatever we do. And you would be surprised to know that the Navy shares a deep bond with trade. And often referred quote in this regard goes, it's in the words of Admiral Alfred Thayer Mahan, who's known as the father of maritime thought, I would say, a great naval strategist. He says that the necessity for a navy springs from the existence of peaceful shipping. Peaceful shipping means merchant ships which carry cargo, trade, and so on. And it disappears with it. That means if your country doesn't have anything to trade, or it doesn't have merchant ships, therefore, you don't require a navy at all. So, simply said, if there is thus seaborne trade, a navy is a must. And wherever the trade goes, the flag must follow. So now, having listened to Shri Tendonji, you are sure, and our Honorable Prime Minister also has stated many times, that in the next 3 to 5 years, we are likely to become the third largest economy. So what does it imply? As you become a larger and larger economy, what happens is, how does your economy grow? It's by making things and trading. You make things and you sell things. You get raw materials, you get items, and then you add value to it, and then you export as well, while there is some internal consumption. Therefore, when you talk of import and export and the volumes going up, how is that going to happen? That is going to happen through the sea. Okay, the ratio of trade of transportation, is between road, rail, and water is 1:10:100. That means for the same amount of energy, if you can transport, say, 1 kg of stuff to a place by road, then 10 kgs for the same amount of energy you can transport through the rail, and 100 kgs by sea. So that is the economy of effort that is involved in transporting items by the sea. So the spirit of exploration and pushing the envelope is also very common in both professions, that is in trade and in the Navy. And the Gujarat has been at the forefront of ocean-going exploits for millennia. This is the land of Lothal, the oldest known dry dock. This is the land of Banastamba at Somnath, accurately pointing to the South Pole for ages. The land of Dholavira and Dwarka, the flourishing maritime ports of ancient Bharat. It's also widely believed that it was a Gujarati merchantman, Kanji Malam, who guided Vasco da Gama in crossing the Arabian Sea from the African coast to Malabar using the trade winds. So while the past is testimony to the maritime connect, the present is no different. As evidenced by the modern ports that we see, Mundra, Kandla, Hazira, as well as by Alang, one of the world's largest shipbreaking yards. About 32% of the world's shipbreaking happens in Alang. So when I see Gujarat, I am reminded of the concept of a maritime virtuous cycle, a concept that espouses a symbiotic relationship between maritime trade and naval strength. It advocates quite rightly that greater the seaborne trade, greater will be the resources, greater will be your economy, greater will be the money available to build the navies, and the stronger the navy gets, better are the prospects of expanding your business overseas. That is, because the seas will be more secure, the seas will be more safe, and therefore your trade will continue unhindered and your economy will prosper. So that is a virtuous cycle. This has been a defining attribute of all maritime powers. So you just have to look back in the 15th and 16th century, the growth of European powers, Then by about 17th, 18th century, it was the UK, Pax Britannica, UK ruled the waves. And then by the 20th century, it is, you see the US, the largest navy, and it's become the world's largest economy. And now China is moving on in the same direction, the large maritime force, and you see the size of the economy of China, the second, third largest in the world. So while the world benefited from it, it is now, I am convinced that it is Bharat's turn to rise as a global force for good. And for that to happen, an export-based economy is a must, a lion's share of which, as I said, will inevitably depend upon the seas for transport. So be it the apricot farmers of Ladakh, or the weavers of Madhya Pradesh, or the diamond and textile merchants of Surat, or even the software companies of Bengaluru, whose products travel in bits and bytes through undersea cables. So even the services that we offer to the world passes through the undersea cables. It passes through the sea. Bharat's exports, therefore, will depend on the oceans one way or the other. So in order to ensure that the seas remain safe and secure, a strong navy will be essential to foster the symbiotic relationship that I just mentioned before. The author Kori Shaka, he talked of the 66, 70, 80, 90, 99% rule. Now, what does it mean? He meant that 66% of the resources come from in and around the seas. 70% of the ocean of the world is oceans or water, just like the 70% of the human body is water. 80% of the people live in the vicinity of the seas or the coast. 90% of the trade goes through the sea, and 99% of the internet traffic goes through undersea cables. So that is the significance of this equation that he talked of, 66, 70, 80, 90, 99% rule. So as a befitting proponent of this outlook, we'll be commissioning the state-of-the-art destroyer bearing the name of the city, Indian naval ship Surat, next year. We unveiled the crest yesterday at a magnificent function attended by the Honorable Chief Minister. And this ship will be the... So this ship will be the proud flag bearer of Bharat's growing military might and ascendancy in the world order, shining just as bright as diamonds of this city. So looking at the state of world affairs today, it could well be described by a solitary word, disrupted. How? In just the last 3 years, we witnessed the outbreak of COVID, leading to disruption of global supply chains, which we had taken it for granted. And as the pandemic slowly came under control, the Russia-Ukraine conflict broke out, which in turn triggered a global food, fuel, and fertilizer shortage. And we just have to look around today. What do we see? We see conflict in Syria, in Lebanon, in Libya, in Iraq, in Yemen, in Sudan, in Somalia, in Armenia, in Azerbaijan, and many more. The ongoing tussle between Israel and Hamas in the Middle East has also further added to these shocks. So while all this was going on, we are also witnessing the rise of powerful corporate firms and their increasing role in geopolitical affairs. The free offering of Starlink services in the European conflict is one such example. So you are well aware of and are affected by the rapid pace and ubiquitous proliferation of technology, especially big data and AI, which has been covered earlier by the earlier speakers, and leading to tectonic shifts in businesses and employment models, such as work from home, doorstep delivery. In fact, I read that a robo has been incorporated into the board of directors of a South Korean firm as early as 2016. At the backdrop of all this, there is also the great power competition between USA and China across geographies, spheres, and sectors, which looks like a long drawn one. And so are the far reaching effects of climate change. So while external issues fester, internally, Bharat continues to face a number of challenges. Our land borders remain tense, with no signs of abating anytime soon. Pakistan, despite its economic difficulties and political volatility, continues to modernize its military. China, on the other hand, is relentless in its pursuit of its expansionist designs, including in the Indian Ocean. So terrorism, insurgency, though under control, do pop up their ugly head from time to time. There are also nefarious designs at play that are trying to undermine our rightful rights, including through manufacturing fissures within our society. Therefore, as I see it, we are transiting a contested present leading into an uncertain future. And that begs a very pertinent question to all of us who are in leadership roles, be it in business or otherwise. How do we navigate this paradigm? Where could we find answers? Where do we take inspiration from? Yogi Berra's words that the future ain't what it used to be. And if you have read Dr. Karl Raimund Popper, he said, to predict historical events, you need to predict technological innovation, which itself is fundamentally unpredictable. So therefore, political and economic tail events are unpredictable and their probabilities are not scientifically measurable. So what do? I'd remind you of Warren Buffett's words, where he said that he invests in businesses which are so wonderful that an idiot can run them, because eventually one will. So we should strive to make critical systems idiot-proof by design. And therefore, the answer or the leadership mantra, I would say, is right here in Bharat. All we need to do is to take a close look at our COVID response. You would recall that there were many naysayers and doomsday predictions for Bharat when COVID struck. They said economy will evaporate, people will perish, there will be widespread unrest and whatnot. But look at us today. We have risen as a confident nation that is ushering in the Amrit Kal. How did that happen? The collective resolve and resilience of 1.4 billion Bharatiya, guided by the astute leadership, converted this COVID disruption into an opportunity. So not only did we contain the pandemic, but in the process, we developed an indigenous vaccine, strengthened our digital public infrastructure, ensured assured delivery of rations and other public goods to the deserving and the needy, promoted Atmanirbharta to be a credible and reliable alternative to the global supply chain. We, in fact, emerged as the global bright spot amidst worldwide economic downturn, undertook deft diplomacy to be acknowledged as a Vishwa Mitra who can build consensus, including at the apparently fragmented G20 recently. We landed on the moon and even crossed 100 medal mark at the Asian Games. So in a nutshell, we embraced disruption positively through a mindset and approach to work that challenges the status quo and encourages innovation, creativity, and growth. So therefore, in order to address the topic given to me, I'm going to take a cue from our Honorable Prime Minister's mantra of 4D. In his view, Bharat's strength lies in the combination of demography, democracy, decisiveness, and demand. So if I may, I'm tempted to add a fifth one, disruption, because I believe that it offers us a once-in-a-generation opportunity to catapult our nation into a developed one. That window of opportunity, which Shri Tandonji was also talking. So being in the same boat as many leaders here, instead of giving a sermon to a learned audience, I will be sharing what we as a Navy are doing to navigate these interesting times using the moniker of 5 Ds. So I will begin with the first D, demography. It has been brought out that we are home to the world's largest population, and more importantly, endowed with a youthful demography in the coming decades. So Bharat stands at a critical juncture where the youth aged 15 to 29 constitute a substantial 27% of the population and wield immense influence in shaping the country's destiny. Not only that, this is going to continue for the next 50 years or so, till at least 2070. We are going to remain the youngest country in terms of the median age. It is going to be around 29 to 31. So accordingly, we saw an opportunity in the Navy to tap into this abundant pool of vibrant and exuberant youth to make our force younger, nimbler, and more effective. So we adopted the path-breaking Agnipath scheme in 2022, and the results have been excellent till now. I'm confident that the Agniveers will form a credible pool of skilled and patriotic workforce that will contribute to nation building on completion of their service. A good percentage of them will be beneficial for the Indian businesses who have the opportunity to employ them. So our strategy is to attract youth, both men and women, from every corner of the country, upskill them when in service, certify their abilities through national educational institutions, inculcate a spirit of nationalism, and ensure that they rejoin the civil sector as invaluable assets. So with this view, and in order to percolate such a workforce across the length and breadth of the country, the Navy aims to induct soldiers from every block in our country, every block in every district. So as of date, we have Agniveers from 647 out of 765 districts of our country. We have Agniveers from 2,761 blocks out of 7,245 blocks of the country. We have in the aspirational districts, 112 aspirational districts, we have Agniveers from 64 of them. From the coastal districts, out of 66 coastal districts, we have 59 districts having representation in the Agniveers in the Navy. In fact, there are only 3 districts of Gujarat which do not have any representation among the Agniveers, essentially Kutch, Porbandar, and Gir Somnath. The rest we have from all the other districts of Gujarat. And we hope to make this good in the next year or so. So what are the tangibles that you gain from military service? Physical fitness, personality development, technical knowledge, skill development, organization and administrative skills, certification, educational credits under the new education policy, job opportunities, and so on. But more importantly, what are the intangibles? The intangibles that you get are leadership ability, discipline, motivation, patriotism, punctuality, self-confidence, teamwork, camaraderie, dignity of labor, risk-taking ability, fortitude, courage, and so on. So, at the same time, with the changing societal norms and an impetus to Nari Shakti by the government, we decided to induct women with a policy of all roles, all ranks, with combat roles not being excluded. I mean, they'll participate in all the roles and ranks, including combat roles. This was no easy decision because this has been debated time and again, and we've been having only, we never had any women in the ranks at all, in the below officer rank. And even in the officer cadre, we had women only in specific areas like logistics and education and so on. But we took a decision, and since the last year, all branches have been opened for the officers as well as the sailors. We are therefore evolving as a gender-neutral force where competence and commitment will be the twin criteria for selection, promotion, and appointment of a personnel. So come 2047, well, we may have a woman chief standing here and speaking to you. So we have inducted in just 1 year, in 2 batches, we have inducted over 750 women Agniveers. It's a large number. So we have been leading this amongst the 3 services. So all in all, we have detailed plans in place to ensure that as a force, we are able to maximize the rich demographic dividend that Bharat offers. And in fact, on any given warship, you will find personnel from every cross-section of our society, from every region and state of our country, all gelled into one strong team by the training and the ethos, who are ready to stake their lives for each other and for our sacred Tiranga. So what could be a more fitting example than this of Ek Bharat, Shresth Bharat? So all of this stems from one of our core leadership ethos, that is, invest in your personnel, invest in your soldiers, invest in your sailors, in their training, in their motivation. Because it is people who win wars, not platforms. The words of General Patton, who said, if you want to do well as a military leader, read history, and read history objectively, because weapons change, but the people who man them change not at all. That human being behind the weapon, he is the same. So read history, understand what are the motivations, what are the aspirations, what are the challenges among the human being. Understand the human being. That is what will help you. So if I were to extrapolate this to the corporate world, I think it is people who determine profits and performance, not merely the products. Richard D. Haas, the CEO of Levi Strauss, he made a very profound statement, which I came across. In his words, I quote, "The main difference between corporations of the future and their present day counterpart will not be the products that they make or the equipment that they use, but who will be working, why they will work, how they will work, and what work will mean to them," unquote. So this is something that, in the, not just in the military, but in the corporate world also, you need to be aware of, that the workforce is changing, the aspirations are changing, and we need to understand that and change our approach. I will now discuss how the imbuing democracy is helping us tide over challenges. So many of you would have seen the English movie Crimson Tide and recall the famous dialogue in which the commanding officer of the US nuclear submarine says, "We are here to preserve democracy, not to practice it." So, but that said, Bharatiya Nausena is indeed transforming. We have taken a number of measures to build an environment of psychological safety in the organization, so that views and voices of the deserving, of the personnel in the unit do not get muzzled out or get modulated. And I see that in many of them, many of the industries here. For example, in the SRK enterprises, I was yesterday attending a function with them, a grand function with all employees, over 6,000 employees, with their families, children, amounting of almost 17,000 personnel in one location enjoying a meal and a cultural evening together. Just speaks of the bond between the personal work for an organization and the organization itself. Now, here I want to tell you about this 4F theory of affiliation to an organization. This was posited by George E. Reed in his book Tarnished, where he says that the 4Fs, that is funds, fun, fellowship, and feeling. Okay, funds is largely related to the organization, but all the other three, that is making it a fun place, bringing in fellowship, and bringing in the sense of feeling, these are all very well within the roles of the leaders at every level. So this idea of sabka saath, sabka vikas, sabka prayas, a collective effort of sorts. So with that spirit, in the Navy, we have introduced a new post called the Navy Master Chief Petty Officer. He or she is amongst the senior-most sailors in the Navy, reporting directly to the Navy Chief. And he has his ears to the ground and acts as a vital communication link between the Chief of Naval Staff and the sailors. In fact, it was brought out by the previous speakers about the importance of communication. And sadly, I tend to agree that it is a big challenge. I always thought that in armed forces, you give an order and it reaches down to the last person and gets executed. But far from the truth. There are many, many orders, many, many instructions, many, many policies which are promulgated. But then I go down to the field and ask the people, either they're blissfully unaware or they're not even heard of it. So to counter this, I took out a policy, because in the military there are many classifications: restricted, confidential, secret, like that. So I said I took out a policy to say that matters which are of general interest, we should classify it for public transmission. That means you can send it on WhatsApp or whatever means to everyone. It should reach out to everybody. So after this policy was issued, after about a year, I asked, I had issued a policy on this. So the policy itself had not been seen by anybody. So that speaks of how difficult it is, how difficult communication is in any organization, including the military. So we are striving now to find various channels by which we can, reach out. And similarly, we have leveraged our Navy-wide intranet through what we call the CNS discussion forum. So it is a web-based portal which allows any serving member to share ideas to improve the organization. And I personally monitor these suggestions and have a team to ensure that every post hosted on the forum is taken to a logical conclusion at the Naval Headquarters. The right to close that post is only with the Chief. And that is the kind of attention we are giving from within the service. And just to tell you, last year, in September, we had changed our ensign. And the design of the ensign came from one of the junior-most sailors in the Navy. And it came through this CNS discussion forum. So since I feel that no issue is small, rather I feel it is these small things which, when addressed, bring about seminal changes. Like, for example, improving safety. And one of the important aspects of ensuring safety in an organization is communication. That means you need to listen to the worker on ground, because he knows what is the problem he is facing and he will tell you. But very often it never reaches the top management or the suitable position in the higher management. So you may recall that in his first Independence Day address, our Honorable Prime Minister spoke of hygiene, toilets, and housing for all. Many critics considered these to be too trivial to be spoken of on such an occasion. But look at the broad-based change or revolution of sorts that the PM Awas Yojana and the Swachh Bharat mission has brought out across the length and breadth of our country. So taking inspiration from this, we in the Navy have adopted a mission mode approach to address the long pending issue of insufficient housing for our personnel through something we called it a key on arrival. That means you come up, when you proceed to a station on transfer, as you arrive there, you should be given the chavi to shelter. So to put in a context, our sailors are often deployed for months together away from the base port to far reaches of the oceans, and hence their families need to be looked after, they need to be given a shelter. And this is an initiative which I have been pursuing and just started, giving dividends. I'm reminded of General Colin Powell's words, where he said, leadership is about solving problems. The day your people stop coming to you with their problems is the day you have stopped leading them. Either they have lost confidence that you can help them, or they have concluded that you do not care. Either way, it's a failure of leadership. So, as a leader, in every organization, whether it's business or military or government or any, it is mandatory for us to ensure that we participate in solving the problems of a personnel. So there is a key defense leadership lesson to be relearned here. We believe that if you are to understand the pulse of your team, you need to, and to lead by example, then even if you merely propose an idea, the team will rally to make it work. For example, the Prime Minister proposed 10 pledges during the Ration Dashara this year, encompassing subtle changes which can have profound impact for our country, be it cleanliness, vocal for local, making quality products, adopting millets, fitness, among many other things. As individuals and as a force, they do resonate with all of us, and I'm sure, like the Navy, many of you would have started working towards them. That is the power of a vibrant democracy like ours, where people drive change with an enabling leader as the guide. Also, we need to remember that in a democracy, there's always a challenge of a strategic corporal. This concept was enunciated by General Charles Krulak, where he says that the junior-most person in an organization, his behavior can have impact at the strategic level. So there's something you could think about, and we need to be aware of it, because any act or anything, any omission by someone at the lowest level can get catapulted to the highest levels and have an impact. So this, especially with this age of social media and so on. So another initiative towards democratization is promoting decentralized control and empowerment across the strata of leadership. I see that in this hyperconnected world, one is always under scrutiny, and there is a tendency to push decisions up. And as those on top have started micromanaging. In fact, in the Navy, we say, do not use a 2,000-mile screwdriver. Why do we say that? Because we deploy ships. Ships are deployed. Like, for example, you have, I'm sitting in naval headquarters in Delhi. Our ships are deployed currently there's a ship deployed in the Gulf of Guinea on the west coast of Africa. Now, should I take decisions on behalf of him? It will be like using a 2,000-mile screwdriver to make sure that, you do this, you do that. So rather, we give autonomy to that commanding officer on ground to decide what he's supposed to do. So I have had the privilege of commanding 5 ships. So every time I sat in the captain's chair in the bridge of the ship, and when any order came to maneuver, I always had the answer in my mind because of my experience. The urge to act or give an order would take over. But I always used to make it a habit to count to 10 so as to allow the officer of the watch, who was substantially junior in service, to act on his own. And nearly 9 times out of 10, he would act exactly the way I had probably thought of. So you need to get your subordinates to fill in your shoes and make yourself replaceable. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is one leadership advice that I'm taking the liberty to sermon you with. As was brought out by the earlier speakers also, in a good company, it is said that it is the job of the leadership to at least groom 3 subordinates for each post. Okay? And It is not easy to groom a good leader. As John P. Cotter says, it takes 10 to 20 years to train and make a good leader. So moving on to the third D, decisiveness. This is perhaps one trait that we in the armed forces value the most, just like the Adani group. In the Navy, we have a practice of calling on our senior commanders or immediate bosses, as you say in the corporate world. And inevitably, the first advice given in this interaction is take decisions, because almost any decision is better than no decision at all. Although some people do say that no decision itself is a decision, but I don't agree with it. And when we are dealing with lives, when we are living with platforms, when we are dealing with national security issues, it's important that decisions are taken in time. So we vouch for decisiveness and ingrain it among our leaders from an early stage in their career. Here I would like to also share an advice by one of our revered earlier chiefs, the late Admiral Pereira. He said, whenever you have to exercise authority and give an order, ask yourself 3 questions. Is it absolutely necessary to give the order? Is it fair and reasonable? And would I accept it under the current circumstances? So if all the answer to all the 3 questions is yes, then go ahead, else you must think it again. So as far as taking decision goes, it was again brought out that taking decisions under conditions of uncertainty or limited knowledge is the highest of human professions, of human requirements. It is something that we all need to aspire for. You would have heard the Donald Rumsfeld say that about the known unknowns and the unknown unknowns. The known unknowns are those for which we can train. We can train and prepare for it so that we can solve it when it happens. Unknown unknowns, there is no solution. So therefore, what do we need to do? We need to educate, we need to learn, which is again brought out by the earlier speakers. So while we have to be a learning organization, we should facilitate learning. We should also remember that there will be failures, and there is a human tendency to fear failure. Psychologists have proved that you fear a failure 1.5 times more than a gain. That means if you are getting 200 rupees profit and you are getting 50 rupees loss, that 50 rupees loss is considered more bad by you as a human being than this 200 rupees of gain. So you get affected by it. So how are we putting this quality to use in these times of profound change? We have used this inherent trait to overcome gulami ki mansikta se mukti. One of the punch prints that the Honorable Prime Minister spelled out on the 75th Independence Day. We are letting go of traditions and customs of very old customs which have actually lost relevance. We have been mindlessly using many things. And letting go of such traditions and customs is never easy. I mean, it's not just in the Navy I'm talking of. You look at various government organizations, industry, various places. You keep doing the same thing again and again without remembering what is the purpose behind it. Has the purpose changed? In the words of renowned military strategist Captain B.H. Littleheart, he said that the only thing harder than getting a new idea into a military mind is to get an old one out. Okay, so that means he correctly pointed out that we all are, reluctant to part with an old idea for a new one. So therefore, we need to be aware of this, and regardless of the probable ruffling among the few, we have taken many bold decisions to abide by this important front. So we got rid of the old naval ensign, which was long pending for over 70 years, with people dilly-dallying and not taking a decision as to change it. And the new, it had the St. George's Cross inherited from the Royal Navy, a colonial hangover. And the new design is inspired by Shri, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's Rajmudra, the wise old adage, Jalameva yasya, balameva tasya. That is, one who controls the sea is all powerful. And this will underpin all our actions in the future. So what I wish to bring out is that this one decision got us going in shedding colonial vestiges and take pride in our own roots. Likewise, we have got rid of a number of practices, terminologies, and procedures with colonial linkages. For example, like the Sengol being kept in the parliament, we have decided that the baton, you would have seen a baton being carried by many people, many military, many police, and many dignitaries like that. So we have decided that our commanders will not carry a baton to depict authority anymore. The baton will only stay in the office for ceremonial purposes, and the commanders must only carry the mantle and leave the baton on the desk. Because in this modern age, we feel that there is no room for this baton. Thus, as a tool to break free from the shackles of the past, we are using decisiveness as a pivotal attribute with renewed vigor. This decision to induct women across all roles or ranks was also a long pending one, and which we decided to go ahead with. Moving on to the fourth dimension, that is the demand, which is a term that is so very central to business or enterprise. And as a Navy, we catalyze two distinct vectors of demand, one as a fighting force and the second one as a community. Primarily, we spur the defense industry, and with a clear directive from our national leadership for Atmanirbharta, the Navy stands poised to pivot to self-reliance in its entirety. We have made an unequivocal commitment to make Bharatiya Nausena a fully Atmanirbhar force by 2047. That means all our ships, submarines, aircraft, marine commando, equipment, weapons, sensors, propulsion machinery, everything will be made in India. So all our this will all be indigenous. So we are cognizant of the fact that self-sufficiency is not a mere economic necessity, but it is equally a strategic imperative. External dependency could turn it into weakness in times of a crisis. So I think all of us have a critical role to play so that every nut and bolt that we need is made in Bharat, made by Bharat, and wherever appropriate, made for the world. We must remember that the global military industrial complex is worth trillions of dollars, and our share is still very small. You would know that in around the 1700s, our share of the GDP was 27%, and at the time of independence, we had come down to 3%. So it is, I think, the right time for us to claim back our share of the world's GDP. And there is an opportunity for the taking, as there are very few countries like ours with a very large labor force, a developing defense industry, MSMEs, startups, unicorns, and a non-adversarial relationship with many countries in the world. So our Honorable Raksha Mantri, Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, in fact, identifies defense sector as a major demand creator, bolstering India's economy. So Bharatiya Nausena has a proud track record in this regard. You take shipbuilding, for instance. Our contribution to the strategic sector was highlighted in the Economic Survey report of this year, 2022-23, last year. It states that for every rupee spent on shipbuilding, it triggers a circulation of 1.82 rupees. Therefore, the Navy's current order book of 1.5 lakh crores will result in circulation of almost 2.73 lakh crores in the shipbuilding sector as a whole. So additionally, for every person employed in the shipyard, it is estimated that nearly 6.4 personnel get employment in the ancillary industries, that is MSMEs and all. So to give an example, in the case of INS Vikrant alone, we engaged nearly 500 MSMEs, 12,000 employees in the ancillary industries, and 2,000 employees in Cochin Shipyard. And apart from this obvious vector, we as a naval community are also a captive market for the enterprising to tap into. The economies of scale that we offer has been used by companies like CultFit and Uber thus far, and the doors are open for those who are willing. And alternately, there is also an opportunity of budgeting corporate social responsibility funds to meet our requirements. So it's a win-win for the two sides, as there is a guarantee that the money spent will be put to good use for the national cause. And now I'll dwell upon the last D, which is disruption. Following the national approach, the Navy has been embracing it. And for that, I think there is a need to identify and invest in mavericks. That is, people who offer a completely different perspective. Those of you who remember the words of George Bernard Shaw, he said, "The reasonable man adapts himself to the world, while the unreasonable one persists in adapting the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man." And we are in search of such people, such unreasonable people or mavericks. So we believe that it is the mavericks who ruffle feathers and initiate change, while the rest take it to a logical conclusion through the processes and policies. So here I also recall the words of Shri Ratan Tata. In 2015, while speaking at a business conference, he said that, I quote, he grew up in an environment where if you had an idea, the boss or the manager will tell you that you need to gain experience before you open your mouth, sending you back to the shop floor, unquote. So he went on to say that today it's much different. If one has an idea and is able to convince the investors, one could get his or her own boardroom. Bharat's incredible startup story that is producing unicorn after unicorn reflects this reality. Mavericks are really making their own way in India. Therefore, even in a hierarchical organization like the armed forces, like the Navy, where experience outweighs everything else, we are finding ways and means to encourage out-of-the-box thinking. And in furtherance of one of the pledges that the Prime Minister proposed on Dussehra this year, that of promoting digital technologies, one of the mavericks in the Navy came up with an ingenious solution. It is called the SBI NAV e-cash card, which can be interchangeably used for transactions with or without network connection. This has significant utility on board our ships, which when at sea, go off the network. So benefits of this technology can now be extended to those staying in remote areas across our country. One idea leading to many possibilities, and that is the impact of mavericks. You should also remember that most of the inventions and innovations that happened in the 18th and 19th century were not by scientists. It was largely by hobbyists, priests, people in their own professions who were always trying to find solutions to challenges. And many times, many of these discoveries happened by chance, by serendipity. For example, chemotherapy. How did chemotherapy get, discovered? There was a ship in the Second World War which was carrying mustard gas, and it was off the coast of Italy, and it had on board a number of soldiers who had cancers, the type of blood cancers. And this ship got bombed, and the gas got released, the mustard gas got released, and miraculously, many of these patients got cured. So that is how chemotherapy was originated. Similarly, speaking of HR management as a whole, we have also in the Navy initiated something called a 360-degree appraisal system or a 360-degree feedback system in a confidential report. Simply said, in contrast to the existing linear reporting format in which only the bosses can comment, that is, when you see an appraisal report, it only tells you what a subordinate has achieved. It doesn't tell you how he has achieved it. Has he been a good leader? Has he been a good team person? Has he abused his subordinates? How did he get the work done? So therefore, we have introduced this 360-degree feedback. The aim is to eliminate toxic leadership. And we also introduced something called a reverse war and peer assessment. That is a simple thing that we ask whenever a confidential report is initiated. The person on whom the report is being initiated will just also comment whether he would like to serve with his boss in conditions of war, or also how does he rate him amongst his peers. Is he brilliant? Is he average, above average? What is it? And this feedback comes back to the HR system, and we are able to assess as to what is the actual worth of that person. So this bottom-up view, I feel, is equally important just as a top-down one. And as I said, the armed forces is also in business, but it's in the business of war. Our job is the application of force under an unlimited liability. And this unlimited liability is what keeps our profession completely different from all other professions in the world. That means unlimited liability means we are liable to serve with the requirement to even sacrifice our life when required. So war worthiness as a leader and as a soldier, therefore, is overwhelmingly critical criteria for promotions and selections for command roles. Every contact with the enemy has reiterated the need for skillful and dominant leadership. So this also makes the services very pyramidal. That leads to career stagnation at many levels. And to convert this perennial opportunity sapping stagnation into productivity improving disruptions, we are now offering such professional enhancement courses. They may not rise up in service, but they become subject matter experts. They have lateral expansion opportunities. Similarly, we are now employing them in billets like diplomatic assignments and so on. While they may not be able to rise in the service, in the career progression upwards, the lateral mobility is what is being progressed. And when it comes to technology adoption, our idea is now to pole vault, not just leapfrog. We want to lead the curve. So we set our own standards and norms and not just follow the world. So towards us, we call something called the Sprint Initiative, where we work alongside the MSMEs, startups, academia, and students to pitch our requirements to them, handhold R&D and prototype development through funding. As I said, last year, in the presence of Honorable Prime Minister, we had launched 75 challenges of technologies and products for the Navy, to which we got about 1,100 plus responses from the industry. We analyzed all of them and declared 118 winners, and we have concluded over 100 technological development agreements between IDEX and industry. And many products have already got introduced, orders have been placed, and so on. So all these include a number of global firsts, game changers, and force multipliers. So the Navy's aim is to go beyond linear growth and linear thinking and adopt compounding. Actually, this is the age of exponential thought. Human beings historically have been linear in their thought process, right from Stone Age onwards. But today, we are living in an age where we need to think exponentially. So one technology leading to multiple offshoots, each in turn producing numerous products and so on. And I would say that the Navy as a service had a dream start. And we are also looking at manned, unmanned teaming. Like the professor had said, we have to work along with the technology. So while you may have unmanned system, there will also be manned systems, and manned unmanned teaming is what the way ahead. So overall, the idea is to inculcate the spirit of challenging status quo in the organization and make it a habit. When that happens, disruptions will not be an impediment, but rather an opportunity to be made the most of. And when you talk of disruptions, I'll quote the example of the smartphone. A smartphone is indeed a disruption. And I, for one, for the last 30 years, I never carried a smartphone to work. I do use a smartphone, but only when I come back home and when there's a little time. So I would also encourage you that most of the time you get distracted if you have a smartphone on your table. So please try and encourage this habit of restricting your screen time on the smartphone. So what is the type of people that we are looking at? One thing that I would say is that we need to have people with positive attitude in the Navy or any organization that has to do well. I'm reminded of an anecdote. It is there in the internet. Many of you may have read it or you could read it. It is called Letter to Garcia. It is written by a person called Elbert Hubbard. In 1899, the US and Spain were at war over Cuba. And the President McKinley, he wanted to send a message to enlist the support of a rebel called Garcia, who was in Cuba, to fight against Spain, who was occupying Cuba that time. But 1899, there is no WhatsApp, there is no email, there is no SATCOM, no communication. So he asked his advisors, what should I do? How do I send this message? So he was told, sir, if there's one person who will do this job, there is a guy called Lieutenant Andrew Summers Rowan in the US Navy, please call him. So he was called and told that you have to deliver this. So he came, he took the message which was given, he put it in an oilskin, strapped it around his chest, and he walked off. He saluted the president and walked off. He went, he took a boat, crossed over to the island of Cuba, landed there, walked through the beaches, through the forest, through the swamps, and then he delivered the message and came back and reported completion. So what is the message? What is the message of the story? The message, moral of the story is that here is a person who didn't take that letter and vanished. We find many people like that who will, moment you give a job, he says, कि मेरे को क्यों दिया, उसको क्यों नहीं दिया आपने, मेरे को क्या मिलेगा if I do this? So there will be 100 questions that are people ask. So the idea is that we need people with a positive attitude who, when is given a job, he goes ahead and does it and gives a completion report that the work is done. So that is the type of people who will always, the industry is in search of, the armed forces in search of, the government in search of, every country is in search of. Okay. So to sum up, I would say that the Navy seeks to capitalize on Bharat's strength, encapsulated by the 4 Ds: demography, democracy, decisiveness, demand, to embrace disruption. So we are at the doorstep of once in a generation window of opportunity, as I said, to transform Bharat, and we as leaders must contribute in this Kartavya Kal as it unfolds. And I would leave you with a slightly modified quote from William Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, where he said, there is a tide in the affairs of men, or I would say nations, which when taken at the flood, it leads to fortune. Omitted, all the voyages of their life is bound in shallows and miseries. On such a full sea are we now afloat as a nation, and we must take this current when it serves, or we must lose our ventures. Thank you. Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir. दुनिया की चौथी सबसे बड़ी नेवी के लीडर होने के नाते आपने जो भी चीजें हमें बताई, शायद बहुत सारी चीजें यहाँ बैठे हुए लोगों के लिए नई होगी, क्योंकि नेवी को अंदर से कोई नहीं जानता है। आज आपने जिस तरह से आपका रिक्रूटमेंट होता है, जिस तरह से आप लोगों को संभालते हैं, और खास करके जो आपने फिगर्स दिए कि हर लोकेशन से आपके यहाँ पे जो लोग मौजूद है, तो दैट वाज रियली अमेजिंग टू नो दैट, क्योंकि शायद यहाँ पे बैठी हुई एचआर फैटर्निटी ये नहीं जानती कि उनके बंदे कौन कौन से लोकेशन से कहाँ से आ रहे हैं। तो ये इतना प्रिसाइजली डेटा, जबकि 1 लाख की बड़ी फोर्स आपके अंदर काम कर रही है, तब ये डेटा मैनेज करना, दैट इज रियली अमेजिंग. एंड थैंक यू फॉर शेयरिंग दैट 5D, now not 4D, 5D and 4F concept with all of us. Thank you very much, sir. दोस्तों प्रोग्राम अभी चालू है, पीछे कुछ लोग खड़े हो गए, प्लीज वेट. First session is almost on a verge of ending, and for a formal vote of thanks, I would like to invite Shri Himanshu Bodawala, immediate past president of SGCCI. And before he start his vote of thanks, I would like to share immediate after this, within 3 minutes, we are going to start second session, which is of panel discussion, and immediately we will start. So please don't leave this hall so that you can have lunch on time. Otherwise, you will take little bit late lunch. Instead of that, we will serve on time around 2:30, inclusive of all panel discussion. So remain in the hall itself.
Thank you. Today's chief guest and keynote speaker of the day, Chief of the Naval Staff, Indian Navy, Admiral Shri R. Kumarji, Vice President of SGCCI, Shri Vijay Mewala, distinguished guests on the dais, off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it's a proud moment for Surat for unveiling the INS Surat warship crest, and let's have a round of applause for that. Sir, our Surat is famous for textile and diamond, and we can now take the proud of the unveiling of the warship Surat. Thank you, sir. Sir, thank you very much for your very gracious and very informative speech on the leadership lesson from defense strategies in the era of business disruption. Thank you very much, sir. Hari Kumarji. I am also thankful to today's guest of honor, distinguished guest Professor Bharat Bhasker ji, Director, Indian Institute of Management-Ahmedabad, for giving his speech of reassessing business strategies for HR metamorphosis. Thank you, sir, very much for your elaborate speech. I am also thankful to the speaker, Sri Group CHRO, Adani Group, Sri Vikram Tandanji, for their speech on future of people analytics is not about HR. It is all about the business. Thank you very much, sir, Vikramji. I am also thankful to Vice President People's Operation, Maruti Suzuki, India, Sri Saurabh Pathakji, for your elaborated speech on retaining and upskilling workforce amidst technology information. Thank you very much, sir. So first, let's have a round of applause for all these eminent speakers. Thank you very much, sir. I am also thankful to all the esteemed panelists, Founder and MD Goldi Solar Captain Ishwarbhai Dolokiaji, Director Such Electromech Dr. Sandeep Jaiswal, Senior Manager HR Reliance Industries Hazira Campus Dr. Rajiv Shah, Joint GM HR Larsen and Tobro Limited Defense Sri Santosh Raiji, Provost PP Savan University Dr. Parag Sanghani, who will be giving their representing their paper after this inaugural session. I am also thankful to the moderator of today's panel discussion, leadership coach and incubator, Sri Himanshu Bhattji. A big thank to Group Chairman SGCCI, Sri Munal Suklaji, Chairman HR and Training Committee SGCCI, and today's speaker, Sri Dr. Nirav Mandirji, all the co-chairmen of HR Committee, Sri Anand Mehta, Sri Hemant Patel, and Sri K.D. Panchalji, because of whom the 7th HR Conclave is possible. So thanks to all the team. I am also thankful to today's MOC, Sri Chirag Desai, Sri Vishal Saji. Of course, the supporters, without whose support this had not been possible. Thanks to all the supporters, Sri Ramkrishna Export Private Limited, Sri PP Savani University, Larsen and Tubro Limited Defense, RM Institute Consultech Private Limited, Relon Softtech Limited. I am thankful to all the past presidents who are always there with us and who are always the backbone of such a grand program. Thanks to the past president. Thanks to all the entrepreneurs present here, delegates present here. Thanks to all the group chairmen, SGCCI members. Of course, press and media. They are always with all the programs of SGCCI. So thanks to all the press and media of Surat. Last but not the least, the staff of the chamber who are always working 24/7 with us And let me tell you, every year Chamber is almost organizing 250 plus programs. So thanks all the staff and thanks all present here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I invite all the dignitaries now. You can join in our first row. And immediately we will start a panel discussion. And in between they come to the floor. All please remain in the hall itself.
Please be seated. We are starting our panel discussion, first panel discussion, and happy to announce today's moderator. He's a corporate trainer and a business process consultant since 25 plus years. Founder of Intellectual Provision, which has served more than 250 corporate clients. He is excellent moderator and anchor. He has authored 3 books. He is committee member of Traffic Education Trust, Surat Police. As a pioneer trainer, he has delivered 2,000 plus workshops. He makes his mark by wonderful oratory art. He has moderated many panel discussions. Honor to welcome today's first panel discussion moderator, Shri Mrunal Vyomesh Shukla.
Thank you very much, Vishal Bhai. May I request all of you to take your seat, please, so that we can start our first panel discussion immediately. We are running short of time. Lunch cannot be served in time if we cannot cooperate. I request all of you to take your place so that we can begin our first panel discussion.
Please take a seat. We are starting the panel discussion. Over to you, Mrunal Bhai.
आप सबको मैं वंस अगेन गुजारिश करना चाहूंगा कि आप अब अपनी रिस्पेक्टिव चेयर पे आ जाइए जरा जल्दी से हम ये काम करेंगे। आप सबसे गुजारिश है कि आप अपनी चेयर पे आ जाइए प्लीज। आई रिक्वेस्ट every individual, every dignitaries to occupy your chair immediately, please. We have learned today not to waste a single second. હવે કોઈ બહાર જશે નહીં, બહારવાળાને અંદર લઈ આવશે. Please occupy your chair fast. Good afternoon, everybody. It was a wonderful flow of a knowledge, ocean of a knowledge for nearly 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Before I begin my panel discussion as a moderator, I have been always a good student. मैं हिंदी में बात करूंगा, गुजराती में बात करूंगा, बेलपुरी इंग्लिश में भी थोड़ा बनाऊंगा, मेरी मर्यादा को ध्यान में रखते हुए। सबसे पहले तो मैं जो भी बात करूंगा एचआर से रिलेटेड ही बात करूंगा। आप सबको मुझे ये याद दिलवाना है कि हम यहाँ पे 2 पैनल डिस्कशन 40-40 मिनट का कर रहे हैं। इनमें से जो पहला पैनल डिस्कशन है वो एंटरप्रेन्योर रिलेशनशिप टू एम्प्लॉइज से रिलेटेड है, जिसमें हमने इनवाइट किए हैं हमारे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स। और दूसरा जो पैनल डिस्कशन है जो मेरे वडील भीष्म पितामह जी हिमांशु भाई जिसको मॉडरेट करेंगे, वो एचआर फ्रेटर्निटी से जो रिलेटेड प्रोफेशनल्स हैं, कॉर्पोरेट से हैं, उनसे वो बातें करेंगे। तो ये एक डिफरेंस ये दोनों में रहेगा। I do not know am I a good speaker or not, but one thing I know that I learn from everything. I like to learn. I'm trying to become a good student. यहाँ से भी कितनी सारी बातें सीखने को मिली है। और अभी जो समय जा रहा है 2 बजने में 1 घंटा और 15 मिनट बाकी है, फिर अपना लक आजमाएंगे अफगानिस्तान और ऑस्ट्रेलिया। आई एम वेरी मच इन्फ्लुएंस्ड बाय क्रिकेट। मैं थोड़ी बातें मैं जो सीखा हूं या सीख रहा हूं खास करके ये वर्ल्ड कप से, उसके बारे में मैं कुछ बातें बताना चाहूंगा। मैंने 5 लेसन सीखे हैं ये वर्ल्ड कप से। हेलो, आर यू विथ मी? क्लैप फॉर योरसेल्फ so that I can also understand that you are with me. Good one, good one, good one. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Number 1, lesson number 1, I learned from Mr. Mohammad Sami. Every example will be related to HR, I tell you. Mohammad Sami, why? Always be prepared. You can get a chance. Dugout માં બેસી રહેવું પણ તત્પર રહેવું કે રમવાનો મોકો મળે. દરેક એમ્પ્લોયી એન્ટરપ્રેન્યોર માટેનો મેસેજ મોહમ્મદ સામી. અને મોકો મળે એટલે એક પણ બોલ ગુમાવવાનો નહીં, પહેલા જ બોલે વિકેટ લેવાની. Be a great opportunist. Lesson number 2, never look back. Celebrate your occasion in a grand way. You are 35 today. You want to equal with a legendary, the great master blaster Sachin Tendulkar. What can be a better day than today? Hello, whom I am referring? Mr. Virat Kohli. Celebrate your day. Every day is a your day, but today is a special day. यहाँ पे बहुत सारी बातें R&R के बारे में, एंगेजमेंट के बारे में बताई गई। भाई एंगेजमेंट, सबसे पहला एंगेजमेंट अपना खुद के साथ, सेलिब्रेट योर डे। नंबर 2, नंबर 3, that is very near. That is what I have learned very much in this World Cup from our great leader. I always am admire of Mr. Mahendra Singh Dhoni. I have prepared one program. Many of you must be aware of it. 7 learning lessons from Mahi, leadership the Mahi way. 7 उनके principle. लेकिन मैं अपने आप को being very humble with all of you and with Mahi, that I cannot put Mr. Rohit Sharma a bit little than Mahendra Singh Dhoni. He has proved a wonderful leadership. What I have learned, lesson number 4. He is an opener. He has to open. He is a leader. He has to take a risk. What risk he is taking? He comes in the opening. He doesn't worry. He doesn't have any insecurity. What will happen if I leave early? આવીને સીધી ચોગા છગ્ગા વાળી શરૂ કરી દે છે. 24 બોલમાં 40 રન એ મારી શકે છે, કારણ કે એને વિશ્વાસ છે કે મારી ઓફિસમાં હું નથી અને કામ થાય છે. હેલો, trust your people as a leader, trust your people as an entrepreneur. And number 2, વાત અહીંયા પૂરી નથી થતી. એ ટ્રસ્ટ એટલા માટે કરી શકે છે કારણ કે મિસ્ટર કન્સિસ્ટન્ટ, મિસ્ટર ફિનિશર, who is that? Virat Kohli is there. So all entrepreneurs, they are Rohit Sharma, and all employees who are trustworthy, and they all are Virat Kohli. Last but very important, in the history of 5 centuries, in the history of 5 centuries, cricket was started playing in the 16th of century. 16મી સદીમાં ક્રિકેટની શરૂઆત થઈ અને રૂલ ફોર્મેટ થયા 19મી સદીમાં. ક્રિકેટના રૂલ્સ, મારું ગુજરાતી સમજાય છે કે સુરતી નથી બોલતો, ગુજરાતી બોલું છું. 19મી સદીમાં ક્રિકેટના રૂલ્સ ફોર્મ થયા અને એક રૂલ અત્યાર સુધીમાં ક્યારેય અમલમાં નહોતો આવ્યો, which is very important to discuss today. 6/11/2023 ના દિવસે મેચ between બાંગ્લાદેશ and શ્રીલંકા પહેલી વાર એ રૂલ અમલમાં આવ્યો, ટાઈમ આઉટ. 2 મિનિટમાં તમે પીચ ઉપર નથી આવતા તો you can be declared out. And કોને મારે વધારે માર્ક આપવા, આઈ ડોન્ટ નો, બંને લીડર હતા. એમ્પાયરે કહ્યું કે ડુ યુ વોન્ટ ટુ રીથિંક? એન્ડ કેપ્ટન ઓફ બાંગ્લાદેશ સેડ ધેટ ઇફ ઇટ ઇઝ ઇન રૂલ બુક, આઈ વોન્ટ ટુ ફોલો. બહુ મોટી વાત છે, બહુ સામાન્ય વાત નથી. આપણા બધા માટે સૌથી, અમે ગાઈને કહીએ છીએ કે 2 વાગે કન્ક્લુડ કરવું છે, 2 વાગે કન્ક્લુડ. અને સાહેબ હિસ્ટ્રી એવું કે છે 6 કોન્ક્લેવની કે એકે વાર અમે સમય ડિક્લેર કર્યાથી મોડું કર્યું નથી. આટલી વાત આજના આ 5 લેસન, વોટ વી હેવ લર્ન, એન્ડ એસ્પેશિયલી આઈ હેવ લર્ન ફ્રોમ વર્લ્ડ કપ. તમે બધા બહુ બધું શીખ્યા હશો અને એની વાતો અહીંયા થવાની જ છે. પણ એ પહેલા એક નાનકડી એક્સરસાઇઝ કરે. બધા પોતપોતાની જગ્યા પર ઊભા થઈ જાઓ. ઝડપથી 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 બધા પોતપોતાની જગ્યા પર ઊભા થઈ જાઓ. અહીંયા પણ પેલું વર્લ્ડ કપ ક્રિકેટ જ આવશે. મારે તમારી પાસે 3 એક્ટિવિટી કરાવવાની છે. એક એક્ટિવિટી એ વિરાટ કોહલી વાળી છે. વિરાટ કોહલી સેલિબ્રેટ કેવી રીતે કરે છે? હા, એટલે હું જ્યારે વિરાટ કહું ત્યારે આપણે સેલિબ્રેટ, રાઈટ? અહીંયા આગળ એક જણને માટે સેલિબ્રેશન છે અને ડિફેન્ડિંગ ચેમ્પિયન માટે ભૂલી જવા જેવા વર્લ્ડ કપ છે. કેપ્ટન ઓફ ઇંગ્લેન્ડ મિસ્ટર બટલર, આ બધું HR સાથે છે. તમે સેલિબ્રેટ પણ કરો અને તમારી ભૂલ થાય તો કાન પણ પકડો તમારા પોતાના. બટલર સાહેબ બનવું હોય તો આપણે કાન પકડવાના. લેસન નંબર 2, સોરી એક્ટિવિટી નંબર 2, હું જ્યારે બટલર કહું ત્યારે કાન પકડવાના કે આવું હવે હું જિંદગીમાં કોઈ દાડો નહીં કરું. નંબર 2. અને નંબર 3, એન્જેલો મેથ્યુસ. નંબર 3, એન્જેલો મેથ્યુસ બિચારો આવ્યો ત્યારે એને ખબર નહોતી, સ્ટેન્સ લેતો ત્યારે એને ખબર નહોતી કે મારે આમ જ પાછા જવાનું છે. એટલે ઘણીવાર એવું બને એચઆરને માથું ખજવાળવું પડે. એટલે ત્રીજી વાર હું જ્યારે મેથ્યુસ બોલું ત્યારે માથું ખજવાળવાનું. રાઈટ. નંબર 1 વિરાટ કોહલી, નંબર 2 બટલર અને નંબર 3 રાઈટ. ઓકે, હું આ જ ક્રમમાં બોલું એવું જરૂરી નથી. ઓકે, બટલર, કોહલી, મેથ્યુસ. હાથ નથી લઈ ગયો, ખજવાડવાનું છે. હા, આ શું થઈ ગયું? ઓકે, વન્સ અગેન. 1, સોરી, વિરાટ, મેથ્યુસ, બટલર. થેન્ક યુ સો વેરી મચ. જોરદાર તાળી તમારા પોતાના માટે. Now I would like to invite our distinguished panelists. આપણા આજના પ્રબુદ્ધ છે એમને હું મંચ ઉપર આવવા માટે વિનંતી કરું તે પહેલા એમનો નાનકડો પરિચય આપી દઉં. આજે જ્યારે નેવીના ચીફ એડમિરલ હાજર હોય ત્યારે કેપ્ટન, આપણને હજુ પણ કેપ્ટન જોઈએ છે સાહેબ, અને હું તો કેપ્ટનનો આશિક છું. I want to introduce one of the panelists of today, Captain ઈશ્વર ધોલકિયા. આપ સુરતમાં રહેતા હોવ અને આપને SRK એ ના જાણતા હો તો વાત અધૂરી છે. શ્રી રામકૃષ્ણ એક્સપોર્ટ ગ્રુપના ગોવિંદ કાકા અને અર્જનભાઈની પછીની જનરેશનના લીડર, જે હવે SRK ને અને ગોલ્ડી સોલારને જેઓ લીડ કરી રહ્યા છે, ગોલ્ડી સોલારના જેઓ મેનેજિંગ ડિરેક્ટર છે. હું દરેક મારા પેનલિસ્ટને એવી વિનંતી કરીશ કે હું બહુ પ્રિસાઇઝ રહીશ સમયને ધ્યાનમાં રાખીને, અને આપનાથી કોઈ અજાણ નથી એટલે મારે બહુ લાંબો પરિચય તમારો આપવાની જરૂર નથી. તો કેપ્ટન ઈશ્વર ધોલકિયા, જે શ્રી રામકૃષ્ણ ગોવિંદ કાકા ગોવિંદભાઈ ધોલકિયા પરિવારના છે, અર્જનભાઈના તેઓ પુત્ર છે, અને જેન નેક્સ્ટના તેઓ એન્ટરપ્રિન્યોર છે, લીડર છે. એક એમની વિશિષ્ટ વાત એ છે કે એમણે પ્રાઇવેટ પાયલોટ લાયસન્સ તેઓ 18 વર્ષની ઉંમરથી ધરાવે છે. તેઓ એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ ડિરેક્ટર ઓફ વેન્ચુરા એર કનેક્ટ. આપણે સૌ જાણીએ છીએ, આજના જે ગેસ્ટ આવ્યા હતા તે પણ વેન્ચુરા થકી આપણા સુધી અમદાવાદ અને મુંબઈથી આવી શક્યા હતા. એટલે પ્રાઇવેટ એરજેટ જેઓ ધરાવે છે તેના તેઓ ડિરેક્ટર છે. તેઓ માત્ર વ્યવસાય, ગોવિંદ કાકાના પરિવારને આપણે સૌ જાણીએ છીએ કે એ પરિવાર એટલે સમાજમાં કશું ક્યાંય કોઈ જગ્યાએ કોઈ ઉણપ રહેતી હોય તો તેને તેઓ હંમેશા હામી થઈને પહોંચી જતા હોય. એવા આ પરિવારના સભ્ય એવું માને છે કે જે લોકો સમાજના જેમને જરૂરત છે તેમને માટે, એટલે એમના પરિવાર થકી એમણે શારદાબેન અર્જનભાઈ ધોલકિયા વેલફેર ટ્રસ્ટ શબ્દ એમણે પોતાના જીવનના ઘણા બધા લોકો, ભારત અને ભારતની બહારના લોકોને તેઓ આ ટ્રસ્ટ થકી મદદરૂપ થયા છે, ખાસ કરીને એજ્યુકેશન, હેલ્થકેર અને એમ્પ્લોયમેન્ટ ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટીઝ માટે. તેઓની વિઝનરી લીડરશિપ, સ્કિલ્સ, ઇનોવેશન અને કમિટમેન્ટ એ ગોલ્ડી સોલારના ફાઉન્ડર એન્ડ મેનેજિંગ ડિરેક્ટર તરીકે તેઓ આને પોતાની સેવા આપી રહ્યા છે, લીડ કરી રહ્યા છે. એવા આપણા સૌના લાડીલા, આપણા પોતાના હમ વતની અને જેને પોતિકા કહી શકાય એવા આપણા સૌના હૃદયમાં વસતા કેપ્ટન ઈશ્વરભાઈ ધોલકિયાને આપ સૌના તાળીઓના ગડગડાટ વચ્ચે હું મંચ ઉપર આવવા માટે વિનંતી કરું છું, અને અમારા ગ્રુપ ચેરમેન સંજય ગજીવાલાને વિનંતી કરું કે આપ એઓને મંચ ઉપર દોરી લાવો. અહીંયા છે ઈશ્વરભાઈ તમારી સાથે. સંજય ગજીવાલા તેમનું પુષ્પગુચ્છ અને મોમેન્ટોથી સ્વાગત કરશે. આજથી 2 દાયકા પહેલા અથવા 2.5 દાયકા પહેલા આપણે જો એચઆરની વાત કરવી હોય તો ખૂબ બધી વાતો ના થઈ શકે. હિમાંશુભાઈ જો કે મારી વાત સાથે ઓછા, પણ તમે સાહેબ કોર્પોરેટના એચઆરની વાત કરો છો. હું વાત અહીંયા આગળ કરવા જઈ રહ્યો છું આપણા એસએમઈ અને એમએસએમઈ માટેની, કે ત્યારે આટલી અવેરનેસ નહોતી. પરંતુ એની શરૂઆત, જો મારી ભૂલ ના થતી હોય તો 21મી સદીની શરૂઆતમાં ખાસ કરીને આપણે ત્યાં ડાયમંડ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીથી એચઆરને અગ્રિમતા આપવી જોઈએ એ સમજણની શરૂઆત થઈ. અને એ વખતે આ સમજણને લોકભોગ્ય બનાવવા માટે, વધુ લોકો સુધી પહોંચવા માટે જેમણે ખૂબ સુંદર પોતાની વિદ્વત્તા કહી શકાય એ એમણે આપી. આમ તો મને લાગે છે કે તેઓ હી મસ્ટ બી ફ્રોમ મુંબઈ ઇફ આઈ એમ નોટ રોંગ. અને સુરતને એમણે કર્મભૂમિ બનાવી. અને હું એક એવા વ્યક્તિની વાત કરું છું કે જેઓ વ્યવસાય ચાર્ટર્ડ એકાઉન્ટન્ટ છે. તેઓ ડિરેક્ટર એન્ડ વાઇસ ચેરમેન RSM એસ્ટ્યુટ એન્ડ લેમન કન્સલ્ટેક ગ્રુપ્સ. He is a senior chartered accountant with over 27 years of experience as an expert consultant, especially for the gem and jewelry industry. He is also a thought leader in the industry on ESG sustainability, HR, operations consulting, and finance. He is director of Lemon Consultech Group and RSM India with a direct reporting team of 500 people. Lemon Consultech has offices in India, UAE, USA, Hong Kong, and Botswana. RSM India is part of RSM International, the 6th largest accounting consulting group worldwide with offices in 120 countries. The technology arms of Lemon Group, viz. Lemon Technologies and Lemon Technomist, are the most innovative technology companies in the gem and jewelry industry. The HR payroll solutions of Lemon Technologies is used by large companies in Surat and across the country. Further, Mr. Nirav Jogani also leads Lemon Emerging Ventures LLP and is also director of One Crowd AIF Fund with total funding of more than $100 million in Indian and global startup ecosystem as well as mature companies. Through these funds, ESG and sustainability are the underlying themes and current focus of these funds, which highlights the group unwavering commitment to sustainability. I am very happy to present before you Mr. Nirav Jogani, Director and Vice Chairman, RSM Astute and Lemon Consultech Groups. Please put your hands together, and I request our, where is Mr. Sanjay Punjabi, our Group Chairman, Mr. Sanjay Punjabi will lead him to dais, and I request Mr. Sanjay Punjabi to welcome him with flowers and mementos. Now, third panelist, Dr. Sandeep Jaiswal is the founder director of an electrical EPC company in India and COO of a startup company in energy sector in USA. He has 27 plus years of rich experience encompassing complex engineering projects in oil and gas, renewable and general energy markets across. Under his leadership, the company successfully executed fast-track projects of national importance. Dr. Sandeep is a science postgraduate in process engineering. He went on to pursue masters in business administration and holds a degree in law. Recently got his doctorate for his thesis in project and risk management using information technology. He is also a certified independent director by the Institute of Directors under the Ministry of Industries and Commerce. Career highlights: E&I execution for world's largest enhanced oil recovery plants with IETS China. 2 of his projects have been inaugurated by Prime Minister of India. 3 of his projects have been inaugurated by the Chief of States. So, such a wonderful dignitaries, such a knowledgeable dignitaries in our panel discussion. I invite Dr. Sandeep Jaiswal on the dais, and I request Naveen Bhai, whom we call Mama. Naveen Bhai will accompany him and he will lead to Dr. Sandeep Jaiswal on the dais. Let us have a round of applause for Sandeep Jaiswal. Naveen Bhai, તમે આપનું સ્વાગત. So, थैंक यू सर. हम शुरुआत करते हैं. ये मौका ये इंटरेक्टिव बनाने का हमारा रहेगा. सबसे पहले ये तीनों एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं आज की हमारी पहली पैनल में. मैं तीनों एंटरप्रेन्योर के पास अपना व्यवसाय का बहुत सारा एक्सपीरियंस है, और जैसे मैंने आपको इंट्रोड्यूस किया है, आपकी जड़ ये जमीन से जुड़ी हुई है, सूरत से जुड़ी हुई है, क्योंकि सूरत का एचआर जो है कंसेप्ट वो थोड़ा अलग से है, इसीलिए आपको पसंद किया है कि आप यहाँ से जुड़े हुए हैं, आपको यहाँ की बातें आपको मालूम है. तो मैं सबसे पहले तीनों पैनलिस्ट को 3-3 मिनट के लिए अपनी बात रखने के लिए मैं गुजारिश करूंगा. आप अपनी बात रखेंगे और उसके बाद में प्रश्नोत्तरी होगी. प्रश्नोत्तरी में अगर आपने चाहा तो मैं एक भी सवाल नहीं करूंगा, सारे सवाल ऑडियंस से आने चाहिए, क्योंकि सुबह से अगर कोई कुछ नहीं बोला है तो वो आप हैं. तो सवाल आपकी तरफ से ही आएंगे. मेरे 2 बंदे, चैम्बर के 2 बंदे, माइक अभी देरी है अंकिता, लेकिन यू विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट, कि हम 2 बंदे 2 दिशा में रहेंगे और जहां से भी हाथ ऊपर आएगा उसे. लेकिन ये जो पैनल डिस्कशन है वो एंटरप्रेन्योर वाला है. मेरे पास कुछ सवाल ऑलरेडी आए हुए हैं, लेकिन जो सवाल एंटरप्रेन्योर को पूछना है वो यहाँ पे होगा. एचआर प्रोफेशनल को पूछना है तो वो बॉम्बार्डिंग आप हिमांशु भाई पे करना. ठीक है, फाइन. सो फर्स्टली आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट FIFO सिस्टम, फर्स्ट इन आउट नहीं बोलूंगा, फर्स्ट इन. सो फर्स्टली आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट कैप्टन ईश्वर धोलकिया among your big round of applause. I request, please come. हाँ, અહીંયાથી બોલો, ત્યાંથી બોલો.
મિત્રો નમસ્તે. થોડું જોરથી ભૂખ લાગે છે. ઓકે, સરસ. ચાલો મિત્રો નમસ્તે. સરસ. ચાલો, મારું નામ ઈશ્વર ધોળકિયા છે અને અમે આ બિઝનેસ, હું અત્યારે પહેલા હું ડાયમંડ બિઝનેસમાં હતો ઘણા વર્ષો સુધી, અને પછી અમેરિકા ને યુરોપ ને બધે બેઠો છું, ફર્યો છું. પણ છેલ્લે ફાઇનલી 2008 પછી મને એમ થયું કે અમારા ફેમિલીમાં કે ભાઈ કોઈ અલગ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીમાં જવું જોઈએ. તો અમે લોકો રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી અમે ચૂઝ કરી, કે જેનાથી એવી ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી હોય કે પૈસા તો ઘરમાં લાવી શકીએ,
પણ એ પૈસાથી એ ફેક્ટરીથી કે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીથી શું આપણે સમાજને કે આપણે સોસાયટીને કે આપણે એન્વાયરમેન્ટને હેલ્પ કરી શકીએ છીએ? તો બધું અમે લોકો જોતા ગણતા એવું અમને લાગ્યું કે અમારે આ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીમાં જવું છે. એટલે અમે લોકો રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીમાં આવ્યા અને 2011થી આ બિઝનેસ સ્ટાર્ટ થયો. અને છેલ્લે લાસ્ટ યર અમે 1600 CR નું કામ અમે ટર્નઓવર કર્યું. આ વર્ષે અમે 3000 કરોડનો લક્ષ્યાંક મૂક્યો છે. જોઈએ કેમ થાય છે, ભગવાન કેવો સપોર્ટ કરે ને કેવું થાય છે. મિત્રો જે વાત કરી કે HR ની કે ભાઈ આજે પ્રેક્ટિસ છે, એટલે તમે જો બિઝનેસમાં આવો એટલે આ બધું તો તમારે રોજનું થઈ જવાનું છે. અને એમાંય ત્યાં જે HR પ્રેક્ટિસની વાત છે એ તો અમારા ફેમિલીમાં વર્ષોથી છે, અમારા બ્લડમાં છે એકચ્યુઅલી. કેમ કે અમારો જે વારસો છે ગોવિંદ દાદાથી લઈને મારા ફાધર અર્જનભાઈ ને આ બધા, તો વર્ષોથી HR પ્રેક્ટિસ તો અમારી ચાલી આવેલી છે. અને અમે અમારા એમ્પ્લોયને પણ આપણે ખ્યાલ હશે કે બધાને લંચ અમારી ઓફિસ પર હોય છે, બધાને લંચ કરાવીએ છીએ. એના સિવાય પણ અમે લોકો એમની સાથે રહીએ છીએ. મેઇન વસ્તુ એ છે કે ભાઈ કંપની જોબ આપી દે, કંપની પૈસા પણ આપી દે, પણ ખાલી પૈસા આપવાથી કંપની ચાલતી. તમારે એની પાછળ ઉભું રહેવું પડે છે. એમના સુખે આપણે સુખી થવું પડે, એમના દુખે આપણે દુખી થવું પડે. એટલે તમને એક એક્ઝામ્પલ આપું કે અમારે એક એમ્પ્લોય હતો, એ સવારે એ એમ્પ્લોયમેન્ટમાં એન્ટર થયો, મતલબ કે આજથી એ ગોલ્ડી સલારનો એમ્પ્લોય સાઇન કરી અને રાત્રે જતી વખતે એનું એક્સિડન્ટ થયું ને એનું ડેથ થઈ ગયું. તો આપણે અમારી કંપનીને અમારા HR આવ્યા કે સાહેબ આપણો એમ્પ્લોય હતો. મેં કીધું કે ઓકે ભાઈ કેટલા દિવસનો હતો? તો કે ભાઈ હજી તો આજે જ આવ્યો હતો સવારમાં. ઓહો, મેં કીધું ભાઈ ખરેખર દુઃખદ ઘટના બની ગઈ. પણ એઝ એ ગોલ્ડી સોલાર એઝ એ HR અમે નિર્ણય કર્યો કે ભલે એક દિવસ કે 2 કલાક કે 10 કલાક, પણ એ આપણો માણસ હતો, આપણો ફેમિલી મેમ્બર હતો, આપણે એને બધી જ મદદ કરવી પડે અને બધી જ મદદ અમે કરી એને. એટલે આવી રીતે HR કામ કરે છે. અને બીજું તો વધારે તો આપણે કઈ જે કઈ પ્રશ્નો આવશે એમાં અમે લોકો તમને જવાબ આપશું કે અમારા જે અનુભવના આધારે. અને અત્યારે અમારું ગોલ્ડી સોલારની જો આપને વાત કરું તો અમારે અત્યારે 2 ફેક્ટરી છે. એક નવસારીમાં મફતલાલની જે પેલા મિલ હતી એને અમે ટેક ઓવર કરીને ત્યાં અત્યારે 23 એકરની અંદર એટલે ઇન્ડિયાની લાર્જેસ્ટ સોલાર મોડ્યુલ મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગ છે. બીજું અહીંયા પીપોદરામાં ફેક્ટરી આવેલી છે. એટલે અમે અમારી ટીમ અમારું જે છે અમે HR પ્રેક્ટિસ બહુ સરસ કરી રહ્યા છીએ. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ.
થેન્ક યુ સો વેરી મચ ઈશ્વરભાઈ, સો પ્રિસાઇઝ અને મુદ્દાસર તમારી વાત. આપણે બધા જાણીએ છીએ કે શ્રી રામકૃષ્ણ એક્સપોર્ટ એ હ્યુમન રિસોર્સિસની માવજત કરે છે. એક વ્યક્તિત્વનું ઘડતર જ્યાં આગળ થાય છે, એ ચારિત્ર ઘડતર જ્યાં આગળ થાય છે, એ ભગવાનની ભક્તિ કરવા જેટલું સુંદર કામ ત્યાં આગળ થઈ રહ્યું છે. અને એટલે જ કદાચ ક્યારેય રિટેન્શનનો મુદ્દો, એટ્રિશનનો મુદ્દો તમને થતો નથી. તો આપણે ઈશ્વરભાઈને સાંભળ્યા, કેપ્ટન ઈશ્વરભાઈને સાંભળ્યા. હવે હું વિનંતી કરું લેમન ટેકનોલોજીસના ચાર્ટર્ડ એકાઉન્ટન્ટ શ્રી નીરવભાઈને કે તેઓ પોતાની વાત આપણી આગળ વ્યક્ત કરે. ગુજરાતી હિન્દીમાં વાત થાય તો નીરવભાઈ બહુ મજા આવી જશે. હા,
ગુજરાતીમાં, પ્યોર ગુજરાતીમાં. નમસ્તે એવરીવન. અમે એ જ વાત કરી રહ્યા હતા કે કદાચ આ 2-3 મિનિટમાં શું બોલી શકાય, શું બોલવું જોઈએ એ મને ખ્યાલ નથી, પણ ક્વેશ્ચન આન્સર આપણે વધારે કરીએ તો ત્યારે કદાચ તમારા ક્વેશ્ચનના રાઈટ આન્સર આપી શકાય. પણ 1-2 વસ્તુ જે કહેવી છે એ છે કે ખાસ કરીને જો તમે HR ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટમાંથી હો કોઈ બી કંપનીને, સ્પેશિયલી સુરતમાં જે વધારે કરીને કોર્પોરેટ્સની વાત નથી કરતો, જે ફેમિલી રન બિઝનેસીસ છે, જે એન્ટરપ્રેન્યુઅલ ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશન્સ હોય, સ્ટાર્ટઅપ્સ હોય, તો એની અંદર કોઈક વાર એક ગેપ એ જોવામાં આવે કે અથવા જે કરવાની જરૂર છે એમ એ એંગલથી મને પુટઅપ કરવા દો કે એન્ટરપ્રેન્યુઅલ એ જ HR અને HR એ એન્ટરપ્રેન્યોર છે. જો એ એંગલથી ખરેખર HR નો અભિગમ રાખવામાં આવે, કારણ કે કોઈ પણ એન્ટરપ્રેન્યોર હોય એટલી બધી ચેલેન્જીસ એને ફેસ કરવાની આવતી હોય આપણા દેશમાં. ખાસ કરીને હમણાં કદાચ સિસ્ટમો બદલાઈ રહી છે, પણ ભૂતકાળની વાત કરીએ ને હજુ બી એક સ્કેલ ઉપર ઓપરેટ કરવું હોય તો એન્ટરપ્રેન્યોરે માર્કેટિંગ બી એને કરવાનું છે, ટીમ બી એને શોધવાની છે, રિક્રુટમેન્ટ, ટ્રેનિંગ, રિટેન્શન, અને ખાસ કરીને બીજા કોર્પોરેટ સાથે જ્યારે કમ્પીટ કરવું હોય, માંડ કોઈ વ્યક્તિને રિક્રુટ કરીને ટ્રેન કરે ત્યાં સુધી કોઈ કોર્પોરેટમાંથી એને ઓફર આવે ને એ જતો રહે, પાછી નવી ગિલ્લી, નો ડાઉટ. એ જે ડિફિકલ્ટીઝ છે અને એ વસ્તુ સમજીને જો HR પ્રોએક્ટિવલી એ ચેલેન્જીસ ઉપર કામ કરી શકે અને જો નવા થોટ્સ, નવા અપ્રોચ, આપણે આગળના સેશન્સમાં ટેકનોલોજીના ઉપયોગની વાત સમજી, ખરેખર આર્મી જેવામાં કેવી રીતે ડિસિપ્લિન પણ તેમ છતાં એક કેવી રીતનું કલ્ચર ક્રિએટ કરવાની વાત સમજી, એમાંની ઘણી બધી વસ્તુ શીખ લઈને જો આપણે પ્રોએક્ટિવલી કામ કરી શકીએ. ને આ જ વસ્તુ કોઈ જો HR કન્સલ્ટન્ટ તરીકે આપણે ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશન્સમાં કામ કરતા હોઈએ તો એ જ અપ્રોચ કેવી રીતે આપણા ક્લાયન્ટ્સ ને આપી શકીએ, એ એક મારા હિસાબે ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ પોઈન્ટ હોઈ શકે. એક બે જે પ્રેક્ટિસીસ અમે કરી રહ્યા છે, જો કદાચ ઇન્ટરેસ્ટિંગ હોઈ શકે કોઈ માટે તો એ શેર કરું. અને એ છે કે આપણે કહેતા તો હોઈએ જ કે ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશન એ બી એક ફેમિલી છે અને ફેમિલીની રીતે આપણે ઇવોલ્વ કરવાની બધા ટ્રાય કરતા હોઈએ, પણ એ માટે શું કરતા હોઈએ કે શું કરી શકીએ. તો અમે 20 વર્ષથી બહુ બધી એન્ગેજમેન્ટ એક્ટિવિટીઝ જે કરતા હોઈએ કે જે અમારું એક ઇવેન્ટ કેલેન્ડર છે, એમાં ગાંધી જયંતિની આજુબાજુ રિવોલ્વ કરતી એક ઓકેઝન અમે કર્યું છે. અને એ દરમિયાનમાં જેટલા બી એમ્પ્લોઈઝના ત્યાં સિનિયર સિટીઝન પેરેન્ટ્સ અથવા ગ્રેન્ડ પેરેન્ટ્સ છે, તો એ આખી ટીમ છે એમના ઘરે જાય, એ પેરેન્ટ્સ અને ગ્રેન્ડ પેરેન્ટ્સ સાથે બેસે, કલાક ક્વોલિટી ટાઈમ સ્પેન્ડ કરે, એ લોકો શું કરે, શું કરતા હતા ભૂતકાળમાં, એમના શું સપના છે એ બધું સમજે, કંઈક નાની બુક અથવા ગિફ્ટ લઈને જાય. અને એ રીતે ખાલી ઓફિસમાં જે આપણી ટીમ છે એટલા પૂરતી આપણને ઓળખાણ હોય એમ નહીં, પણ આખું ફેમિલી એન્ગેજ કેવી રીતે થઈ શકે, ફેમિલીને ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશન રિલેટેડ માહિતી કેવી રીતે મળી શકે અને વાઇસા વર્સા. તો એના કારણે જે એક ટીમ બોન્ડિંગ ક્રિએટ થાય, એ બહુ ઉપયોગી થયું છે અમારા કેસમાં. આવી અમે ઘણી બધી કંઈક ને કંઈક ક્રિએટિવ, ઇનોવેટિવ એક્ટિવિટીઝ કરતા રહીએ છીએ. અને અમુક એક્ટિવિટીઝને પછી વર્ષો માટે એક કેલેન્ડરમાં જ મૂકી દીધી છે, જેથી કરીને દર વખતે કોઈક નવો આઈડિયા વિચારવો ના પડે. જે સારી વસ્તુ થઈ રહી છે આપણે ડિસિપ્લિન રીતે દર વર્ષ કરતા રહીએ. તો આઈ થિંક આનાથી વધારે કંઈક બી ક્વેશ્ચન આન્સરમાં હું ટેકઅપ કરીશ. થેન્ક યુ.
થેન્ક યુ સો વેરી મચ નીરવભાઈ. આપે ખૂબ સુંદર વાત કરી, શરૂઆત જ આપે એનાથી કરી કે બહુ સુંદર વાત એ છે કે આપણે ઓનરશિપની વાત કરતા હોઈએ પણ એ બાયલેટરલ હોય. એટલે હું હંમેશા એવું કહું છું કે એન્ટરપ્રિન્યોરશિપ ઇન એન્ટરપ્રાઇઝ બાય એમ્પ્લોઈઝ અને એમ્પ્લોયમેન્ટ ઇન ઓન એન્ટરપ્રાઇઝ. માલિક પોતે નોકર બનીને કેવી રીતે કામ કરી શકે પોતાની કંપનીમાં, અને જે કંપનીમાં જે લોકો છે તે લોકો પોતાની કંપની સમજીને કામ કેમ કરે. સુંદર વાતથી આપની વાતને વ્યક્ત કરી. હવે હું ઇન્વાઇટ કરીશ આપણા ત્રીજા પેનલિસ્ટ સંદીપભાઈ જયસ્વાલને પોતાની વાતો આપની આગળ વ્યક્ત કરવા માટે. અને અમારી તાળીઓના ગડગડાટ આવો છો છે ભાઈ. હજુ આ બાજુ નથી, આ બાજુ બરાબર નથી, બંને બાજુ સર.
हेलो, आई एम संदीप जायसवाल. मृणाल जी ने सजेस्ट किया it would be better if I deliver in Hindi, so I'm fine with in Hindi. So मैंने मेरी जर्नी शुरू की 1991 में. I am a first generation entrepreneur and probably इस कमरे में जितने भी शख्स बैठे हुए हैं, I would be the first one जिसने सबसे ज्यादा गलती अब तक की होगी to start with my journey as an entrepreneur. To give you a small example, I graduated out as a process engineer and there's 1 year left for my experience to join a part-time MBA. So in between एक साल क्या करना, तो I was doing a job and I thought के साथ में कुछ business भी start किया जाए. तो suggest किया कि कुछ बड़ा company establish करना है. तो look at my ignorance at that point of time. हमने सोचा बड़ा करना है तो संदीप जायसवाल XYZ प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी हमने कार्ड छपवा दिया without knowing what's a company and what does it mean. And कार्ड छप के आ गए. उसके बाद किसी ने बोला कुछ बड़ा करना चाहिए, इससे बड़ी भी एक कंपनी होती है जो लिमिटेड कंपनी होती है. तो हमने बोला ये कार्ड कैंसिल करवा दो, लिमिटेड छपवा दो. And that is how I started my journey, not knowing what implies to a business क्या होता है, कैसे किया जाता है. to the journey with my MBA background and with my team formation. We are a company that employs almost 500 plus people, which is a labor intensive company. And we cater to pan India, to corporates, right, starting from Adani to Tata Power to Reliance and almost all the industries जो हजीरा बेल्ट में है. Starting with that, जब journey शुरू हुई तो we started with just 20 people in 1993 and today we are 500 plus people doing projects pan India basis पे हम projects करते हैं. But thanks to all the corporates, if you don't comply with HR, you struggle in business और काफी journey difficult हो जाएगी. तो we have probably हमारी journey आसान रही because we started only with corporates and down we are here with our team. I'll be happy to receive all the questions, what all mistakes I made and what corrective actions we have taken to come up to this level. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, संदीप जी. हाँ, अभी हम सवाल की शुरुआत करते हैं, प्रश्नोत्तरी करते हैं. सबसे पहले एक सवाल खाली मैं पूछूंगा. और कभी किसी को मुकम्मल जहां नहीं मिलता, कहीं जमीन तो कहीं आसमान नहीं मिलता. निदा फाजली साहब का भी कुछ एचआर से ताल्लुक रहा होगा, एम्प्लॉय एम्प्लॉयर के बीच में. तो आप तीनों एंटरप्रेन्योर हैं. आप में से कौन ये सवाल का जवाब देगा कि एम्प्लॉयर के लिए एम्प्लॉय के बारे में सबसे बड़ी चैलेंज क्या होती है और प्रैक्टिकली आपने कोई ये चैलेंज फेस की है और उसका निराकरण आपने किया है, तो उसके बारे में. ત્રણે કે જો મને વાંધો નથી, પ્લીઝ સંદીપ જી.
Yes. So Surat, like a city like Surat, the biggest challenge for an entrepreneur or a business house is to get the right person for the right job. Surat, everybody strives to be in business, to try to do business. Even a good masses having a good education background strives to do his own business and at a very nascent age. And if at all koi naukri karta bhi hai, to just gain a peripheral experience, and he's in such a hurry, including myself, which I said, I didn't even, did my post PG and I started with my business. So, but as I'm a first generation entrepreneur, I didn't wait long enough कि मैं कहीं ज़्यादा experience लूँ, मेरा कुछ जो भी learning है उसे develop करूँ, and I started with my own business. So this is what we have been facing in our business also. We don't get the right people, we have to wait. So the best thing we have started doing is, and as we do India projects, pan India, we start getting people from outside, build a small team around that pivot point. He teaches the entire team how to go about it, how to execute projects. And then we build up a local team and the local team builds the next local team. That's how we go about.
Okay, thank you. તમે કે પ્રકાશ પાડશો? પ્રિસાઇઝ જેટલા આપણે જેટલું સંક્ષિપ્તમાં બુલેટ પોઈન્ટમાં વાત કરશું.
મારા હિસાબે સૌથી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ ચેલેન્જ સાઉથ ગુજરાત સુરતની એ છે કે આપણા ત્યાં કદાચ એજ્યુકેશન અને એની ઉપરનું ઇમ્પોર્ટન્સ, એટલે એવી ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશન્સ હોય અને હોય તો એટલી સિરિયસનેસ, કારણ કે એક એન્ટરપ્રેન્યોર બિઝનેસ સિટી છે, બધાને પોતાનું કંઈક ઓન કરવાની ડ્રીમ્સ હોય છે અને એટલે જે ફોકસથી ભણતર થવું જોઈએ. અમે પોતે, હું કોલેજમાં જ્યારે ભણ્યો છું તો કોલેજ ફરવા જવાનું એક સ્થળ હતું, એવું હજુ બી ઘણી બધી જગ્યાએ છે કે ત્યાં રિયલ આપણે નોલેજ ઉપર કામ નથી થતું. અને ખાસ કરીને અમે જે નોલેજ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીમાં છીએ તો ત્યાં બીજા સિટીઝની સાથે બીજા સિટીઝના જે ક્વોલિફાઈડ લોકો હોય એની સાથે કમ્પેર કરીએ તો લાગે કે કદાચ આપણા ત્યાં એ ફોકસ નથી. આપણે આખી દુનિયાને તો જીતવી છે, પણ એના માટેની જે પ્રિપેરેડનેસ કરવી જોઈએ એમાં ક્યાંક ને ક્યાંક આપણે કચાશ રાખતા હોઈએ. અને આ ચેલેન્જ માટે એટલે કોઈ બી ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશને ખૂબ જ વધારે ટ્રેનિંગ, ડેવલપમેન્ટ, સ્કિલ એન્હાન્સમેન્ટ એના ઉપર કામ કરવાની જરૂર આપણા ત્યાં વધારે ને વધારે પડે છે. બટ જો એ જ વસ્તુ પહેલેથી ફોકસ કરીને છોકરાઓ એ લેવલ પર આવે તો કદાચ આપણે ઘણું વધારે બેટર સ્કેલ પર જઈ શકીએ.
થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ નીરવભાઈ, આપનો વિચાર કેપ્ટન.
થેન્ક યુ. સારા માણસની જરૂર છે ને આખી દુનિયાને છે. સારા માણસ બનવું પડે. અમારી ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીમાં આખી ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી ઇન્ડિયા માટે નવી છે. ઘણા માણસો મળતા નથી. માણસો જે મળે છે એ આવે છે તો જે જૂના માણસો હોય એને અનસિક્યોરિટી ફીલ થવા મળે છે કે આ બહુ સિનિયર લોકો આવ્યા છે, હવે આપણે શું કરવાના છીએ. અનસિક્યોરિટી જે હોય ને જે એ લોકોને ઘરે જ રહેવાય કે એને કામ ના કરવું. શું કામ? જે લોકોને પોતા ઉપર વિશ્વાસ છે, પોતાના કામ પર, વર્ક પર ડેડિકેશન છે, એને દુનિયાથી કોઈથી ડરવાની જરૂર નથી. બસ કામ જ કરો એટલે રિઝલ્ટ ઓટોમેટિક મળે જ. એટલે એ અમારા ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીમાં અત્યારે ચેલેન્જ છે. અને બીજું એ છે કે સારી સારી પોસ્ટના લોકો પણ કામ કરવા આવે છે, કેમ કે અહીંયા ગુજરાતમાં બધા જે નીરુભાઈ કીધું કે એન્ટરપ્રિનર્સ છે, બધા પોતાનો બિઝનેસ કરવો છે, એટલે શોર્ટ ટર્મ માટે લોકો આવે છે. એટલે અધર સ્ટેટથી કે આઉટસાઇડથી લોકો મોટામાં લાવવા પડે છે. અને એ આવે એ પણ સારા જ માણસો આવે છે, પણ એ પણ 2-4 વર્ષ માટે હોય. પણ જો લોકલ પીપલ કે જે નીચેના છે, જો સિનિયર પાસેથી બધું શીખી લે, ડાઉનલોડ કરે, તો હું નથી માનતો કે એને લાઈફમાં કોઈ પણ પ્રોબ્લેમ આવે. લોકો ગોતતા આવે કે ભાઈ તું મારે ત્યાં કામ કર. આ એક જનૂન કે આ જે અંદર હોવું જોઈએ ને, એ બહુ જ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ છે બિઝનેસ સક્સેસ કરવા ઓર મે બી બિઝનેસમાં કોઈ પણ જગ્યાએ કામ કરવા માટે. એ સુરતમાં હજી મને થોડું ઓછું દેખાય છે. થેન્ક યુ.
બહુ સૂચક વાત ઈશ્વરભાઈએ કરી કે માણસોને રાખવા માટે પહેલા માણસ બનવું પડે. બહુ સુંદર તમે પહેલી વાતની શરૂઆત કરી. અને આપણે સવારના સેશનમાં પણ શ્રી હરિકુમારને સાંભળતા હતા કે મને લાગે છે કે એમણે વાત કરી હતી કે તમે દરેક લીડરને જવાબદારી આપો કે તમે 3 વ્યક્તિઓ તમારા ડિપાર્ટમેન્ટમાં લીડર તરીકે તૈયાર કરો. લીડર ઇઝ ધ બેસ્ટ ઇફ હી કેન ક્રિએટ મેની લીડર્સ. તો રિટેન્શનનો મુદ્દો કદાચ ન આવે. સોહેલભાઈ સવાણી જેઓ લીગલ સાથે સંકળાયેલા છે, લીગલ લો સાથે સંકળાયેલા છે, પ્રિસાઇઝલી ટુ ધ પોઈન્ટ, એકદમ બુલેટ.
થેન્ક યુ. સોહેલ સવાણી, લેબર લો એડવાઇઝર. મારો ક્વેશ્ચન છે કેપ્ટન ધોળકિયા સાહેબને. ટેક્સટાઇલમાં પણ એક કેપ્ટન બિપિનને મેં જોયા છે, સંસ્કાર પ્રોસેસરના માલિક, અને આજે હું સોલારમાં પણ જોઈ રહ્યો છું. ખુશી થઈ. સાહેબ, મારા ક્લાયન્ટોમાં વારી, સોલેક્સ, કેપી છે, અને ગોલ્ડી પણ માશાલ્લાહ બહુ સારું એવું ગ્રોઈંગ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી છે. સુરત ડાયમંડ એન્ડ ટેક્સટાઇલ સિટી તરીકે ઓળખાય છે. શું આપ જોઈ રહ્યા છો કે સુરત હવે પછી સોલાર સિટી તરીકે પણ ઓળખાશે? અને જો હા, તો આના માટે આ બધા ટાઇકૂન્સ તમે બધે કઈ રીતે આગળ વર્કઆઉટ કરી રહ્યા છો? અને હું એક લિબર્ટી લઈશ બીજા ક્વેશ્ચન માટે પણ. મારો
એક વખતે એક જ
સીએ નીરવ સરને છે.
એક વારાફરતી.
ઓકે, નો પ્રોબ્લેમ. સો ધોળકિયા સર, પ્લીઝ.
ઓકે, થેન્ક યુ ભાઈ. તમારી વાત એકદમ સાચી છે કે સુરતના લોકો અનેક નામોથી હવે જાણવા મળ્યા છે. જેમ તમે કીધું કે ભાઈ હવે એક નામ એ પણ છે પેલું કે ભાઈ બ્રિજ સિટી. એમ સુરતનું નેક્સ્ટ નામ છે સોલાર સિટી. કેમ કે અહીંયા ઇન્ડિયાના ઓલમોસ્ટ વધારેમાં વધારે સોલાર મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગ સાઉથ ગુજરાતમાં થઈ રહ્યું છે અત્યારે. એ બહુ મોટી અને ખુશીની વાત છે આપણા બધા માટે. બીજી વાત એ કહે છે કે અહીંયા જે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીયલ જે આપણો કોરિડોર આવેલો છે, પ્લસ કે જે રો મટીરિયલ્સ જે પણ જોઈએ છે આ વસ્તુમાં યુઝ કરવા માટે, એ બધા જ રો મટીરિયલ આ દક્ષિણ ગુજરાતમાં અવેલેબલ છે. અને ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી પણ નવી નવી આવી રહી, જેમ કે જંકશન બોક્સ હોય, EVA, બેકશીટ, એલ્યુમિનિયમ ફ્રેમ્સ, ને આ બધી વસ્તુ, ગ્લાસીસ. તો આ બધી વસ્તુ સાઉથ ગુજરાતમાં બધી વસ્તુ અવેલેબલ છે. એટલે જેમ આપે કીધું એમ કે આપણા પણ ક્લાયન્ટને આ બધા જે લોકો છે બધા એ લોકો બધા ફાસ્ટ આગળ વધી રહ્યા છે. અને એ હવેના સમયમાં આ સોલાર સિટીનું નામ પણ સુરતને આપણે જો બોલાવવા મળીએ તો એમાં કોઈ અતિશયોક્તિ કે એમાં કોઈ વધારે વાત નથી. આમ એ વાત એકદમ સાચી છે.
થેન્ક યુ. સોહેલભાઈ, એમને માટે.
જી, સીએ નીરવ જોગાણી માટે છે. સર, હું જોઉં છું ઘણા ટાઈમથી જે રીતે લેમન ટેકનોલોજી આગળ વધી રહ્યું છે, RSM ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યૂટ, સોરી, અને ઘણા બધા એવા ફિલ્ડને આપણે સાંકળી લીધા છે. લેબર લો હોય, ટેક્સેશન હોય, સોફ્ટવેર ડેવલપમેન્ટ હોય, તમારું પોતાની પ્રેક્ટિસ સીએની છે, ઓડિટ્સ છે. તો એક સિંગલ વ્યક્તિ આટલું બધું કામ કેવી રીતે કરી શકે એ આજે આ હોલની અંદર ઉપસ્થિત પ્રોફેશનલ્સને તમે કઈ રીતે એના માટે ટિપ્સ આપશો? થેન્ક યુ.
આ સુંદર સવાલ છે.
સોરી, હું સિંગલ વ્યક્તિ નથી, અમે 500 જણની ટીમ
એટલે
છે.
નીરવભાઈ સવાલ એમનો એ છે કે 500 જણની ટીમને દરેક નીરવ 500 ને કેવી રીતે બનાવી શક્યા, એમ પ્રશ્ન છે.
ના, એટલે એક વ્યક્તિ જે અમારી ટીમમાં છે એ એમના થકી જ જે થઈ રહ્યું છે થઈ રહ્યું છે. હું તો અત્યારે અહીંયા સ્ટેજ પર બેસ્યો છું, ઓફિસમાં કામ તો ચાલતું હશે. અને અમારે ત્યાં લગભગ આશરે 25 બિઝનેસ વર્ટિકલ્સ છે અથવા 25 મેજર ડિવિઝન્સ છે. અને એક ડિવિઝનની અંદર પાર્ટનર લેવલની વ્યક્તિ છે, એના પછીની આખી ટોપ લેવલ ટીમ, અને પછી ઇવન ટ્રેનીઝથી લઈને એટલે ઘણા બધા, જેમ સીએની અંદર આર્ટિકલ્સ હોય, સોફ્ટવેરની અંદર એપ્રેન્ટિસ હોય, તો એવી રીતે ઘણા બધા જણે અમારે ત્યાંથી આર્ટિકલશીપ અથવા ટ્રેની તરીકે સ્ટાર્ટ કરીને આજે એ લોકો એક લીડરશિપ પોઝિશન પર છે અને એ જ આખી એ પર્ટિક્યુલર એમનું ડિવિઝન ડ્રાઈવ કરે છે. ઘણા બધા અંશે ખાલી એઝ અ ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશન આરએસએમ તરીકે કે લેમન તરીકે એક પ્લેટફોર્મ પૂરું પાડવું, એક સારું ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર, એક વર્ક કલ્ચર, એથી વિશેષ જે બી કાર્ય થાય છે એ બધું ટીમ અને ટીમના લીડર્સ જ કરે છે.
મારો એમની સાથેનો પેટા પ્રશ્ન તમને છે. હવે પ્રશ્ન છે ને આ બાજુથી, હા આ બાજુથી આવશે, પછી પાછો આ બાજુથી, પછી પાછળથી, પછી આગળથી એમ થશે. મારો પ્રશ્ન તમને એ છે એમના પ્રશ્નમાં પેટા પ્રશ્ન તરીકે કે 500 વ્યક્તિઓ કામ કરે, પરંતુ એ દરેક, એવરીબડી કેનોટ વેર યોર હેટ. યુ આર અ ડિફરન્ટ પર્સનાલિટી એન્ડ what you can deliver, they may not be able to deliver exactly what you can. એટલે ભૂલો પણ થતી હોય, તમારી અપેક્ષા કરતાં ઓછું પણ થતું હોય, અને આ બધા કારણો એટ્રિશન માટે, રિટેન્શન માટે, આ બધા કારણો ઘણા મોટા અંશે ભાગ ભજવતા હોય. તો ને સેટિસ્ફાઈડ ટુ મિસ્ટેક્સ ઇઝ ઓલવેઝ વેરી ચેલેન્જિંગ, કે ભાઈ ભૂલો હોય તો એને પણ આપણે સ્વીકારી શકવા જોઈએ. આવી બધી વાતોને, એ ચેલેન્જીસને આપ કેવી રીતે જુઓ છો? 500 માણસની ટીમ તો કામ કરે છે.
હલો. એટલે એક જે આગળના સેશન્સમાં આપણે સાંભળ્યું, અને એ છે ટેકનોલોજીથી. એટલે હું ચાર્ટર્ડ એકાઉન્ટન્ટ છું બાય પ્રોફેશન, અને ટેકનોલોજીનું એવું કોઈ ખરેખર બેકગ્રાઉન્ડ નથી. અને ઇનફેક્ટ જ્યારે અમે ભણતા હતા ત્યારે ઓડિટ રિપોર્ટ બનાવતા તો ટાઈપરાઇટર પર ટાઈપ કરતા, ને 2 ભૂલ થાય તો ફાડીને ફેંકીને નવેસરથી પાનું ટાઈપ કરવા બેસતા. એટલે એટલું જ ટેકનોલોજીનું જ્ઞાન તો કેટલું, તો ટાઈપરાઇટિંગ પૂરતું, ના મોબાઈલ ફોન હતા કે ના. પણ જેમ જેમ આગળ પ્રેક્ટિસ ડેવલપ કરતા ગયા, જેમ જેમ કન્સલ્ટિંગ ને બીજા એરિયાઝમાં, ત્યારે એ સમજાઈ ગયું કે જો રિપીટેટિવ અને કન્સિસ્ટન્ટ ક્વોલિટીથી કામ કરવું હશે તો ટેકનોલોજી વગર થવાનું નથી. અને એટલે જ અમે ટેકનોલોજીમાં ડાયવર્સિફાય કર્યું. 2003માં અમે લેમન ટેકનોલોજીસ ફોર્મ કરી, અને ઘણા બધા અત્યારે અમારા પ્રોસેસીસ એવા છે કે જે ટેકનોલોજીથી ડ્રીવન છે. રિસન્ટ અમે ઘણી બધી વસ્તુ આર્ટિફિશિયલ ઇન્ટેલિજન્સ અને એ ઇન્ટિગ્રેટ કરી રહ્યા છીએ. એક જમાનામાં જ્યારે અગેન જે ઓલ્ડ સ્કૂલ કહેવાય, બધા અમે જે જમાનામાં ભણ્યા ત્યારે યાદશક્તિ ઉપર આપણે કેટલું યાદ છે ને કેટલું ખબર છે એના ઉપર દુનિયા ચાલતી. આજે બધું ગૂગલ ઉપર ફ્રીમાં મટીરિયલ છે, એના ઉપરથી એપ્લિકેશન ઓફ નોલેજ કેવી રીતે કરી શકાય, ભૂલચૂક વગર કન્સિસ્ટન્ટલી રિપીટેટિવ ક્વોલિટેટિવ ડિલિવરન્સ કેવી રીતે આપી શકાય, એ આખી ગેમ ચેન્જ થઈ ગઈ છે. અને એટલે જ ખરેખર હવે જો કોઈ પણ એક સિંગલ વસ્તુ છે જેના કારણે આ અચીવ થઈ શક્યું છે અથવા આવી કોઈ પણ બીજી કંપની કરી શકે, તો એ છે ટેકનોલોજી.
થેન્ક યુ સર, થેન્ક યુ. ઉપપ્રમુખ શ્રી વિજયભાઈ મેવાવાલાનો પ્રશ્ન.
ઈશ્વરભાઈ, તમને એક પ્રશ્ન છે કે જેવી રીતે આ ડાયમંડ સિટી ને ટેક્સટાઇલ સિટી એમને વાત કરી સોહેલભાઈ ને, તમે કીધું સોલાર સિટી તરીકે ઓળખાશે, પરંતુ સોલાર સિટી તરીકે ઓળખાવા માટે મારું મંતવ્ય છે કે એસએમસીએ કે કોઈ બી નવું કન્સ્ટ્રક્શન થતું હોય તો એને શું એવું ના કરવું જોઈએ કે સોલારની પ્રોવિઝન રાખો તો જ પ્લાન પાસ થાય? ચંદીગઢમાં ટોટલી બધાના પેનલ સોલાર પેનલ છે, દરેકના હુડ પર ને સ્લેબ પર. ત્યાં નિયમ જ છે કે તમને ત્યાં આગળ સોલાર ના નાખો તો તમને સરકાર, કોર્પોરેશન કોઈ સેવા આપતું નથી. તો આપણે એવું ના કરી શકાય કે એવું થઈ શકે? એવો હું તમારો અભિપ્રાય માંગુ છું.
એવું બધી વસ્તુ પોસિબલ છે, પણ આપણો દેશ બહુ મોટો છે, બધા સ્ટેટ અલગ અલગ છે, બધાની પોલિસી અલગ અલગ છે. એટલે આવું જો વિચારે સ્ટેટ ગવર્મેન્ટ તો થઈ શકે એમ છે. બીજું કે ભાઈ ભારત સરકાર તો કે પણ કે ભાઈ આખા ભારતમાં લાગુ પડે, પણ બધાનું બજેટ પણ ના હોય ને, કે એક તો ઘર માંડ બનતું હોય ને કેવી રીતે સોલાર નાખે, પછી રીચ લોકો નાખી શકે. એટલે આમ જોવો તો હવે કોઈને શીખવાડવું નથી પડતું, એટલી બધી જાગૃતતા દેશમાં છે કે ભાઈ કોઈ ઘર બનાવે એટલે સ્ટાર્ટિંગથી સોલાર મતલબ નાખી દે છે. એટલે મને એવું લાગે છે કે એવું કોઈ મેન્ડેટરી ન હોય તો બી ચાલે એમ છે, લોકોને અવેરનેસ એટલી છે, પોતે સોલાર નાખવાનું સ્ટાર્ટ કરી દીધું છે. બીજું તમને વાત કરું તો સાહેબે યાદ કરાવ્યું કે ગોવિંદ કાકાએ એટલે મારા મોટા પપ્પા એમણે અમારા ગામમાં દુધાળામાં આખું ગામ સોલરાઇઝ કરી દીધું છે. એટલે એ બહુ મોટી વાત છે. જો આવી રીતે બધા જ એન્ટરપ્રિન્યોર્સ કે બધા જ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી વાળા, બધા બિઝનેસમેન જો હિન્દુસ્તાનના એક એક ખાલી ગામડા લઈ લે ને, એક એક ગામ ખાલી દત્તક, કઈ જરૂર જ નથી, બધી વસ્તુ આવી જાય. એટલે એમ અમે ત્યાં જે સોલર નાખ્યું ને ત્યાં ગામમાં 0 બિલ આવે છે. વર્ષના 10-12 હજાર થી લઈને 18,000 રૂપિયાની બચત કરે છે ગામના. એ છોકરાના એજ્યુકેશન ને એના ફેમિલી માટે વાપરી શકે છે. અને બીજી વાત, ઓલા ભાઈ જે વાત કરી કે સાઉથ ગુજરાત ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી, સાઉથ ગુજરાતમાં સોલાર ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી માટે બહુ મોટી ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટી છે. એના રો મટીરિયલ્સ હજી પણ ઇમ્પોર્ટ કરવા પડે છે. ભારત સરકારે બહુ બધી સ્કીમ બહાર પાડી છે, બધા એનો લાભ લઈ શકો. આઈ થિંક ચેમ્બરમાં પણ ઇન્ફોર્મેશન હશે જ તે. એ ઇન્ફોર્મેશનનો લાભ લઈને લોકો લોકલ ફોર વોકલ, અને તમે કહો ને કે ભાઈ મેડ ઇન ઇન્ડિયા, મેક ઇન ઇન્ડિયા, એની અંદર પ્રોજેક્ટ સ્ટાર્ટ કરવાની જરૂર છે. અમને રો મટીરિયલ હજી પણ મળતા નથી, અથવા દૂર દૂરથી ઇમ્પોર્ટ કરવા પડે છે. એમાં બહુ બધી તકલીફ છે. જો સાઉથ ગુજરાતમાં બધા રો મટીરિયલ્સ બનાવવાનું સ્ટાર્ટ થાય તો મને લાગે છે કે જે 1 વર્ષમાં જે થાય એ 6 મહિનામાં થાય, 6 મહિનામાં થાય 1 મહિનામાં થઈ જાય એમ છે. એટલે આજે સોલાર સિટી બનાવવાની વાત છે કે ગુજરાત જે હબ, અને ખરેખર ગુજરાત પણ અત્યારે આખા હિન્દુસ્તાનમાં હબ છે મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગમાં. એટલે ખૂબ મોટી વાત છે. થેન્ક યુ.
ઓકે, થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ.
એક સાહેબ હજી વાત રહી ગઈ. આ અમે જોઈને આજે આપણું ડાંગનું જે ગામ છે, મેં તમને આપણે એ ગામ થોડુંક આમ કેમ કે ત્યાં ગામડા નામ ભૂલી ગયો, 2 મિનિટ યાદ કહું. ગોલ્ડી સોલાર અમે એક આખું ગામ અમે લોકો એડોપ્ટ કર્યું છે હમણાં. એ ગામને પણ આખું અમે સોલરાઇઝ કરી રહ્યા છીએ. થેન્ક યુ.
થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ. મિત્રો, હું આપને વિનંતી કરું કે આપણે પ્રશ્નોત્તરી HR ને રિલેટેડ કરવાનો આગ્રહ રાખીશું. એટલે હવે હું એજ્યુકેશનિસ્ટ તમારા મહેશ પમનાની, આપ સૌ એમને જાણો છો, રોયલ કોચિંગ ક્લાસ.
વેલ, હમણાં ગઈકાલે કે પરમ દિવસે એક સર્વે આવ્યો છે કે વીકલી 32 અવર્સથી માંડીને 44.7 અવર્સ વર્ક થાય છે, જ્યારે ઇન્ડિયામાં તો 6 દિવસ 10 કલાક 12 કલાક કામ થાય છે. તો HR આ બાબતને કેવી રીતે મૂલવે છે?
આ સવાલ એકદમ બરાબર, સોસરવો આવ્યો. હવે જવાબ તો તમારા ત્રણેયમાંથી જ કોઈ આપશે.
Hello. Yeah. Sir, see, basically, nature of industry depend करता है. What you आप जो बात कर रहे हो, majorly it's for the back office work. हम जहाँ project execution करते हैं, साहब ने कहा when we have done so many projects of national importance, time labor intensive projects हैं. One project we delivered, inaugurated by Prime Minister of India, Dr. Manmohan Singh ji. It is national importance, if I tell, 30,000 barrels production per day, oil crude facility. हमने वो plant 90 days में from concept to commissioning किया. We were the electrical part of it. Now we are working at Badmer. It's cross border and atmosphere is very hostile. It goes 48-50 degrees summer में and 2 degrees winter में. So the labor, what we do is we churn them. We don't look at the hours, but yes, HR compliance is to the highest level. 6-1 we keep it. Other than that, हमारा HR एक concept आया था. We do 45 days off, 45 days on for a working period, and 15 days off. We send them to their native place. just to rejuvenate and come back. So well-being of the labor, if it is catered to, I think you get the best productivity out of it, even working in such a hostile atmosphere. But naturally, it has to be there.
થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ. આપણે 2 થી 3 સવાલો વધુમાં વધુ લઈ શકશું, એટલે જેના હાથ જે પ્રમાણે ઊભા થયા ને, અને હજુ આના પછીના પેનલ ડિસ્કશનમાં પણ જવાબ આવશે, પ્રશ્ન પૂછી શકશે. હાજી.
જય હિન્દ ઓલ ઓફ યુ. મારો ક્વેશ્ચન કેપ્ટન ઈશ્વરભાઈ માટે છે, યંગ ઓન્ટરપ્રિનર માટે, કે આજે 75 ડે બોડી ફિટ કરવા માટે જે રીતે આપણે પેશનેટલી વર્ક કરીએ છીએ, તો એક બિઝનેસ માટે કેટલું પેશનેટલી ફોલો કરવું જોઈએ, કે એટલા દિવસ તો આપવા જ જોઈએ એક આઈડિયા માટે? થેન્ક યુ સર.
આ સવાલ આમ તો HR ને રિલેટેડ કહેવાય, હા, કારણ કે બોડી ફિટનેસ હોય તો વિરાટ કોહલી 35 વર્ષની ઉંમરે પણ રમી શકે, એટલે એન્ટરપ્રિન્યોરને તમે પાછા ફિટ છો, કહો એમને જવાબ આપો.
ભાઈ થેન્ક યુ. ફિટ તો રહેવું જ પડે, કેમ કે નકર ઓલા જેવું થાય કે ગઢ હાલે ને સિંહ ગેલા. ભાઈ સમજાણું કોઈને? ગઢ હાલા ને સિંહ ગેલા એટલે કે ગઢ તો જીતી ગયા પણ મેન માણા મરી ગયો એમ. બિઝનેસ તો થઈ ગયું ને બધું કામે કર્યું, પણ આપણે ફિઝિકલ ન હોય તો આપણે મરી ગયા તો પટી ગયું, વાપરશે કોણ? એટલે ફિટનેસ તો જોઈએ. અને બિઝનેસ માટે 1000 દિવસ જે પણ બિઝનેસ તમે કરવા માંગતા હો એમાં 1000 દિવસ એક જ બિઝનેસ ને એક ધ્યેય સાથે તમે લાગી જાઓ એટલે સક્સેસ થાવ ને થાવ.
ઓકે, એમનો પ્રશ્ન ને પછી નવીનભાઈ પટેલ અમારા એક સવાલ પૂછશે, કારણ કે મને ઘણીવાર કહે છે કે તમે ભાઈ એકદમ સરળ રાખો, તમે અઘરો સવાલ પૂછો પણ જવાબ સરળ આવશે નક્કી. હા.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Raj. My question is to Sandeep, sir, that being a director, what kind of candidate you would like to hire for the managerial position, between a person who has experience in entrepreneurship but failed, and he is from Surat, and the other person is from Mumbai, he has degree in managerial and have studied in prestigious college. So what candidate you would like more to hire?
કઈ કોલેજમાંથી આવો છો?
Department of Human Resource Development.
વેરી નાઇસ, વેરી નાઇસ, ગુડ ક્વેશ્ચન. એના માટે બધી કોલેજ વાળા તાળી પાડજો, બધી યુનિવર્સિટી વાળા.
I am an alumni from your college, right? Yes. So anyway, it's a very good question. What we experienced, what you said is, I would look for somebody who has more integrity, जिसका कंपनी के साथ इंटीग्रिटी ज्यादा हो. And I would look for not so much a prestigious college, which you will be amazed to find out of 500 people we have only probably 40 or 50 engineers who are BE. I have almost 150 people who are diploma, and we have 300 people who are ITIs. So our role is we encourage the ITI to go to a supervision level from a technician level, and to develop the supervisor to a managerial level. To the extent we have partnered with some of the candidates who joined our organization and have served over a decade. There are 3 role models who started as an employee of our company, but today are as partners to our company. So I would give more marks to integrity, not to education, and more towards, probably less towards knowledge. Knowledge we will impart. Through experience, he will gain. So I don't give higher importance to education, because I have seen in my experience people with BE and ME coming, sitting on our desk and applying to Reliance and SR, you know. So as far as the lower boutique companies like ours is concerned, I will prefer lower on knowledge. That's fine with me. I'll give him experience, and integrity is more important, you know. And we show him the vision. We show him the vision as we have demonstrated. Mrunalji was one of faculty to our team building exercise, and our entire team of 100 people he has been, you know, giving a lecture to. So we impart corporate level of, you know, infrastructure and training period as and when required to all the candidates. Yes.
થેન્ક યુ સંદીપભાઈ. આમિર ખાને લગાન ફિલ્મમાં रिक्रूटमेंट वक्त એવું કહ્યું હતું કે हम कैंडिडेट की काबिलियत से ज्यादा वो खुद ये प्रोजेक्ट को कितना चाहता है वो हम देखते हैं. નેક્સ્ટ ક્વેશ્ચન વિલ બી ફ્રોમ નવીનભાઈ પટેલ અને એના પછી છેલ્લો પ્રશ્ન આવશે છેલ્લેથી આગલો. જૈનેશભાઈ પીપી સવાણી યુનિવર્સિટી, તમારા પગલામાં આખી યુનિવર્સિટી આવી ગઈ. હા, પછી બીજો કોઈ ત્યાંથી પૂછશે નહીં. ગજીવાલા છેલ્લો.
નમસ્કાર, હું કેપ્ટન ઈશ્વરભાઈને સવાલ કરવા માંગુ છું કે ઈશ્વરભાઈ, હું એમએસસીબીથી આવું છું. મારો ટેક્સટાઇલનો બિઝનેસ છે ને તમારા જ એરિયામાં છે. હું કિમમાં મારી ફેક્ટરી છે. અમે ઘણીવાર મુલાલભાઈને ને અમારા HR વાળા અમારા ચિરાગભાઈને બધા ઘણા સાથે અમારી ચર્ચાઓ થતી હોય છે કે ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીની અંદર આગળ વધવા માટે અમે પણ ઘણા બધા પ્રયત્નો કરી રહ્યા છીએ. અમે જેમ કે HR સિસ્ટમ અમે તો 2015માં અહીંયાથી વિવિંગ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી ત્યાં લઈ ગયા, એટલે ત્યારે અમને ખબર પડી કે HR શું છે. અહીંયા જ્યારે અમે વિવિંગ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીમાં પાવરલુમ હતી એટલે અમને HRની જરૂર પડતી નથી, એટલે અમને HRની ખબર બી નથી. પણ ચેમ્બરમાં આવ્યા પછી મુલાલભાઈ ને બધા સાથે રહ્યા પછી અમને HRની ખબર પડવા મળી કે HR શું કહેવાય. એટલે મને હજુ યાદ છે કે ચિરાગભાઈ દેસાઈ અમારા મિત્ર છે, એમને હું પહેલી વાર મારી ફેક્ટરી પર લઈ ગયો કારણ કે મારો શોખ હતો. તમારા બધા સાથે હું ફરું છું, ગોવિંદ કાકા સાથે બી હું ઘણીવાર બેસું છું. ઉમિયાધામથી બિલોંગ કરું છું. તો આ HRની સિસ્ટમમાં અમે લોકો વર્કરોને અમારા ત્યાં બધી સુવિધા આપીએ છીએ. અમે સ્ટાર્ટ કરી ફેક્ટરી 2015માં, ત્યારે અમે નક્કી કર્યું કે આપણે એમને જમવાની વ્યવસ્થા, દરેક ફંક્શન કરીએ છીએ અમે. હા, મુદ્દાવાર. તો અમે આ બધું કર્યા છતાં પણ અમે લોકો અમને આજે પણ ક્લેરિટી નથી મળતી કે બિઝનેસમાં અમે ભૂલ કરીએ છીએ કે શું. વર્કર આજે પણ દર વર્ષે અમારા ત્યાં ચેન્જ થતા જાય છે. અમે આ બધી સુવિધા આપીએ છીએ, વધારે પગાર આપીએ છીએ, દર વર્ષે ઇન્ક્રીમેન્ટ આપીએ છીએ. તો અમારી ક્યાં ભૂલ થાય છે, અમને જરા સમજાવજો.
ભૂલ કોઈની હોતી જ નથી. અમારા ગોવિંદ કાકા એક જ વસ્તુ કહે છે કે ગામ કરતા પૈસા વધારે આપો. આપણે શું કરીએ છીએ એમાં આપણે કસ મારીએ છીએ. ખરેખર કેવું હોય ખબર છે કે ગામ કરતા પૈસા, ધારો કે એક એક્ઝામ્પલ આપણે વાત કરીએ કે બધા લોકો ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીમાં 20-25 હજાર ન હોય, આપણે 35 આપવાના. એની પાસે 50નું કામ લેતા આપણને આવડવું પડે. ખરેખર આપણી લીડરશિપ વીક છે એટલે પ્રોબ્લેમ છે. વર્કરનો પ્રોબ્લેમ નથી, પ્રોબ્લેમ આપણાની અંદર છે. આપણા મતલબ હું એમ કહું કે મારા પ્રોબ્લેમ છે. સારા માણસ મને ન મળે કે મારી ગોલ્ડી ન મળે, મારો પ્રોબ્લેમ છે. હું કામ હું મેનેજિંગ કરી શકતો નથી મારી ટીમને. એમ તમે કીધું ને વહી જાય છે, વય હું કામ જાય? લાઈન લાગવી પડે એવું તમે વિચારો. એક દિવસ છે ને એમ કરો, રૂમમાં છે ને રૂમને બંધ કરી આખો દિવસ વિચારો, એક જ વિચાર કરવાનો ખાલી કે એમ્પ્લોયમેન્ટ ન જાય એના માટે હું કરું. 10 પાના 5 પાના 2 પાના જેટલા ભરે એટલે ભરો, પછી ફાઇનલ ઉપર આવો કે શું કરું તો મારા વર્કર ન જાય. હવે તમને રસ્તો બતાવ્યો. કાંઈ કરવાનું નથી, થોડું વિચારવાનું છે અને વધારે આપવાનું, વધારે કામ લેવાનું છે. જે માણસને કામ કરવું છે, જેને ભૂખ છે, મારે આગળ વધુ છે, કામ કરું, એવા માણસો તમારી પાસે આવશે, બીજા આવશે નહીં. ખોટી આઈટમ બધી સાઈડલાઈન થઈ જાય. જયરામજી
ઈશ્વરભાઈ માટે અહીંયા ટેબલ તમારી સાથેનું રિઝર્વ કરી દો. લંચમાં એમને કન્સલ્ટ કરી લેજો. હવે પીપી સવાણી, જૈનેશભાઈ અને ત્યાર પછી છેલ્લો પ્રશ્ન સંજય ગજીવાલા. ભાઈ આગળનું બધું કાપી નાખો, સીધા પ્રશ્ન પર આવી જાઓ.
થેન્ક યુ. મૃણાલભાઈ, મારો પ્રશ્ન એ છે કે તમે જે રીતે પેરેડાઇમ શિફ્ટ જુઓ છો બિઝનેસ એરાની અંદર, કે હવે જે જમાનો આવ્યો છે એ ગીગ ઇકોનોમીનો આવ્યો છે. ઇટ ઇઝ અ ગીગ ઇકોનોમી. એટલે ત્યાં તમારી બિઝનેસની ટ્રેડ સિક્રેટ્સ હોય. સો હાઉ ડુ યુ ડીલ ટ્રેડ સિક્રેટ્સ અંડર ગીગ ઇકોનોમી એઝ યુ ઓલ આર એન્ટરપ્રેન્યોર્સ હિયર? થેન્ક યુ.
મને લાગે છે કે આનો જવાબ એક જ જણ જવાબ આપશે તો ચાલશે ને, બાકીના બેને.
એટલે જે બિઝનેસ ઇન્ફોર્મેશન છે એને આપણે લાર્જલી જોઈએ તો બે ભાગમાં ક્લાસિફાઈ કરી શકીએ. એક છે કે જે ટ્રેડ સિક્રેટ્સ છે અથવા જેનાથી કંપની નો ક્યાં તો વિકાસ થવાનો છે અથવા એનું IP રાઇટ્સ છે ને એના કારણે જ કંપનીનું અસ્તિત્વ છે. અને બીજી ઘણી બધી ઇન્ફોર્મેશન હોઈ શકે જે અનક્લાસિફાઈડ છે. આપણે સાહેબે કીધું, નેવી સ્ટાફ ચીફે, કે ઘણી બધી ઇન્ફોર્મેશન આપણે વધારે પડતી પ્રોટેક્ટ કરીએ તો બી એ નુકસાન છે કારણ કે એ લોકો સુધી પહોંચતી નથી, કમ્યુનિકેટ નથી થતી. ને વૈસા વર્ષા જો ઇન્ફોર્મેશન સિક્યોર કરવામાં ના આવે તો એ ઘણી બધી રીતે પ્રોબ્લેમ ક્રિએટ કરી શકે. હવે ગીગ ઇકોનોમીમાં બી કઈ કંપની કઈ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીમાં છે એના ઉપર ડિપેન્ડ કરે છે. ધારો કે આપણે કોઈ સ્વિગી ઝોમેટોના ડિલિવરી પર્સન હોય તો એને બહુ લિમિટેડ ઇન્ફોર્મેશન હોય, એનાથી વધારે એને ઇન્ફોર્મેશન નહીં.
એટલે જે નીડ ટુ નો બેઝિસ ઉપર કોને શું ઇન્ફોર્મેશન આપવી, સાથે સાથે ઘણી બધી લોકોમાં એ જાગૃતતા આવી છે કે ધારો કે આપણે કોન્ફિડેન્શિયાલિટી અગ્રીમેન્ટ સાઇન કરાવ્યા હોય, એપોઇન્ટમેન્ટ લેટરમાં એની રીતની ટર્મ્સ એન્ડ કન્ડિશન હોય, ખાસ કરીને નોલેજ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીમાં. અમે સોફ્ટવેરની ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીની રીતે કહું તો કોઈ પણ વ્યક્તિ છોડીને બીજી કંપનીમાં જાય તો રેફરન્સ ચેક અચૂક આવે, રેફરન્સ ચેક વગર એ ક્યાંય જઈ ના શકે. અને એની અંદર કોઈએ ખોટું કર્યું હોય તો એના માટે એ ઉપયોગી નથી. એટલે એ કેટલા લેવલે પ્રોટેક્ટ કરવું, કેવી રીતે પ્રોટેક્ટ કરવું, પ્રોટેક્શનના બી ઘણા બધા એ એન્ક્રિપ્ટેડ થી લઈને ફાઇલ તમે ઘણી બધી રીતે પ્રોટેક્ટ કરી શકતા હોય એવા ઘણા બધા ટૂલ્સ બી અવેલેબલ છે. પણ એ જેમ ઘણી બધી જગ્યાએ હવે આપણે HR મેનેજર કંપનીમાં મસ્ત થઈ ગયો છે, એક લેવલનું ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશન હોય તો ડેટા મેનેજર બી હવે એટલો જ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ થઈ ગયો છે કે કેટલો ઇન્ફોર્મેશન અને ડેટા કોને અને કેવી રીતે આપવો, કેટલા વખત માટે આપવો, કોઈ છોડીને જાય છે તો તરત એ એક્સેસ કેવી રીતે પાછો ખેંચવો. આઈ થિંક એ બધું વિચારવાની જરૂર પડી શકે. થેન્ક યુ.
Good afternoon.
સંજય ગજીવાલા. હા.
To any of the three entrepreneurs. ગઈકાલે we saw the incident જે ક્રિકેટમાં થયો ટાઈમ આઉટનો. ઘણીવાર એવા ઇન્સિડન્ટ થઈ છે કે it was as per the rule book, it was right, પર સ્પોર્ટ્સમેન સ્પિરિટ 75% લોકો આજે બી કહે છે it was wrong. ઘણીવાર HR થ્રુ તમારી પાસે એવા ક્વેશ્ચન્સ આવશે કે તમને એમ લાગે છે કે ભાઈ as per the rule book, it is right. તો તમને શું લાગે to run the big organization, you should always follow the rule book યા 75% ને ફોલો કરવું જોઈએ?
તમને શું લાગે છે? તમે પ્લેસમેન્ટ એજન્સી પણ ચલાવો છો અને you provide so many employees to corporates.
It will be
તમારા હૃદય પર હાથ મૂકીને જવાબ આપો કે એન્જેલો સાચો છે કે શું નામ પેલાનો ભાઈ?
Matthews.
નહીં, મેથ્યુસ નહીં, પેલો શાકિબ અલ હસન.
I would love to have answer from
આ
them.
જવાબ એમને જ આપવા દો. હા, આ જવાબ એમને આપવો જોઈએ.
No, I would love to have answers
તમે
from
અમને
them.
મોકલશો ને ભાઈ પ્લેસમેન્ટ માટે?
નહીં, I would love to have answers from entrepreneurs. Please.
So, sir, three things: head, heart, and hand. આવો જ એક ઇન્સિડન્ટ સ્ટીવ વોગનો થયેલો આગળ. I think sportsman spirit was questioned. It was question of a run out when a bowler bowls. કોઈ આગળ જતું રહ્યું અને he stumped. સ્ટીવ વોગનો હતો. If I મૃણાલભાઈ આપ ક્રિકેટમાં વધારે correct. So, head and heart. So, when you say organization big or small, it is important what your heart says. I as an entrepreneur would go by heart, not by head. And most of the times, if I were to answer very specific, probably 90% I will go with heart, 10% with head. If somebody is, grossly wrong, very grossly wrong, a mistake like this, heart would lead the head basically. If somebody has done very grossly wrong, it is, it sets an example to the rest of the team that what your boss thinks of you. He forgives at time. There was a story. You make mistakes. Adani says you come back and fall back. We take care of your mistakes. So if you do that with your team, you are the winner. We have seen so many people, falling apart, but we supported them and they never leave us. I'll give you a very small example. 1 minute વધારે લઈશ. Ours is a boutique company, a small company, and we are into oil and gas. So અમારા ત્યાં જે salary levels છે, ગલ્ફમાં they give almost 3 times to 4 times. So probably Sachi Electromech has sent more than 1,000 people to Gulf, જે અમારા ત્યાં 3 ને 4 વર્ષ ખાલી તૈયાર થાય છે અને અમારા સર્ટિફિકેટ પર ગલ્ફ જતા રહે. Now it is how difficult it is to leave them. આટલો 4 વર્ષ ટ્રેન કર્યા પછી. What the best part of it is, I would like everybody to acknowledge that the person who leaves Gulf, he gives a call to me or mail to me, sir, मैं इंडिया आ रहा हूँ, आपके पास जॉब है तो फर्स्ट आपके यहाँ ज्वाइन करूंगा. And he knows he's not going to get the same salary level what he's getting there, but yes, he will get here. So he comes by heart, So I would go for it because my experience says so. Thank you very much.
1 મિનિટ નીરવભાઈ ને 50 સેકન્ડ કેપ્ટન.
આ પર્ટિક્યુલર ઇન્સિડન્ટનું કોઈ ટેકનિકલ નોલેજ તો મને છે નહીં, પણ ઓર્ગેનાઇઝેશનના કન્ટેક્સમાં કહું તો આઈ થિંક 2 વસ્તુ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ છે. એનો કન્ટેક્સ શું છે ને ઇમ્પેક્ટ શું છે. આ જ વસ્તુ કદાચ વ્હાઇટ બોલ નો બોલ માટેનું હોય તો કદાચ રૂલ બુકથી જવું વધારે યોગ્ય હોતે, કારણ કે એમાં ઇમ્પેક્ટ એવો નથી કે જેના કારણે કોઈ હાર જીતનો પ્રશ્ન થઈ શકે. જ્યારે આમાં એટલી મોટી ઇમ્પેક્ટ હતી અને કન્ટેક્સ શું હતો તો કે ભાઈ હેલ્મેટનું સ્ટ્રેપ તૂટી ગયું હતું ને એટલે હેલ્મેટ રિપ્લેસ કરવાનું હતું. એવું નહોતું કે જાણી જોઈને ટાઈમ કોઈ બગાડી રહ્યું હતું. જો કોઈએ જાણી જોઈને ટાઈમ બગાડ્યો હોય તો જવાબ અલગ હોઈ શકે. અને અહીંયાના કન્ટેક્સ્ટમાં જ્યાં એક ટાઈપનું એક્સિડેન્ટલ પેલું હતું, કારણ કે જ્યારે ઓવર બી ચાલતી હોય ને કોઈના ગ્લોવ્સ ખરાબ થઈ જાય તો એ વચ્ચે બોલાવીને બદલતું જ હોય છે. એવું નથી કે એ અલાઉડ નથી. તો એ કન્ટેક્સ્ટમાં કદાચ અને સામેવાળાને રૂલનું ના ખબર હોય એટલે બી 2 મિનિટ થઈ હોય એ શક્યતા. તો મારા હિસાબે કન્ટેક્સ્ટ અને એની ઇમ્પેક્ટ, રૂલ બુક પ્રમાણે જવાથી કોઈની જોબ જઈ શકે, એનું આખું ઘર બરબાદ થઈ શકે, તો ચોક્કસ એ રૂલ બુકનું કામ નથી. પણ એ ડિસિપ્લિન કોઈ ટાઈમ પર નથી આવતું અથવા કોઈ ખરેખર ડિલિવર નથી કરતું, એના માટે કોઈ રૂલ્સ યુઝ કરવા પડે તો એ અલગ કન્ટેક્સ્ટ થઈ જાય. તો એમાં રૂલ બુકનો ઉપયોગ બહુ મોટો છે.
નીરવભાઈ જે વાત કરી ને એ વાતની હું જે બોલવાનો હતો એ મતલબ નીરવભાઈ બોલી ગયા કે ભાઈ રૂલમાં કઈ આમ તેમ થાય નહીં, કે હાલ નકર તમારી કંપની ચાલે નહીં. પણ મહત્વનું એ છે કે તમે તમારા ફેમિલી કે તમારા ભાઈ કે એની વાત આવે ત્યારે થોડું હૃદય અંદર વાપરીને ડિસિઝન લેવા. પૂરું.
થેન્ક યુ સો વેરી મચ. છેલ્લો પ્રશ્ન બહુ અગત્યનો હતો અને બધાએ સુંદર જવાબ એનો આપ્યો. ઓવરઓલ આ આખા પેનલ ડિસ્કશનમાં ખૂબ સુંદર વાતો થઈ. તમારા લોકોનું પાર્ટિસિપેશન પણ બહુ સારું આવ્યું. જો કે પાછળની બાજુથી થોડુંક ઓછું આવ્યું, પણ ફાઇન. વી એપ્રિશિએટ ઓલ ધ 3 પેનલિસ્ટ. તમારા સૌના જોરદાર તાળીઓના ગડગડાટ વચ્ચે આપણે આનું સમાપન કરીએ. થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ સંદીપભાઈ, થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ નીરવભાઈ, એન્ડ થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ કેપ્ટન.
Thank you very much, Mrunalbhai. So we are moving ahead with the second panel. It's my privilege to introduce moderator for the second panel. He is the leadership coach and leadership incubator. For last 4 decades, he facilitates the creation of people and performance-focused business and HR leaders. He enjoys helping the creation of high-performing teams and team leaders. He writes often on points of high concern, but the points which are less worked upon. He's a missionary for creating value orientation, creating effectiveness orientation, and creating orientation for selfless social work among professionals. He voluntarily works with tribal youth, temple trusts, hospitals, NGOs, etc. He is a president of NHRD Network South Gujarat chapter. He has total faith in the great Indian story to come true. Let us welcome Shri Himanshu M. Bhatt.
All the delegates, please remain in the hall. Lunch will start only after this panel discussion. અને એસી બંધ કરાવી દીધું છે એટલે ઘણાને ઠંડી બહુ લાગે છે, તો એસી ઓલરેડી અમે ટેમ્પરેચર એડજસ્ટ કરાવી દીધું છે.
मृणाल भाई ने जैसे कहा, हम लोग समय पे लंच करना चाहेंगे. हम लास्ट पैनल डिस्कशन में है और between food and all of us, our panel discussion is going to be there. तो बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है हमारे पर और आप हेल्प करेंगे तो बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छे तरीके से ये कर पाएंगे. आज हमने जो भी सुना, हमारे पैनल का सब्जेक्ट हम ऐसा कह सकते हैं कि इट्स गोइंग टू बी ए फूड फॉर थॉट फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस. मतलब भोजन करते समय, घर जाते समय भी जिन्हें याद रख पाएंगे, ऐसा सब्जेक्ट है. द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ AI, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, ऑन द फ्यूचर एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी, इसके ऊपर का सब्जेक्ट है. पैनल बहुत लर्नेड है. सबसे पहले मैं जिनको इंट्रोड्यूस करना चाहूँगा वो है डॉक्टर पराग संघानी. करंटली Parag Bhai is Vice Chancellor of PP Savani University and a very learned person, no doubt about it. But most importantly, he has trained a few thousand people on different kind of subjects on management and leadership. Let's give a big hand to Parag Bhai. संतोष राय जी, शुरू के सेशन में उनका नाम भी आया था, आपने सुना होगा. इज अ वंडरफुल HR प्रोफेशनल फ्रॉम L&T और L&T में HR मतलब हम जान सकते हैं कि he would have been standing for excellence and he has been the professional for last HR professional for last 25 years. We will have the benefit of his rich experience. I welcome Santosh Rai ji. Let's give a big hand. भाई अभी लास्ट सेशन है, खाने की भी बहुत जरूरत है, लेकिन ताली थोड़ी जोर से बजा दीजिए ना। हमारे पैनल मेंबर्स को भी, हम सबको भी थोड़ा अच्छा लगे ना, आप जोर से ताली बजाओ तो। डॉक्टर राजीव शाह, a very young HR professional, more than 16 years of experience, and it is always a joy to listen to Rajiv Bhai. He's business HR partner from Reliance Industry, but he has studied various aspects of HR in depth, and it is always a pleasure to listen to Rajiv Bhai. Let's give a big hand to Rajiv Bhai. AI के ऊपर, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के ऊपर एक छोटी सी फिल्म, वीडियो क्लिप हम देखेंगे। उसके बाद में हमारे पैनल मेंबर्स कुछ 1 मिनट्स के लिए, 2-2, 3-3 मिनट के लिए बात करेंगे, एंड देन वी विल हैव योर क्वेश्चंस। सो आई रिक्वेस्ट फॉर द फिल्म।
5 अक्टूबर 1950 अमेरिका के कंप्यूटर साइंटिस्ट एलन ट्यूरिंग एक पेपर पब्लिश की जिसका टाइटल था कंप्यूटिंग मशीनरी एंड इंटेलिजेंस। इस पेपर में उस टाइम उन्होंने उस बात की जिक्र की जिसकी चर्चा आज दुनिया भर में हो रही है। उन्होंने लिखा था कि बहुत जल्द इस दुनिया में हमारे बीच एक ऐसी मशीन होगा जो ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस को भी मिमिक कर सकता है। यानी दोस्तों, एक ऐसा मशीन जो इंसानों की तरह सोच सकता है या फिर उससे भी कहीं ज्यादा सोच सकता है। और उसी के ठीक 5 साल बाद 18 जून 1956 अमेरिका में डार्माउथ कॉन्फ्रेंस के दौरान, जहां पर शामिल थे दुनिया के टॉप 10 रिसर्चर, उनमें से एक था जॉन मैकर्थी, जिन्होंने पहली बार एआई यानी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस नाम दुनिया के सामने लाया। और वहां से शुरू हुआ एआई का सफर। वक्त बीतने के साथ साथ एआई की डेवलपमेंट अमेजिंग लेवल पर हो रहा था। एक से बढ़कर एक एआई से जुड़ी क्रिएटिविटी सामने आ रही थी। पर एआई इंडस्ट्री को और ज्यादा एडवांस और पावरफुल बनाने के लिए दिसंबर 2015 अमेरिका में ओपन एआई कंपनी लॉन्च हुई और 18 जून 2018 ओपन एआई ने एआई इंडस्ट्री को एक ऐसी नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग मॉडल दी जो उस टाइम एआई इंडस्ट्री पर एक क्रांति लेकर आई। और वो था जीपीटी यानी जनरेटिव प्री-ट्रेन ट्रांसफॉर्मर, जो गूगल की तरह ही एक सर्च इंजन है। और एआई के पिछले मॉडलों से डेटा वॉल्यूम में कई गुना बढ़ा, लगभग 117 मिलियन है। और दोस्तों, इसमें खास बात यह है कि इसमें मैनुअली डेटा फिट नहीं करना पड़ता, ये खुद ही सीख सकता है। इसकी एडवांस एल्गोरिदम और स्ट्रॉन्ग कंप्यूटिंग पावर के वजह से ये हमें ह्यूमन लाइक इंटरेक्शन भी देते हैं। पर दोस्तों, एआई की ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट यहीं पर ही नहीं रुके। फरवरी 2019 में आया जीपीटी सेकंड वर्जन जीपीटी 2, जून 2020 में जीपीटी 3 और फिर 30 नवंबर 2022 में और ज्यादा एडवांस होकर सामने आया जीपीटी 3.5, जिसे चैट जीपीटी नाम दिया गया था। बट रिसेंटली 14 मार्च 2023 में इसकी लेटेस्ट वर्जन भी लॉन्च की, जीपीटी 4, जो पहले की सारे वर्जनों से और ज्यादा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड डेटा भी कैच कर सकता है। इसमें टेक्स्ट के साथ साथ इमेज में भी इनपुट दे सकते हैं और ये किसी भी क्वेरी की रिस्पॉन्स में दूसरे सर्च इंजनों से काफी एक्यूरेट, क्रिएटिव और फास्ट रिस्पॉन्स दे सकता है। इसलिए जीपीटी 4 लॉन्च होने के सिर्फ 5 दिनों के अंदर 1 मिलियन लोगों को अपने तरफ खींच लिया। वहीं नेटफ्लिक्स को 1 मिलियन तक पहुंचने में 4 साल लगे, ट्विटर को 2 साल, फेसबुक को 10 महीना, स्पॉटिफाई को 5 और इंस्टाग्राम को 2.5 महीना। लेकिन 2 महीने के अंदर जीपीटी 4 10 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंच चुके थे। ऑलरेडी गूगल, अमेजोन, एप्पल, फेसबुक, टेस्ला जैसे बड़ी बड़ी कंपनी में एआई इन्वॉल्वमेंट बहुत तेजी से हो रही है ताकि बिजनेस मैनेजमेंट और ज्यादा बेटर हो सके। हेल्थ केयर पर बीमारी की अर्ली डिटेक्शन होने से एक्यूरेट और फास्ट ट्रीटमेंट हो सकता है, जिससे बहुत सी लोगों की जानें बच सकते हैं। फाइनेंस सेक्टरों में एआई की इन्वॉल्वमेंट से फ्रॉड और स्कैम्स को डिटेक्ट करना और ज्यादा इजी होगा। और सबसे बड़ी बात, एजुकेशन सिस्टम में जहां एक्सपर्ट पहुंच नहीं सकते, वही एआई की मदद से एक बेटर एजुकेशन पहुंचाया जा सकता है। और भी कई सारे ऐसी चीजें हैं जो एआई की इन्वॉल्वमेंट से फास्ट हो सकता है। पर दोस्तों, एआई की इन्वॉल्वमेंट से एक नेगेटिव कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस भी सामने आ रही हैं। वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम के मुताबिक साल 2000 से लेकर अब तक एआई की वजह से 17 लाख से भी ज्यादा जॉब जा चुके हैं। और ये एस्टिमेटेड है कि अगले 2 साल यानी 25 तक 7.5 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा जॉब जाने वाले हैं। खास करके बैंक टीलर, डेटा एंट्री क्लर्क, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग वर्कर्स कंस्ट्रक्शन वर्कर्स, कंटेंट क्रिएटर की जॉब, टेली मार्केटर, कस्टमर केयर एजेंट्स, डोर टू डोर सेल्स, अकाउंटेंट, ड्राइवर्स की जॉब और भी कई सारे जॉब जाने वाले हैं। पर दोस्तों उन लोगों की जॉब ज्यादा सिक्योर होगी जो बदलते समय के साथ खुद को बदल रहे हैं। इस चीज से फर्क नहीं पड़ता कि आप कौन सा काम करते हो, किस इंडस्ट्री पे हो। ऑलरेडी एआई हर इंडस्ट्री, हर जॉब रोल पर टच कर चुका है। अगर नहीं भी किया तो आने वाले टाइम में बहुत तेजी से कर लेगा। लेकिन अगर हमें इस ग्रोइंग टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ चलना है तो खुद को अपग्रेड करना ही होगा दोस्त। इसके लिए आज से ही स्टार्ट हो सकता है। इंटरनेट पर सर्च करने से आपको कई सारे एआई के ऐसे टूल्स मिल जाएंगे जो आपको अपस्किल कर सकता है। फ्यूचरपीडिया नाम की एक वेबसाइट है जिसमें 60 कैटेगरी में 50,000 से भी ज्यादा टूल्स डायरेक्टरी है। देखो कौन सा टूल आपके लिए सुटेबल हो सकता है। और लास्ट में बस यही कहना चाहूंगा दोस्त, एआई की रेगुलेशन तो आ रही है, इसमें कोई शक नहीं, लेकिन कुछ लोग इस अटैक के विक्टिम बन सकता है और कुछ लोग इस अटैक के पार्ट। उम्मीद करता हूँ दोस्तों आप भी इस बदलते समय के साथ खुद को तेजी से बदलेंगे और ऐसे ही वीडियोस को देखने के लिए हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब।
चैलेंज और ऑप्शन दोनों के बारे में काफ़ी अच्छी बातें अपने को सुनने को मिली है। हमारे पैनल मेंबर्स में से मैं राजीव भाई को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि कुछ अपने साथ में शेयर करें 2-3 मिनट में, जिनमें एआई और फ्यूचर एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी दोनों को करने की कोशिश करें। 2-3 मिनट आप सब शेयर करें प्लीज।
Sir, before starting, we would like to felicitate first.
Oh, yes.
I would like to call Mrunalbhai Shukla for felicitation of Himanshu Bhai.
चिराग भाई, कैन आई रिक्वेस्ट चारों का साथ में ही कर दीजिए ना।
Sanjay Bhai Gajiwala for Dr. Rajiv Shah. Vijay Bhai Radadia for Shri Santosh Rai and Chirag Bhai Desai for Dr. Parag Sanghani. ક્લેપ્સ જેટલી જોશથી વગાડશો એટલી ભૂખ બી વધારે લાગશે.
Good afternoon, everyone. To keep it short, because of paucity of time, though there was an insistence that we should speak in Gujarati preferably or Hindi, but to be more inclusive, I would like to speak in English or maybe in Hindi a little bit. ગુજરાતી હોવાનો મને ગર્વ છે અને ગુજરાતીમાં બોલવું પણ ગમશે. But still, AI is not an option for us. If we are thinking that AI is going to come or will be coming in future, then we might be at a wrong perception. So as such, we all are using AI in some form. Better we should start learning about AI as well. Because as we know, technology is not going to stop. But if we don't learn, our jobs will be at stake. So in nutshell, if I say AI के बारे में एटलीस्ट जानना इज मैंडेटरी, उसको सीखना इज नेक्स्ट स्टेप. इफ आई जस्ट गिव पर्सनल एग्जांपल, देन 10th में जब सब्जेक्ट चूज करना आया था, एट दैट टाइम आई चोज टाइप राइटिंग over the drawing. Why? Because that was a vocational kind of skill. And similarly, when I wanted to choose a kind of postgraduate studies, because I got an opportunity in MHRD as well as MLW. So that time also I chose MLW, considering the future requirement of vocational skills. So choose wisely, but for that, be aware. That's the simple message. Thank you.
ગુડ આફ્ટરનૂન, જય ભારત. જમવાની અને વચ્ચે અમે ઊભા છીએ એટલે આઈ હેવ ટુ બી વેરી બ્રીફ. આર્ટિફિશિયલ ઇન્ટેલિજન્સના ઉપયોગ ઉપર મારે બોલવાનું હતું અને ખાસ જો હું એપ્લિકેશનની વાત કરું તો એક સાદો દાખલો આપું. ગઈકાલે નેવીનો પ્રોગ્રામ હતો મેરિયોટ હોટલમાં. ટાઈમ ટુ ટાઈમ ચાલુ થયો અને 15 મિનિટ પહેલાં પૂરો થઈ ગયો. મિનિટ ટુ મિનિટ દરેક પ્રોગ્રામ. આજે આપણો SGCCI પ્રોગ્રામ છે. જો મૃણાલભાઈની જગ્યાએ પહેલી પેનલમાં કોઓર્ડિનેટર તરીકે આર્ટિફિશિયલ ઇન્ટેલિજન્સ કોઈ બેઠું હોત તો કદાચ એ સમયને અનુરૂપ તાત્કાલિક ઇમોશન વિના કોને કટ કરવા, કોને કેટલો સમય આપવો એ કરી શક્યું હોત. એટલે દેટ ઇઝ ધ પાવર ઓફ એ આર્ટિફિશિયલ ઇન્ટેલિજન્સ કે હ્યુમન ઇમોશન્સ વિના જે કંઈ પણ કરવું પડે એ આર્ટિફિશિયલ ઇન્ટેલિજન્સ કરી શકશે. આપણે એક શાયરી છે ને કે હકીકત છુપ નહીં सकती झूठे उसूलों से कि खुशबू आ नहीं सकती कागज के फूलों से. એમાં હવે થોડું ચેન્જ કરવો પડશે કે હવે ખુશ્બુ પણ આર્ટિફિશિયલ ફ્લાવરમાંથી આવશે. એન્ડ દેટ ઇઝ વોટ ધ પાવર ઓફ એ આર્ટિફિશિયલ ઇન્ટેલિજન્સ. જે વાત થઈ, વેધર ઇટ્સ એજ્યુકેશન સેક્ટર, વેધર ઇટ્સ અ બેન્કિંગ સેક્ટર, વેધર ઇટ્સ અ હેલ્થકેર સેક્ટર, યુ નેમ ઇટ, એન્ડ વી આર લિવિંગ વિથ આર્ટિફિશિયલ ઇન્ટેલિજન્સ. જે પણ મૂવી જોઈએ છીએ, આઈ એમ રોબોટ ઓર આઈ રોબોટ કે ટર્મિનેટર્સ, ધીઝ ઓલ બીકેમ રિયાલિટી. જે આજથી 50 વર્ષ પહેલા તમે કદાચ ગુજરાતીમાં જુલેવનની વાતો સાંભળી હશે, કેપ્ટન નેમો અને એ આજે સબમરીન રિયાલિટી થઈ. જે આ મૂવીમાં ને એમાં આપણે જોતા હતા કે ઇન્ટેલિજન્સ વિલ વર્ક, સો દેટ ઓલ ઇઝ નાઉ પાર્ટ ઓફ ધ વર્ક, પાર્ટ ઓફ અવર ડે ટુ ડે લાઈફ. આજે આપમાં નાના ડોટર્સ કે કોઈ પણ હોય એટલે આઈ કેન સી માય ડોટર કે એ હંમેશા હવે ઓરલથી જ વાત કરે, દેર ઇઝ નોટ ટેક્સ્ટિંગ. એ સિરીને પૂછે કે ગૂગલ વનને પૂછે, હે ગૂગલ, હે સિરી, એન્ડ they got all answers for their homework. So that's all artificial intelligence impacting every sphere of our life. And now we have to see how we can live with artificial intelligence. And that's where applications, if you see artificial intelligence applications, whether it's in education sectors, whether it's in healthcare, today you can have a best of the surgeries with the artificial intelligence. Today you can have a best of the financial modeling. આપણે બધા મેનેજમેન્ટ સ્કૂલ્સમાં મોડેલિંગ વી આર સ્ટડિંગ, બટ નાઉ ઓલ મોડેલિંગ હેઝ બીન ઓન આર્ટિફિશિયલ ઇન્ટેલિજન્સ. એન્ડ ટુડે lot of financial gains happens, and that's what the market is to learn, how to work with these robots, how to work with the artificial intelligence based algorithms, and how we will do. So that's the challenge, because my role today as per the Bharat is to just to brief you about the applications. I can say defense sectors, you can say financial sectors, healthcare sectors, education sectors, name everywhere, and artificial intelligence is a part of the applications of that, and every business has to reinvent. And that's where I say one last line, that whenever the auto rickshaw comes, everyone fear ghoda wala ka kya hoga, tange wale sab bekar ho jayenge. But the reskilling is a need for an hour, and PP7 University, we are doing that. We have a lot of courses on artificial intelligence, machine learning. Best of the university we collaborated to provide that kind of the courses, but we have to reskill. We have to upskill ourselves, because artificial intelligence will impact every sphere of our life within 1 or 2 years, and the whole way we live is going to change. And that's why business has to be, readiness has to be there with the impact. Like you said, fake web or dark web, or you can see that abhi Rashmi Mandalana cases, if you see, or New Jersey case, if you have seen that how deep fake will transform. હવે કોઈ આપણને વિડીયો બતાવે કોઈનો તો we cannot believe whether it's true or whether it's fact. Right? હમણાં જ અમેરિકામાં જે સ્ટ્રાઇક્સ થઈ કે copywriters, basically all the fighters, જે dummy fighters છે, they all are on a strike because artificial intelligence ફક્ત તમારો ફોટો, તમારો વોઇસ એ મળી જાય તો કદાચ એવું બને કે હવે અત્યારે ગુરુદૂતનું નવું પિક્ચર પણ આવી શકે, કે એવું બની શકે કે આપને જે સ્ટાર એક્સપાયર થઈ ગયા છે એનું નવું પિક્ચર્સ can be easily created with the artificial intelligence. તો આ બધા સામે આપણે કઈ રીતે ગવર્મેન્ટ્સના રેગ્યુલેશન્સથી કરશું, મોરલ એન્ડ એથિકલ સોસાયટી વિલ વર્ક, આના ઉપર ડેલિબ્રેશન હોવું જોઈએ અને વી વિલ બી રેડી ટુ હેલ્પ ધ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ ટુ નેવિગેટ ધીસ ફિલ્ડ એન્ડ in our talk or a question answers we'll briefly speak on that.
Thank you डॉक्टर साहब. आपने एक बात बहुत अच्छी बताई कि टांगा वाला चले गए, ऑटो वाला आ गए, लेकिन टांगा वाला मतलब डिस्ट्रॉय नहीं हो गए हैं. People have the chance to transform and go into the new roles. Santosh ji.
Good afternoon. I think our session has been kept at a very cusp of a lunch movement, and I see a lot of low level of energy. I'll not repeat what my predecessors have said on this. I can only say I have a young colleague from IIM, Mr. Vibhor Jain. So I was telling him that extract some data on this. So he brought a very interesting data. I'll just share those data with you. And data says in 2016, 3 out of 1,000 were AI literate. In 2022, this number has become 17 out of 1,000. The another interesting data which says that 25% since early April, the number of LinkedIn members post mentioned as their AI as their keyword in their knowledge, and which has now grown up to 75% in the last year, and in June this year it was 15 times compared to last year. So there is a sea transformation in the technology space. It has happened, but as Professor has said, it is, I don't say there is a reason of any anxiety or worry, because what happens when 20-25 years back when जब इंटरनेट आया तो लोग ये सोचते थे कि इंटरनेट आया सब कुछ बदल जाएगा. जब कंप्यूटर आया तो लोगों ने बोला कि जॉब रिप्लेस हो जाएंगे, पर आप देखेंगे कि बहुत सारे ऑल्टरनेट मॉडल्स आ गए. आपने कभी सोचा था कि कोई यूट्यूबर 400 करोड़ रुपए कमाएगा? आपने कभी ये सोचा था कि जोमेटो, स्विगी जैसी कंपनीज इंडिया में ऑपरेट करेंगी? सो मेरा ये मानना है कि इकोनॉमी जो होती है ना, वो पानी की तरह फैलती है, उसे आप रोक नहीं सकते. There are various alternate methods by which the money will flow, the revenue will be generated, employability will be created, models will change over a period of time. So I don't think artificial intelligence is going to create any challenge on employability. What today artificial intelligence is doing is basically it is doing taking away a routine job. आप एक सिंपल ग्रोसरी के शॉप में जाते थे, वो पहले हाथ से बिल बनाता था, बाद में कंप्यूटर से बनाने लगा. टुडे एआई इज गोइंग टू डू द सेम थिंग, बिकॉज एक चीज हमको बहुत जरूरी है जो समझनी है, वो है ह्यूमन इंटेलेक्ट. और ह्यूमन इंटेलेक्ट से सुप्रीम कुछ भी नहीं है, और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को ह्यूमन इंटेलेक्ट ने बनाया है. और ह्यूमन इंटेलेक्ट अगर इवॉल्व होता रहेगा तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस भी इवॉल्व होता रहेगा. तो इवोल्यूशन जो है वो ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस पे है. सो वी हैव टू थिंक कि सर्टेन थिंग्स, आपको ये लगता है कि सर्जरी कोई दूसरा कर पाएगा आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस? आपको लगता है कि कोई मेडिसिन आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस दे पाएगा? आपको ये लगता है कि जो फंडामेंटल कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ टीचिंग है उसे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एक टूल बन सकता है उस टीचिंग का, बट टीचर नहीं बन सकता, जो बुनियादी रूप से जो टीचर एक काम करता है। लीडरशिप, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस लीडरशिप डेवलप नहीं कर सकता। लीडरशिप जो है, आज आप देखेंगे यूथ, हम लोग कहते हैं ना हम नए भारत का निर्माण कर रहे हैं, और नया भारत क्या है? नया भारत एक यूथ भारत है ना। जो नया भारत है, जो युवाओं का भारत है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस बेसिकली उन युवाओं को एक लिवरेज देगा जहां पे वो लोग कुछ नया सोचेंगे, कुछ नया करेंगे। तो मैं इस चीज से बिल्कुल सहमत नहीं हूं कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एक थ्रेट क्रिएट करेगा। मैं इस चीज से भी सहमत नहीं हूं कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आगे चल के हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी चिंता का विषय है। मैं आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को एक पॉजिटिव, एक सकारात्मक तरीके से देखता हूं, जो मैं या हम सब की प्रोडक्टिविटी को इंप्रूव करेगा। जहां हम कुछ रूटीन चीजें करते हैं उसको रिप्लेस करेगा, एंड अल्टीमेटली इट विल हेल्प आवर इकोनॉमी, आवर होल इकोसिस्टम, आवर होल प्रोडक्टिव सिस्टम। थैंक यू।
Few questions from all of you. Oh, Sanjay bhai.
સર ઓલરેડી આ જોયું AI તો લાઈફ બેલેન્સને ડેમેજ કરી જ રહ્યું છે, અને વી હેવ ગોટ પીપલ લાઈક નારાયણ મૂર્તિ જેણે ઓલરેડી સ્ટેટમેન્ટ આપ્યું છે કે 70 hours કરવું જોઈએ, એટલે એ બી ઓલરેડી લાઈફ બેલેન્સ પર હવે ઇફેક્ટ કરવાનું છે. સવારથી આપણે એ બી સાંભળ્યું છે કે ફોર ધ પરફોર્મન્સ ઓફ ધ એમ્પ્લોય લાઈફ બેલેન્સ ઇઝ વેરી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ. તો હાઉ કમ હજી સુધી કોઈ લીડિંગ HR ફ્રેટર્નિટી વહેમલી જેને કહીએ ને કે આ સ્ટેટમેન્ટની વિરુદ્ધ કોઈ સ્ટેટમેન્ટ આવ્યું નથી? I just want to ask you, sir.
મારો રિપ્લાય બે ભાગમાં થશે. એક એટલે એને લાઇટર વેઇન. એચઆરના ઘણા બધા લોકોએ કે કોઈ લીડરે આવું કહ્યું નથી, કારણ કે એ ખરેખર જ એવું માનતા હોય કે કામ ખૂબ ઓછું થઈ રહ્યું છે, તો 70 કલાકના નામે પણ કંઈક થોડું વધારે કામ થાય તો સારું. કારણ કે આપણને એવું લાગ્યું છે કે દરેક એમ્પ્લોયી નહીં પણ અકર્મણ્યતા એ ભારતની એક મર્યાદા છે. એટલે એવું કંઈક એમણે કહ્યું હોય એવું લાગ્યું. બીજું મને એવું લાગ્યું કે નારાયણ મૂર્તિ છે, હી વોઝ નોટ નંબર સ્પેસિફિક. એને એવું કહ્યું કે બધાએ મહેનત થોડી વધારે કરવી જોઈએ, અને વિશ્વમાં જે દેશો કંઈક આગળ વધ્યા એમાં નિસ્વાર્થ ભાવે કામ કરનાર થોડા વધારે હોય તો એ દેશ આગળ જઈ શકે, અને કામના સમયમાં પણ ઓછું કામ કરતા હોય એ દેશ ઓછો પાછળ થઈ જાય. આવું હું માનું છું. એવું એટલે એટલા માટે કદાચ નહીં કહ્યું હશે એવું મને લાગે છે, પણ પૂરું કામ કરવું જોઈએ અને પરિવારને પૂરો સમય આપવો જોઈએ, એ એચઆરનો પ્રિન્સિપલ છે. હા, પ્લીઝ પ્લીઝ પ્લીઝ.
હેલો. એક તરફ એમ્પ્લોયર હોય અને બીજી તરફ એમ્પ્લોયી હોય. એમ્પ્લોયી ઓછો સમય કામમાં આપીને ઓછું કામ કરવા માંગતો હોય ને વધારે પૈસા ઈચ્છતો હોય, ને એમ્પ્લોયર વધારે સમય કામ લઈને ઓછા પૈસા આપવા માંગતો હોય, તો HR કેવી રીતે આને બેલેન્સ કરી શકે?
Artificial intelligence, which will combine both, that they can work at their convenience and they can get it. પણ આ યુનિવર્સલ પ્રશ્ન છે. દરેક જગ્યાએ શેઠ વધારે એમને લાગતું હું વધારે પૈસા આપું છું ને એમ્પ્લોયને, એટલે એના માટે આર્ટિફિશિયલ ઇન્ટેલિજન્સ મે હેલ્પ યુ ડિપ્લોય. તમને એવું લાગતું હોય કે વધારે પૈસા આપું છું તો ઓછા પૈસામાં આર્ટિફિશિયલ ઇન્ટેલિજન્સ ડિપ્લોય કરો. તમારું ટ્યુશન પણ આર્ટિફિશિયલ ઇન્ટેલિજન્સ આપશે, રોબોટ્સથી તમે ક્લાસીસ લેવડાવો છો. દેટ્સ વેર વી વિલ હેવ એ આર્ટિફિશિયલ ઇન્ટેલિજન્સ. પણ એ એટલું રિઝલ્ટ આપશે કે નહીં, that will time will tell. Let's we focus on artificial intelligence because that's the motto of this panel.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Shri. I run a recruitment firm in Surat. I have a team of 10 people right now. I intend to know that, except from ChatGPT, what are some of the tools that we can use? I mean, HR being recruitment specific, what are some of the tools that we can use to enhance or improve the quality of the candidates that we're providing to the companies? Thank you.
So basically, today what employers are looking is quality of hire should be, of a high quality. But if you look at today, the talent market has changed. It's very difficult to get a good quality hires. So therefore, talent partners like yours company, they should do a lot of value addition. Value addition in terms of looking to the candidate's profile into detail, looking at the cultural fit, looking at the organizational fit, looking at the skill sets. Today a lot of consultants are doing psychometry and all those things. And doing a lot of hard work in first hand before sending the candidate to the final round of discussion. And if the companies or the consultants are able to do that, they are becoming a differentiator. Some of the leading consultant or Egon Zender, Korn Ferry, and these are the companies or Sapphire. Why they are changing their orbit? Because they are putting a lot of pluses into the whole hiring pattern. They are putting a lot of efforts into that. They know the market, they know the talent mapping, they know the resource mapping, which all the competitor companies are there, where similar kind of levels are there. So all those things, and that, as Professor said, you have to do with the lot of amalgamation of technology. A lot of technology you have to use, a lot of analytics you have to use, and so that you have a lot of pool of data, and then you can provide a suitable candidate who is culturally fit, who has a relevancy of experience.
गुड आफ्टरनून सर, मेरा नाम गुणवंत है। मेरा सवाल डॉक्टर राजीव शाह सर से कि सर अभी जैसे हम एआई की बात कर रहे हैं, इंटेलिजेंस का जो जन्म हुआ है अपनी मानव की बुद्धि से ही हुआ है, मानव के इंटेलिजेंस से ही हुआ है। तो जैसे कि अभी हम देख रहे हैं कि टेक्नोलॉजी थोड़ा सा आगे चली गई, मानव थोड़ा सा पीछे रह गया है। तो वो क्या बेसिक स्टेप्स होने चाहिए, एटलीस्ट 3 बेसिक स्टेप्स, कि मानव और टेक्नोलॉजी एक दूसरे के साथ, एक दूसरे के हाथ में हाथ रख के काम कर सके? ये मेरा आपसे सवाल है कि आप 3 बेसिक स्टेप्स आप बताइए कि आगे जाके हम कैसे उसमें इन्वेस्ट कर सके। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Gunanji. My take would be to start with the awareness. So we can address the fear of unknown. जब तक AI को एटलीस्ट समझेंगे नहीं, तब तक उसका डर रहेगा, right? So first step is awareness. So make yourself educate, and fortunately we are in that era. To remain unaware or uneducated is a matter of choice. The information is freely available on internet without paying except for internet charges. You can get it free of cost. Second step, obviously, to develop knowledge about it, right? So knowledge in a sense, if it is related to your profession, then at least have a basic understanding, which is slightly above awareness, right? Awareness is for everyone. Knowledge is generally your profession specific, industry specific, business specific, you can have. And the third thing, if it is your job, then develop skill. So these are the 3 steps I can say we can take in terms of using any technology, be it AI or something else. So that would be my take on taking 3 steps in that direction. Thank you.
Hello. Very good afternoon, all the dignitaries. My name is Badal, and I have question. In any organization or industry, there is a 2 type of person. Like one who accept and adapt the AI. Like AI means consistent upgradation of skills, or one is like who want to like resist the changes. So how to deal this type of person in the organization industry? Thank you.
Hello. See, what normally we do in L&T is we are attempting to be more and more diverse company. And so we basically look for a orientation of the person and what kind of inclination he has, and basically right from selection to offering the role, we give similar kind of role which he or she likes. And that's a fundamental thing, because if somebody is unwilling and you are giving some role, I think he or she, even if you by push you do, he'll not do justice to it. So basically, it's all about inclination, I can say. People who are more looking for a higher order of technology, they have a technological orientation, they are groomed in that direction. People who do not want to in that direction, there are certain alternate roles for them and they work on those roles.
In addition, I would like to share, इंदिरा नूई जब पेप्सिको में चेयरपर्सन थे और शी वॉज लीडिंग द ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, तो बहुत सारे चेंजेस उन्होंने इंट्रोड्यूस किए थे और उन्होंने कहा था कि ये चेंजेस को समझने के लिए, एडेप्ट करने के लिए हम लोगों के पीछे बहुत सारा टाइम इन्वेस्ट करेंगे. I'll keep on trying, I'll keep on trying, I'll keep on trying, ऐसा पेप्सी इंदिरा नूई ने कहा था. लेकिन साथ में उन्होंने कहा कि आफ्टर दैट ऑल्सो इफ ए पर्सन इज unwilling to learn, unwilling to adapt, then such a person will not have any place in this organization. तो जो सीखना चाहते हैं ना, जैसे संतोष जी ने कहा कि स्ट्रेंथ के ऊपर बिल्ड करेंगे, सीखना चाहते हैं उनको बहुत सिखाने की कोशिश भी की जाएगी. सीखना नहीं चाहते हैं उनके लिए ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में स्कोप नहीं रहेगा.
Hello, my name is Keval Dolokia. I run a financial consultancy firm, and my question is, with AI in the picture, the very idea of employability has revolutionized. What are the kind of changes we would require in the traditional skills and traditional degrees to kind of be immune to the idea of AI?
Hello. My friend, I think in a morning sessions, that has been very categorically says the transactional job, which will be slowly and slowly removed, which will be taken over by the machine. But there are creative jobs, there are analytical parts, there are skills like you need more and more data crunching skills, you need more and more data analytics skills, even interpretations and application. Right, because the major issue is that we have a numbers, we have a data crunching happens, but applied that, still you need a human mind for that and human involvement into that. The decisions which require empathy, decision requires creativity, decision requires the emotional intelligence. These all places. So these skills needs to be enhanced for employability. Tolerance of stress, handling the unwanted situations. Now these all skills no AI can teach you. Right, so any employability who are empathetic, who have a passionate, who are able to calm and cool, who are able to take a decision in a difficult situation, so this still required a human intervention, and that kind of a skill set will be in more demand, that you will be able to, with the technology, if you are able to give the human touch, that's with the need for an hour, and that kind of a skilling will be required there.
Sir.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Just would like to add to this point, because that is more pertinent to most of us, and especially those who are either new to the workforce or a bit less than 5 years of experience. So in my personal opinion, we will be having entire blend of, let's say, in terms of work style, work from home, work from office, hybrid, gig, all 4 kinds of work will be definitely there. Obviously, industry specific requirements can be catered to, but these are going to be there for sure. And because of that, that typical employer-employee relationship will also be undergoing a massive change. New types of employment. Let's say a few years back only we had fixed term employment, which was a new concept. Now onwards, we may have gig working also. or professional services also. Consulting is one of the established kind of norm now. So going forward, that regular 8-hour, 10-hour job will definitely stay, but the proportion of that kind of employment will be comparatively less than the others. That's what my personal anticipation is. Thank you.
This is going to be the last question for the day.
Sir, my question is simple. This is HR conclave. અને આર્ટિફિશિયલ ઇન્ટેલિજન્ટ આવવાથી એચઆરના n નંબર ઓફ ફંક્શન છે, તો એવા કયા ફંક્શનો છે જેમાં એની ઇમ્પેક્ટ થઈ શકશે? અલિયર આપણે પેરોલ પણ હતું કે જે પેરોલ આપણે પહેલા મેન્યુઅલી કરતા હતા, ત્યાર પછી પેરોલના સોફ્ટવેર્સ આવ્યા, પણ સ્ટીલ વી હેવ ડેડિકેટેડ માણસ રાખવો પડે કે જે પેરોલ રાખવો પડે. સેમ તો એવા એચઆરના એવા કયા ફંક્શન હશે કે જે આર્ટિફિશિયલ ઇન્ટેલિજન્ટ આવવાથી એની પર ઇમ્પેક્ટ પડી શકશે?
So, good question. In fact, I had some write-ups on that. Like, for example, access to the right candidates for right jobs. Customize and continuous learning. See, if you look at earlier, what we used to do, we used to go to classes and we used to do. But today, it's something where in a kind of capsule learning, anywhere, anytime you can learn. Like various operations. Today in my company, at least we run hundreds of bots for checking the payroll register and all those things, looking at exceptional entries. There are simple bots which do this. Earlier, people used to do all the manual thing, putting a VLOOKUP in Excel, checking that, arey ye match nahi ho raha hai. But today, these things are being done by the machine. And lot of things, like as our panelists are saying, data will come, but insight you have to use. Insight, the artificial intelligence will not bring insight. Artificial intelligence will give you various data. They will throw some cuts, but the insight is a managerial judgment.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Here.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Just to add to his point, because that is a most common question for we as HR fraternity. Whether we wish or not, AI is going to be part of each and every function of HR, right? The variation would be in the degree of implementation and all, because how much human intervention, as Santosh sir rightly said, how much intervention of human is required, that is the only part. But apart from that, if you see, right from hiring till separation, every action, every step, every process will be having some intervention of HR, AI, right? Thank you.
Last question.
Sir, as we have discussed the perks or anything that helps AI with HR, I want to know the potential risk and challenges that are included by using AI in HR.
Sorry, potential raise.
Potential risk and challenges.
Okay.
So, risk is that how extensively you are using. Is if your entire system is technology driven, then you lose the human touch. And again, if you are too much of data driven, but you are not using the insight, then it's a risk. So it's a basically blend of it. Like how much you use the internet and how much you use your own judgments, how much you are going to use a personal connect. All those things is a blend of this thing. So there is no perfect science ki this much you have to, this much percentage you have to use it. Basically, whole purpose is that you have to use AI or any machine learning, so automate your process, routine process, so that people involved in the job can do an interesting job. They find it interesting. They do not find it mundane or monotonous.
दोस्तों, इंटरेस्ट तो सब लोगों को होगा, लेकिन हर एक अच्छा काम भी और हर एक अच्छा सेशन भी पूरा तो होना ही चाहिए. तो अभी हम इसे पूरा करना चाहेंगे. एआई के बारे में जितनी बातें करें उतनी कम. कंप्यूटिंग स्किल्स या तो काफ़ी सारा रूटीन काम या तो बहुत सारे ऑपरेशंस एआई इज गोइंग टू बी डूइंग लिटिल बेटर देन ऑल ऑफ अस. बट एक जो एचआर का फोर्टे है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं, उसको एआई कभी नहीं रिप्लेस कर पाएगा. एंड दैट इज लव फॉर अवर पीपल, नर्चरिंग पीपल, caring people and having lot of empathy for people. ये एरिया में HR should be second to nobody, second to no profession and second to no position. If that happens, HR की जॉब नहीं जाएगी. All the very very best to you.
Thank you very much, Himanshu Bhai, and all the panelists, Parag Bhai, Santosh ji, Rajiv ji, for excellent panel discussion on AI and human interaction. Hereby we close today's session, and we thank on behalf of SGCCI in the 7th edition of National HR Conclave. We are thankful to each and every delegates who present here, all the guests, all the panelists, all chief guests, and the office staff of office bearers of SGCCI and the staff of SGCCI. We are thankful to all of you. Thank you very much. And lunch has already started, so you can join for the lunch together.